A young man was walking in the rain and witnessed one girl biting another and drinking her blood. She noticed our hero and looked at him from under her long eyelashes. The events then moved to a bookstore where the guy is leafing through magazines with photos of beautiful girls. He seemed very embarrassed when looking at the photographs of women. In the end, the guy couldn't take it anymore and quickly closed the magazine. The protagonist noted that he could only stand looking at photos of girls for 2 minutes. Just recently, this young man became a student and realized that now he could not avoid meeting them. The guy admitted that he suffered from a chronic fear of women, but gradually began to cope with his illness. The protagonist decided that if he continued to work in the same spirit, he would be able to look at girls calmly. This guy thought he could look at a photograph for 2 minutes, but with a real person, it's much more difficult. He finds it difficult to withstand even 10 seconds of contact with a girl, and at that moment, one of them approaches him. This is a very sweet, beautiful young girl who looked straight into the eyes of our hero, which is why he got scared. The guy blushed deeply because the girl was 20 centimeters away from him, and his gaze from the control room immediately fell on his chest. The main character's entire body trembled. He couldn't withstand the pressure and thought he was about to lose consciousness. As a result, our hero asked the girl to move away from him. She apologized to the man and stepped back. The girl stepped aside and waited for the guy to take action, but he stood motionless. She didn't understand what was going on and asked if the guy still felt uncomfortable walking here. He replied sheepishly that he really wouldn't be able to pass the exam. The bookstore patrons asked if the protagonist was okay, and he began to explain that the girl could have moved aside, but she only took a step back. The guy lost his temper and started shouting that she was wearing too revealing clothes, so he couldn't pass by calmly. The woman was shocked by these words, and the man noted that when dressing like that, one must think about others, so he ordered her to quickly turn her back. Another bookstore customer chimed in, noting that our hero was most likely in college, as she had seen his face before. She yelled at him for hitting on a strange girl and asked if the guy even wanted to finish college. Suddenly, the guy started screaming and begging the girl not to touch him, but she didn't understand what was wrong. As a result, he fell onto the bookcase and knocked it over, drawing the attention of all the visitors to the quarrel. Our hero sat among a stack of books, and the girls leaned over to look at the strange stranger. They asked the guy if everything was okay, and he became even more confused. The guy exploded with rage and ran away screaming, frightened by the excessive attention from the women, but not before apologizing to the strangers. He ran out into the college courtyard and was finally able to catch his breath. The main character sat down on a bench and became sad because he had just humiliated himself incredibly. The guy took a camera out of his bag and thought that fear was stopping him from becoming a professional, because then he wouldn't be able to photograph girls. This guy, with a camera in his hand, overlooked such difficult circumstances. The main character tells about himself that his name is Seo Young-woo. He is an ordinary freshman, suffers from gynophobia, and hides a secret in his soul. This guy says this is a story about who he should be, but not who he actually is. As it turns out, our hero had problems in the past that caused him to develop a kind of fear. The result of these events was gynophobia, 7 irrational fears of women. Seo Young-woo regrets that he couldn't withstand the trials of the past, but he was always afraid of women anyway. This guy might have had blood flowing from him that would have given people some clues. But if he talks about his problem, he may well say goodbye to student and social life in general. Our hero wants to graduate from college, so he needs to try to solve a personal problem. Suddenly, someone turns to So Young and asks what he is thinking. A nice guy came up to him and said hello. Out of curiosity, the guy asked if our hero had escaped from the bookstore, and a stranger followed So Young-woo. The protagonist asked his interlocutor if he had seen everything, to which he replied in the affirmative, which confused Seo Young-woo even more. He admitted that the man had witnessed the entire situation in the bookstore. In fact, the stranger didn't want to laugh at our hero, but only suspected that he might have gynophobia. He began to explain that our hero was most likely helpless in front of women and gave him advice, but Seo Young-woo says that it's not that simple. The guy started talking about a girl from the bookstore named Yoon Hae-soo, who was considered the beauty queen among the sophomores, so he didn't mind asking her phone number from time to time, and the main character was surprised that the guy knew so much. Seo Young-woo began to complain that perhaps his trip to Seoul College was in vain. At home, the guy could still cope with his problem, but many things were getting in his way. The protagonist decided to tell that a few days ago he saw two girls drinking blood, leaning over each other, and asked if this was normal for Seoul. The interlocutor suggested that they were lesbians who bit their lips with passion while kissing. Seo Young-woo objected because he could clearly see blood flowing from his neck, and the guy laughed at him because he described in such detail a guy who couldn't look at girls for a second. Our hero began to prove that the face of one of them was completely pale. He compared this pallor to the state of a man on the threshold of death, but he could not finish the sentence because something caught the man's attention. It turned out that an incredibly beautiful woman was passing by, and this immediately caused fear in Seo Young-woo. The guy couldn't take his eyes off the girl, and she looked back at him. The beauty smiled sweetly at our hero. It seems that the matter is that the boy and the girl recognized each other. Seo Young-woo's new acquaintance tells her how attractive she is and that she was even a beauty queen in college. It turned out that it was psychology professor Pai Ing-na, which surprised our hero even more. He dug his toes into his knees as fear and surprise reached their peak. The guy couldn't believe that this charming woman turned out to be one of the college teachers. The next day, Seo Young-woo had a dream in which a beautiful girl extended her hand to him and wanted to show him how scary women could be. The main character woke up scared and, incredibly, screamed in fear. After a terrible dream, he sat up and tried to catch his breath. This guy has been living on his own for a year now, but still can't solve his problem. Seo Young-woo sits in bed and thinks about how to cope with his grief. Tired of poor sleep, he went to college, and during lunch he wondered if he had dreamed of Professor Pai Ing-na. The protagonist then remembers seeing a girl who looked like a teacher, with blood on her lips. The guy is sure that he saw a psychology professor there, so he believes that she should have recognized him too during their meeting in the university courtyard. He hopes that this won't cause him any problems in the future, but in the meantime, the cashier tells the guy the amount for his lunch. Seo Young-woo wants to take money out of his back pocket, but realizes that it doesn't seem to be there. He nervously starts looking for his wallet. Suddenly, someone from behind asks the guy what he is looking for. This is the pretty girl from the store who was standing in front of the guy, holding his wallet in her hands. The beauty was glad that the main character recognized her. She begins to ask if she understood correctly that the guy's name is Seo Young-woo. He is a first-year student and suffers from gynophobia, which is why he cannot look at a woman's body for long. The girl found this funny because she compared Seo Young-woo to an ancient monument, since it was strange to see a virgin at that age. The main character was sitting on a bench with his new girlfriend, and after her words, he was completely in a bad mood, and the girl remembered that she had not yet introduced herself. She introduced herself as Yoon Hae-soo and noted that she was the guy's senior colleague, meaning she could address him as a junior. The girl noticed that Seo Young-woo was sweating, so she took out a napkin to help the guy. She tried to approach the guy and wipe his forehead, but he immediately became scared and recoiled, overcoming his main fear. Yoon Hae-soo seemed to find this cute and a little funny, so she smiled kindly. Suddenly, an idea came to the girl's mind, and she spoke decisively to Seo Young-woo. She invited this guy to become her younger brother. Yoon Hae-soo assured him that his older sister would show him that girls really weren't that scary. The guy looked at the girl with surprised eyes, and at that moment she smiled sweetly at him. The main character did not understand what a strange feeling had awakened in his soul. It's quite possible that he was waiting for Yoon Hae-soo all this time. But the problem remained that our hero couldn't look at his new older sister for more than 30 seconds. She noted that one can get used to girls quite quickly. Yoon Hae-soo decided to spend time with the main character. So first they went to the cinema, where the young man continued to be nervous. They then went to a restaurant to have a snack because the girl believed that after talking to her, Seo Young-woo would be able to overcome his fear. After the walk, Yoon Hae-soo happily ran ahead and enjoyed spending time with her new friend, but he, unfortunately, fell behind. In the end, they said goodbye to each other and decided to go their separate ways towards their homes. But suddenly the guy turned hesitantly to his new girlfriend. He wanted to say that he gained confidence in himself after communicating with Yoon Hae-soo. The protagonist began to think that he could cope with his problem. The man thanked her for her help, to which she smiled. The girl was delighted and suggested that Seo Young-woo dress more revealingly next time. But our hero is not ready for that yet. Then she gave the guy a task. He should look at her breasts as often as possible. Yoon Hae-soo assured her friend that she would be by his side throughout his journey to overcome his fear. The guy was embarrassed again, but this time he was even able to smile because he was touched by such an attitude toward himself. The main character said that he relies on his responsible girlfriend. The following days spent with Hae-soo flew by for our hero as if in a dream and were devoid of any worries. Our hero is back in the university courtyard, talking to someone about a fairly large sum of money. It turns out I have a new friend. Seo Young-woo needed money for her father's operation, and she was very busy all this time, so she didn't have time to find a part-time job. She explained that her mother's savings would run out next month, so she would have to take out a super loan, and the guy assured the girl that she would take up loan sharking. Yoon Hae-soo asked if this is what they do when they lend money at an unreasonably high interest rate, to which Seo Young-woo replied in the affirmative. To protect his girlfriend from being cheated, the protagonist decided to lend her money for a month. The girl couldn't believe such generosity, and the guy explained that he was grateful to Yoon Hae-soo for not looking for a job at the right moment, but for helping him. He assured his friend that it was not a very large amount, but she was touched by the help he had given her. Yoon Hae-soo hugged her savior and thanked him sincerely. Seo Young-woo was very embarrassed by the physical contact with the girl and promised to repay her in kind. He thought it was the perfect decision because Hae-soo had done so much for him. The next time they talked about money again, but the amount had increased to 1 million won. The girl, with tears in her eyes, told about her father's peritonitis, that it had appeared completely unexpectedly, and that therefore she needed help again. Yoon Hae-soo said that she could only count on our hero, and he looked at her again. He asked if he should just transfer the money to the girl's account. At the next meeting, the girl stated that the transaction amount had already reached 4 million won. Hae-soo cried because her father urgently needed an operation and asked the protagonist what she should do, but Seo Young-woo explained to her that he could not borrow that amount of money. The girl looked at our hero with eyes full of tears and began to tremble, and at that moment the guy tried to explain everything and calm her down. She realized that this guy couldn't have that kind of money, so she asked him to forget about this conversation altogether. But that guy asked Hae-soo to raise his head because he was planning something. Seo Young-woo decided to send her all his savings right away. He understood that this month would be difficult for him, but this way he would be able to help his friend and her father. The girl asked if the guy had just forwarded them, to which he happily replied. Suddenly, the protagonist notices a sharp change in Hae-soo's facial expression. She turned her back, ungratefully thanked her friend, and promised to fix everything. The guy continued talking to his girlfriend, but she didn't even listen and put on her headphones. Looking at Yoon Hae-soo's back, he convinced himself that it would be better to wait until next month. Further events are transferred to the moon, and our hero sits at home. It appears he is negotiating with the landlord about rent, which he cannot pay because he has almost no money. Seo Young-woo asked for a 3-day grace period and promised to pay within a certain period. The apartment owner noted that he was providing such benefits only because the man had good recommendations, for which our hero thanked his interlocutor and said goodbye. After hanging up the phone, the man panicked because he had another problem. Information about events is transmitted to the Aram College student pool. Seo Young-woo watches Hae-soo happily chatting with her friends and decides to contact her. The girl immediately notices the guy and is a little surprised by his presence. She asks if this guy came here to swim, but he replies that the purpose of his visit is to talk to his debtor. Hae-soo asks our hero to wait because she is busy with her friends, but he asks for her attention for just a second. The girl is very unhappy with this schedule. She asked her friend to speak shorter and faster. Yoon Hae-soo's girlfriends looked at Seo Young-woo with humiliation. Since the girl hadn't even told them about this guy, they sat down and began to discuss his absurdity in connection with their friend. At this point, Hae-soo said that she had discussed the matter with her friend on the phone, and the reason she was not returning the money was because of a glitch in the bank that would only be fixed in 2 months. The girl asked our hero to just wait and she would return everything, but the guy could not stand it any longer and began to beg her. He demanded a return of at least 1 million, since this is the amount of rent. Haisu noted that if she had extra money, she definitely wouldn't borrow from anyone. She suggested that the guy simply do something, for example, contact his parents or take out a loan from the pension fund, while she herself was going to return to her company. But the guy didn't want to just let his girlfriend go, so he wanted to hold her back by grabbing her hand. The girl didn't like Seo Young-woo's behavior, so she pushed him away. Yoon Hae-soo started yelling at him and commenting on how much he was taking on. She turned the situation around so that it looked like our hero was now pestering her for money, which left poor Seo Young-woo in shock. All the pool-goers who witnessed this performance believed Hae-soo's story and even gathered to report it to the student council. The main character wanted to turn to the debtor, but immediately began to scream at him not to come closer. She continued to argue that this guy cannot seek her favor because he is providing funds for his father's treatment. Meanwhile, Seo Young-woo was so broken that he felt like he was dissolving into space. The guy remembered how his ex-girlfriend complimented him and wanted to show him that there are good girls too. Then a memory flashed through my mind of Hae-soo assuring the guy that he shouldn't worry because she would be with him until the end. And then a situation arose where the girl found our hero disgusting. Because of his nervousness, he only apologized and stuttered. In the end, the guy was able to form his own opinion and allowed Hae-soo not to return the money. Seo Young-woo asked him not to look at him with such a frightened expression and began to tell him that it was she who promised to teach him how to treat women. He explained that it was the first time he had met a girl like Hae-soo, but everyone around him thought he was acting strange. The students started shouting that our hero was disgusting and gathered to call the teacher. Suddenly, Seo Young-woo's nose started bleeding due to stress, which was completely stopped by Yoon Hae-soo. The man himself was also standing covered in blood, but no one helped him because everyone found it disgusting. The students continued to insult him, calling him a pervert and a pain in the ass. The guy remembered the woman from his dream and realized that the idea that all women are monsters is indeed true. Meanwhile, the friends ran up to Hae-soo with a towel and tried to help her. The main character cried hysterically and listened to the girls ask if their friend really took money from such a guy. With tears in her eyes, she explained that the money was needed for her parents' operation. Suddenly, someone from behind laughed after hearing Yoon Hae-soo's explanation. Professor Pai Ing-na found this strange, since the girl didn't even have a father. She also said that the student took out a loan from a third-year student, citing her younger brother's illness. However, the professor noted that Yoon Hae-soo's file did not contain any information about these relatives, so all the students were incredibly shocked by this turn of events. Pai Ing-na sarcastically remarked to the student that it seemed like she was an only child. At the same time, Seo Young-woo's intuition told him that the professor was a very dangerous woman in many ways, even though she had saved the boy. The woman correctly noted that the student living at number 14 was studying social services and welfare, and her name was Yoon Hae-soo. At that time, all the surrounding students admired the beauty of the teacher Pai Ina and called her the queen of the college, so they were inclined to believe her words. The main character had absolutely no idea what was happening around him or why the professor was helping him. Yoon Hae-soo wanted to prove that Pai In-na had no evidence and that all the accusations were false rumors. The girl remarked that it was strange for a teacher to interfere in the personal lives of his students, but the professor only smiled, watching all these attempts to lie. The teacher explained that the student had borrowed money from many people, so rumors spread quickly. She was only going to ask the thief one question, so she ordered him to listen very carefully. Pai In-na offered her to either resolve the situation or close the store and leave forever. Now all the students, having learned the truth, began to speak out against Hae-soo, considering her to be deceitful and selfish. But she decided to lie even more and made up that her father and brother had a different last name because of a divorce. The girl promised to definitely repay the debt because everything they say about her is a lie. She emphasized that Seo Young-woo was, so to speak, the first one to lend him money, and generally threatened to sue for defamation. But the main character still couldn't believe this absurd situation and waited for his girlfriend to return, who would say that it was a big mistake. Pai and Na stood behind the guy and noticed that he was having trouble perceiving the truth. The boy got scared and turned sharply to the professor, who was simply standing and smiling at the student. She asked him how he was going to cope and continue studying in the remaining years after everything he had just shown the college students. The teacher assured that now many will whisper behind this guy's back that he is the same student who had a nosebleed. This will have a particularly strong impact on Seo Young-woo's well-being, so no one will want to dine with him or even sit next to him anymore. Therefore, Pai and Na suggest that he cut off all ties with people and drop out of college, as he considers this the best option. But the problem is that our hero doesn't want to return home. The professor offered her help to Seo Young-woo. This proposal made the guy nervous, because his inner instinct told him to stay away from this woman. She warned the young man that the students were only pretending not to care, but even now they were trying to eavesdrop on the conversation because they were incredibly interested. Pai and Na assured that with just a few words from her, all of Seo Young-woo's problems would be solved. With these phrases, no one will ignore this guy anymore, and they will even try to get closer to him. Relationships with classmates will improve, and a completely different world will open up to you. The teacher asked if our hero wanted to say the words that would turn this nose-bleeding pervert into a prince. Under the influence of all the emotions, the guy suddenly laughed. He would very much like to hear such words, if they exist. Finally, the teacher asked Seo Young-woo in a sweet voice why the boy had an affair with this girl when he himself was in a relationship with Pai and Na. All the students were shocked to hear the dialogue between the professor and the student. At first, our hero didn't understand what had happened, but then it dawned on him. Pai and Na continued to smile sweetly, as if she hadn't just turned this guy's whole life upside down. The students couldn't believe that Seo Young-woo was the lover of teacher Pai and Na. At the same time, there were a lot of questions surrounding Yoon Hae-soo, because everyone thought that she was actually in a relationship with our hero. Her friends also didn't understand anything and asked the girl what was going on. She tried to leave again and explain everything a little later. The girl was very angry with Pai and Na and could not understand the true nature of the professor. At this time, the teacher took the student to her office, where she gave him tea to calm him down, and the boy felt better. The main character's savior decided to ask him one question. It concerned Seo Young-woo's personal life, and it made him incredibly sad. The boy felt awkward from such questions, so he jumped up and began to calm Pai and Na down, saying that he was okay, and the teacher told him to calm down and sit on the sofa. It turned out that a woman would consider it strange to enter into a relationship with a man suffering from impotence. The guy decided to forget about the preliminary conversation and asked the purpose of the professor's scandalous statement, to which she replied that she simply wanted to help. This guy pointed out that after an incident like this, people might get the wrong idea, and he and Pai and Na don't even know each other. For a while there was dead silence in the office, and no one dared to speak first. The professor invited So Young-woo to sit down. But at that moment, our hero began to panic because he remembered the vampire girl, very similar to the teacher, but now he tried to convince himself that this was just a night illusion. With a sinister expression, Pai Na asked if the guy had seen her drink human blood. The protagonist realized that this was true after all, and the teacher became interested in why the student didn't start spreading rumors. With a serious expression on her face, she listened to the young man's vague guesses about that rainy night when they met. The woman confirmed the protagonist's thoughts and explained that she was not an ordinary person like him. The teacher belongs to the Hela clan, which rules the world of darkness and feeds on human blood. The shocked boy asked if the professor really wasn't human. She finally confirmed it, so Seo Young-woo had no idea what the hell was going on around him. The student inquired about the ultimate purpose of his help, because he suspected that his savior saw him as nothing more than easy prey. But Pai Jina only wanted to offer this guy cooperation. She enthusiastically offers to have a child with the main character. Seo Young-woo couldn't understand whether they were talking about the child or the teacher. She reminded him again that she belonged to Hela. Pai Ina began to talk about the structure of her clan, namely that they always had children among themselves to maintain the purity of the blood. Then a problem arose, which was the inability to have children within the clan. So it became necessary to mix the blood with human blood so that Hela would not disappear completely. Therefore, at a clan meeting, the members decided to mix blood. During the story, the professor explained the purpose of helping the main character. She wanted to fulfill her duty to the clan and find a partner. The man asked if he understood correctly that they wanted to use him as a donor. The teacher noted that, in her opinion, this was a rather advantageous agreement. Regarding the rent, Pai In-na offered Seo Young-woo to live in her apartment. She explained that the child's fate would depend on the clan, which would take care of his life and happiness, so there was nothing to worry about. The professor suggested that after communicating with her, our hero's fear of women might completely disappear. She promised that after conceiving a child, the young man would be able to get everything he wanted. Pai In-na started flirting with the main character, but he immediately pushed her away. The man fell awkwardly on the woman, so he apologized to her. At that moment, he thought, because for the first time his nose didn't bleed after close contact with a woman. Pai In-na noticed that her partner was lost in thought and explained that hell had magic that made a person fall in love and could even make him a slave. Thus, with the help of the teacher's magic, the boy's gynophobia ceased to manifest itself. But it is precisely this fear that prevents him from unconsciously succumbing to the charm of a woman. Thus, Seo Young-woo became the only person who sees Pai In-na as an ordinary girl because her magic doesn't work. But the guy didn't think everything was working as it should because his heart was pounding wildly. The man asked if his fear was the reason he wanted to have a child with him, even without having any feelings. In the end, Seo Young-woo was unable to contact Pai In-na and disappeared from her office. The teacher and her maid looked at the fugitive in silence. The woman expected exactly this reaction from the man and knew that she would not be able to convince him the first time. The assistant advised Seo Young-woo to silence the woman since he now knew about her origin. Pai In-na objected because she knew the guy was taciturn and emphasized that she was starting to like him even more. Meanwhile, Seo Young-woo, having reached home, was perplexed as to how he could have encountered such a dangerous woman. At the threshold, he took off his shoes and immediately, exhausted, collapsed onto the bed, where he continued to think about what had happened. The guy thought that after Pai In-na left, he would not have money for food and housing, but there was still the option of selling the camera. Seo Young-woo immediately rejected the idea of selling and decided not to do so under any circumstances. So he decided to look for ways to earn money to live a normal life. The problem of paying rent was very pressing, but now the guy doesn't even have money for food, so he decided to urgently look for a part-time job. Meanwhile, all the students in the cafeteria were actively discussing the latest events and the relationship between Professor Pai In-na and a first-year student. During lunch, our hero was busy thinking about earning money, but he realized that he couldn't afford to miss classes, so it was a good idea to find a job on the weekends. This guy was asking if there was a vacancy where you would be paid and fed. At that moment, Seo Young-woo heard the students sitting nearby actively discussing his life. Our hero became nervous because it was only after some time that he realized that they were talking about him. Someone handed him a glass of water from behind the man's back. The man, ignoring the man behind him, thanked him. The girl asked Seo Young-woo what he meant when he acted like that. This was his fake soulmate, and he was once again publicly displaying the fake relationship between them. The embarrassed guy didn't know what to say, and by that moment their hands had already touched. Pai In-na asked if the protagonist had thought about her proposal, but it was obvious that he pretended not to understand anything. The professor kindly explained that she was asking about Seo Young-woo's future child to stir up the public's interest. Of course, all the students were shocked to hear this news from the college teacher. The upset boy asked why Pai In-na was saying this because people might misunderstand everything. The teacher reminded that everything that concerns the child is the absolute truth. After that, she leaned over and kissed the young man on the forehead. Pai In-na assured the guy that she was serious and hoped that he would think about it seriously. The woman started stroking the man's head, and he asked why she was doing all this. The professor explained that this was because she never lets go of her prey and added that Seo Young-woo should stop eating only ramen because it would undermine his health. He was embarrassed by such concern, and his partner grimaced sweetly and said that she would worry if our hero got sick. Before the boy could add anything, the teacher had already said goodbye and run off to the right class. But Seo Young-woo still couldn't understand why Pain-na was doing such strange things. He wonders if the professor really enjoys bullying the poor student and if she is really interested in this guy. It turned out that Yoon Hae-soo was in the dining room, watching the performance from the sidelines and, apparently, was unhappy about it. After school, the main character was sitting and looking through part-time job options when the phone rang. Seo Young-woo reluctantly picked up the phone and found that it was Dong-min calling him. It turned out that a friend's part-time job urgently needed additional labor, but before he could finish the job, our hero had already agreed. The gist of the job is that this guy is supposed to be a waiter at the Baldemar Hotel for a sleepover that's happening next weekend. The boy thanked his savior, but Dong-min said that he should thank Seo Young-woo. The conversation ended, and the guy thought that he just needed to be patient for a week, and he would be able to earn money. Only 2 days had passed, but the feeling of emptiness in the guy's stomach had not gone away. He no longer had any hope of surviving until the end of next week. At that very moment, the woman he took for the apartment's owner decided to approach our hero, so he exploded and rushed to the door to stop her. The guy opened the door and saw a pretty girl in front of him, who turned out to be his older sister. She entered the apartment unhindered, and the guy called her Sunmi. Seo Young-woo asked the purpose of the girl's visit to his home. She explained that she had business nearby, so she stopped by to spend the night. Right from the doorway, my sister made a remark about my untidy shoes. Then she saw the unmade bed and decided that her brother had spent the money on something stupid. Sunmi asked with a serious expression if this guy had returned to his stupid habits. She then began to worry about Seo Young-woo's diet because he had lost a lot of weight. The older sister suspected that the young man had a girlfriend because she thought something was wrong with him. Our hero assured her that he didn't have a girlfriend. Finally, seeing her little brother's condition, Sunmi decided that she needed to eat with him. After dinner, they got ready for bed, and the protagonist, spreading out the blanket, thanked his sister for the food. She suggested that Seo Jun go to bed already, so the guy went to turn off the light. But the main character could not sleep next to his older sister. He remembered how strict she was with him as a child, just like their mother, so the boy was afraid of Songmi. Because of his fear, little Seo Young-woo believed that all women were like his sister and mother. Therefore, he came to the conclusion that his gynophobia was partly caused by the influence of his older sister. But the boy noticed that for some reason his fear did not extend to Sunmi herself. Maybe it's because Seo Young-woo doesn't see her as a girl. After much deliberation, the protagonist finally decided to go to bed. The next morning arrived and Sunmi was about to leave, finally threatening to punish her brother if he continued to live like this. She said goodbye and left the apartment, and our hero waved goodbye to her. The boy's hand was shaking from nerves, so he was glad that his sister had left, but he suspected something was wrong in her last words. After this, Seo Young-woo decided to go to a local store. A man stood among the shelves at a grocery store, wondering what food would make him feel most full. The choice was tuna with mayonnaise and spicy beef with circle sauce. But the protagonist realized that after such a dinner he would have to eat sprouts and sugar. It was at that moment that Pain-na came up behind him. At first, Seo Young-woo didn't understand who was talking to him. The professor asked the boy if he had eaten yet. Only then did he return and see his girlfriend, so he was surprised by her presence here. Our hero thought that the teacher was following him, but she tried to assure the young man that this was absolutely not the case. She explained her visit to the store by the need to buy napkins, lip gloss, bandages, and personal hygiene products. Hearing this, Seo Young-woo became embarrassed and asked not to continue listing the points. He wanted to add something, but Paina did not let him finish. She suddenly pressed the young man against the wall and looked him straight in the eyes. Somehow the professor found out about this guy's meeting with his older sister yesterday. The irritated protagonist asked why she was interested in his meetings. According to him, Pain-na realized that the guy was actually dating someone else and asked if she had offended Seo Young-woo by doing so. The guy asked her to stop worrying about him. The professor explained that she had noticed the boy's poor appearance and sudden weight loss, so she was very concerned and wanted to help him with money for food. She guessed that there was no money precisely because of Yoon Hae-soo's deception, but Seo Young-woo was unhappy with the teacher's interference in his affairs. The guy was about to leave, but Pai-ina offered to return his money, so our hero stopped. This guy was interested in this proposal. He asked what his friend was up to, and she probably already had something in mind. Seo Young-woo guessed that Pai-ina was going to threaten Yoon Hae-soo to get the debt out of her. The teacher was surprised to learn that she was prohibited from using pressure on the debtor. She began to explain that everyone around already knew about her relationship with the student. That's why Pai-ina was unhappy that some girl took money from her lover and now lives with impunity. She simply asked me to name the amount and promised to return every last cent. Seo Young-woo also begged the teacher not to interfere in his affairs. The man wanted to object, but his arguments were interrupted by a rumbling in his stomach. After this, Pai-ina and the protagonist stood in silence for a few seconds. The woman laughed and noticed that the guy's lips were saying no, but his body was agreeing to everything. And so Young-woo was embarrassed by such a joke. He asked his friend not to do anything extravagant and went to have dinner. Pai-ina found this situation very cute, which made her like the young man even more. The events then move on to Yoon Hae-soo, who reflects on the fact that a relationship between Young-woo and the professor is impossible. She suspects that this is just a game, but at the same time the teacher is up to something. The girl considers the main character an idiot because first she deceived him, and now he steps on the same rake, only in a relationship with Pai-ina. Suddenly, the professor herself finds her and asks why the student is hiding in an unfamiliar place. The woman invited the girl to talk to her. They headed to the cafe together. Yoon Hae-soo and Pai-ina sat down at the table. The girl finished her drink and asked why the teacher called her, and also sarcastically asked if she wanted to know the easiest way to swindle money from Young-woo. The professor remarked without emotion that Hae-soo was much more knowledgeable about this. The upset girl began to say that her interlocutor was creating obstacles for the guy and asked why she liked young guys. Taking a sip of coffee, Pai-ina noticed that it seemed the girl was wrong about a lot of things. The woman began to aggressively explain that she had no desire to exchange even a few words with the manipulator because she had deceived such a good guy. After the teacher's mood changed, Yoon Hae-soo became a little nervous, and Pai-ina suggested that they quickly solve the problem. The professor directly inquired about the time frame for returning the money, to which the girl replied that this was not a woman's business at all and doubted the truthfulness of her relationship with Seo Young-woo. Pai-ina assured that even if nothing happened between her and this guy, she could just start dating him, but Hae-soo was surprised by the teacher's attitude towards the situation. The girl believed that the problem was that Pai-ina and Seo Young-woo were both a teacher and a student, but the professor quickly resolved the situation by explaining that she could quit the college at any time. The student was shocked by how calmly the teacher spoke about it. The woman noted that it was none of her business and added that if it weren't for Young-woo's request, the conversation wouldn't have been so polite. Pai-ina told Yoon Hae-soo that she should stop pretending to be worthless and threatened her by saying that if she had her way, the teacher would have buried the girl underground. But now she was just asking directly for a refund. The student complained that it would be difficult for her to quickly find such a large sum, to which the professor offered to sell her all her clothes. The woman meant the bag, the shoes, the jewelry, all the fashionable clothes and accessories that didn't even fit Yoon Hae-soo, and in this way, all of Young-woo's money could be returned. She also noted that only after the debt is repaid will guarantees be provided that the student will not drop out of college. The events return to our hero, who is lying exhausted at the dinner table and thinking about how good it is to be a plant that only needs light and water. Suddenly, he heard the students discussing the quarrel between Professor Pai-ina and Yoon Hae-soo that was currently happening in the cafe. Yes, the guy immediately jumped up and ran to settle the dispute between his friends. Meanwhile, the girls were arguing so loudly that the visitors wanted to drown out their screams with their own hands. Pai-ina said that Yoon Hae-soo had already played around enough, wearing designer clothes bought with money earned by lying and showing off as if nothing had happened. The teacher began to insist that now, because of the girl's machinations, someone was sitting hungry because he didn't even have money for food. She again emphasized that she still maintained a good relationship with the student, so Hae-soo should simply sell his property and return the money. The girl began to talk about her stepfather, who had taken care of her since childhood. She forbade humiliating him out of respect for this man. Pai and Na realized that she had to put pressure on her father and asked if Young-woo knew about all this because the girl had not fully explained the situation and was already making up excuses. The teacher persistently asked if Hae-soo remembered what she had told her victim of deception through the protagonist. She remembered how the student screamed about being harassed by a guy for money, but at the same time she understood perfectly well that Young-woo was not one of those people. Pai and Na whispered threateningly that Hae-soo should endure all of this on her own. In the end, the girl couldn't stand the pressure and burst into tears. This made the professor even more angry because she was not going to believe the student's crocodile tears. At this moment, our hero finally runs into the cafe and orders Pai Ing-na to stop. He stands out of breath in the doorway and watches the quarrel. Hae-soo was surprised by the guy's appearance, and Pai In-na was angry that he appeared in an opportune moment. The teacher said that she simply remembered Young-woo, so when all the characters gather, they will be able to hear the truth from Hae-soo. She recalled that the girl had borrowed money for her father, who, according to available information, does not exist. The teacher asked the boy if he knew about this fact. She continued to claim that Hae-soo had told the truth about her so-called father, who turned out to be a completely different person. In her heart, the girl could not believe that this story would end exactly like this. But something unexpected happened, and the main character declared that he knew everything from the very beginning. He guessed that the man was apparently important to Hae-soo, despite the fact that he was not her biological father. Young-woo clarified that he knew about this even before he lent the girl the money, but now she doesn't understand why the guy is lying for her. The teacher and students stood in complete shock, and the protagonist finally asked to let Hae-soo go. Pai and Na didn't understand why this guy was doing this, so she asked if he was protecting the girl, but he replied that he was just telling the truth. He looked at Hae-soo and advised her to hurry up and leave. The girl was very embarrassed by such noble actions towards her. The protagonist apologized to her for his arrogant attempts to be friendly and thanked her for the time they spent together, which resulted in him misleading himself. In conclusion, he expressed hope for a speedy recovery for the person close to Hae-soo. She could barely apologize and quickly ran away because she felt terrible. After their argument, Young-woo and In-na walked together through the evening city. The boy asked why the professor was following him, and finally asked if he really knew everything from the very beginning. This question did not suit him, and Pai Inna began to explain that she considered it important because of financial problems, but our hero objected and said that it did not matter. The guy explained that he was actually happy with Yoon Hae-soo, so such minor problems were normal. He asked the professor to stop pressuring the student, but she did not understand and wanted to deal with the girl as soon as possible. The main character noticed that Pai In-na is a rather cruel person. The woman was very surprised by such a thought about her. She was shocked and a little offended, and Young-woo didn't know what to say. It turned out that Pai In-na was just joking about her grievance and generally decided to leave Yoon Hae-soo alone if he could sort out his problems on his own. But the professor did not stop fighting for the main character, because today she was convinced of his firm convictions. As a result of these events, Young-woo began to feel even more sympathy for In-na, so she will definitely give birth to his child. The guy felt awkward that this topic came up again. The professor noticed that our hero had blushed and thought that perhaps he was a little interested in her proposal. She pretended to believe the guy's refusal and offered to talk a little longer. In-na suggested finding a cozy place to talk, but the young man did not want to agree to such an offer. She offered to buy Young-woo something to eat, but he was puzzled by the fact that it seemed like it could only be purchased with food. In the end, the protagonist could not stand it any longer and went with his partner to a restaurant. He ordered incredible amounts of food, and then even more because he had been hungry for too long. In-na paid for everything, but asked if this guy had any manners so as not to order so many dishes without paying for them. Young-woo explained that he should eat while he could because he never knew when his next meal would be. He also ended up ordering egg soup. But the professor didn't care. She didn't care how much this guy ate. Suddenly, In-na noticed a crumb on the guy's cheek and reached out to remove it. She assured him that she wouldn't take away Young-woo's food, so he had nothing to worry about. However, after such communication with the professor, he felt awkward. Our hero felt that after the teacher's gentle touch his heart began to beat wildly. He blushed deeply and tried to collect all the thoughts that were swirling around in his head. Over dinner, In-na decided to move on to the main issue that interested her. She asked again if the guy had met anyone a few days ago. Young-woo replied that he had only had one meeting with his older sister, Song-mi. The professor asked the girl's last name, and our hero explained that her family, the Nam family from the city of Gyeongju, took care of him as if he were their own child, so Song-mi was like an older sister to him. Upon hearing Nama's last name, In-na immediately reacted strangely. The guy asked her about her reaction because he thought the girl was connected to them, but she replied that she just thought it was a rather rare surname. She said it was nothing important, so Young-woo could continue eating without any problems. As he continued to eat his dinner, the boy thought that the surname Meng was not rare enough. The events take us to the protagonist's older sister, who calls someone on the phone and orders them to check everyone who is near her brother. She noticed that he smelled like someone else, and it was definitely not a human scent. Then we return to Young-woo, and finally the weekend arrives, during which our hero must work and earn his money. He became suspicious because the party was already too late and all the guests looked eccentric. The guy thought that this is what high society looks like, something he had never seen before. And then someone came up to him from behind and asked why the young man was so tense. It was his friend who advised him to relax and be himself, because all he had to do was take orders and serve customers. Someone called the waiter. The acquaintance said goodbye and promised to meet him during the break. Our hero approached the table at which the speech was being delivered. The masked man ordered a glass of the non-alcoholic cocktail, pound 4. Young-woo asked with a friendly look if the visitors needed anything else. Suddenly, some arrogant girl addressed him in English and, due to not understanding the language, immediately asked to call another waiter. The man understood that he would have to endure all the visitors' antics, so he politely asked what exactly was bothering the woman. She explained that the guy allegedly smelled like a commoner, so she needed another waiter. Suddenly his heart began to beat faster as he clarified the order. The girl told Chan-woo to disappear quickly, to which he obediently wished her a good vacation. After leaving, he realized that his racing heart was no longer caused by gynophobia. The guy was irritated by everything around him, but he reassured himself that his life for the next week depended on his work. Among the visitors, he saw a beautiful woman with pink hair, very similar to the professor. The main character did not understand how it happened, how at that moment someone called the waiter to him. He turns to answer, but loses his footing and falls. The guy dropped his glasses on the unpleasant girl he was talking to earlier. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he immediately apologized to the visitor. The lady was embarrassed by the state of her dress and called our hero useless and worthless. Everyone around became interested in what was happening. Frightened, Jong-woo asked the woman if she was hurt, but she only continued to yell at the poor man. She stated that the damaged dress cost her 60 million won. The main character was shocked by such a sum, because now he can't even buy food. The girl was embarrassed because she wore a new dress for the first time. She asked if this guy would do anything, or at least say anything. He bent down in front of her, dropped to all fours among the shards of glass, to apologize. The woman asked if he really thought kneeling would be enough for forgiveness. The girl threatened the guy that she wouldn't let him go just like that. She took the nearest glass of drink and poured it on Young-woo's head. He was frightened by this development of events, and the lady continued to insist that he would have to be punished for his actions. The visitors began to say that this young girl belonged to the Valdemar clan, so, apparently, she was going to take blood from this guy. Dong-min rushed to save his friend and turned to face the woman. He apologized and explained that it was the guy's first time working there, which is why he made such a serious mistake. One of the friends noticed that the leader was already on his way, and we just needed to wait a little. Meanwhile, the main character looked at his savior with tears in his eyes. Dongmin asked the girl to calm down, which embarrassed her, but the guy explained that she was disturbing the other guests. After the woman kicked the waiter, she asked him if he knew who she was. She introduced herself as the heiress of the Valdemar clan and the owner of this hotel, named Valdemar D. Fur. The lady did not want to disgrace herself by listening to the words of some ordinary waiter. Upon hearing that she was the heiress, Youngwoo panicked and asked what he could do to get her forgiveness. The girl bit her finger and ordered to lick the blood off. Her condition was that this guy would lick the blood off the floor. He was still on his knees and did not understand what they wanted from him. The girl hurried to the waiter and assured him that once she fulfilled her condition, she would forget about everything. She threateningly clarified that this was her last word. Jongwoo realized that he had no choice but to obey his mistress's order. Our hero bent down to perform the humiliating task of licking the blood off the floor. But a woman who looks like Professor Pai Inna interrupts this performance. She remarks that this treatment of the waiter is too cruel. The man asks if it is really Inna, but the woman orders him to sit still. The arrogant lady asks her who she is, but the woman continues to make comments about not going that far, even though the dress is indeed ruined because of this man. After some thought, the heiress of the Valdemar clan noted that the waiter had humiliated her, and this punishment was an act of mercy. The woman asked if the lady was going to punish the guy in front of everyone. The girl didn't see a problem because the hotel belonged to her clan, so the information wouldn't go beyond its borders. Inna was embarrassed by her interlocutor's behavior. The professor noted that although she had heard rumors, she did not think that the heiress of the Valdemar clan was such a spoiled girl. The girl was puzzled as she looked at her. She was very outraged that this woman had allowed Waldemar D. Fur to be humiliated in this way. The hotel owner called the manager, who had already arrived at the scene. She ordered the waiter and his bodyguard to be taken out to teach a lesson to those who disrespected the Valdemar clan. The manager was unsure of his boss's decision since they were hotel guests. The owner shouted that this was her order, so the employee was given the right to give further orders to the security guard. The guard surrounded Inna and Youngwoo from all sides and demanded that our heroes follow them. The boy turned to the professor and assured her that it would not be difficult for him to lick the blood off the floor. She listened with a smile as the man said that he didn't want to put Inna in danger, but the woman assured him that she could solve the problem. Inna gently stroked the protagonist's head. Then she tore off her mask, deciding to now behave more harshly with the pompous girl. Recognizing the unmasked woman as Pai Ying-na, everyone around was surprised. The main character could not understand why people reacted this way to his friend's personality. Valdemar D. Fur was not shocked by Inna's appearance, so she asked who she even was. The woman formally introduced herself as Pai Inna, a psychology professor at Arima College, and stated that she was 38 years old. Jongwoo was very surprised by the teacher's age, while the heiress of the Valdemar clan mocked her, believing that her rival was an ordinary woman. Valdemar D. Fur decided to explain that her clan belonged to vampires and threatened her with the ability to control people. She decided to demonstrate her abilities and ordered Inna to kneel. Obviously, this magic had no effect on the professor. The girl didn't understand what was going on, so she tried again, but her efforts didn't bring any results. After the second try, she realized that for some unknown reason her magic wasn't working. Pai Inna noted that Valdemar does not know that blood flows from top to bottom. The girl probably understood something from the woman's phrase. The professor said that we could continue our conversation when Waldemar D. Fur knelt down. Using her powerful magic, Inna forced the arrogant girl to her knees. The hotel owner was unhappy that a woman could manage it. She asked her rival who she was. An enraged Inna told the woman that she shouldn't be so surprised because her heart might not be able to handle it. Suddenly, Valdemar D. Fur screamed and clutched her heart. The professor noted that if the girl is Valdemar's heir, then sacred blood flows in her vessels. But it turned out that Pai Inna had divine blood in her veins, so the girl's confident mood immediately disappeared and was replaced by nervousness. Pai Ying-na's appearance shocked the hotel guests, who had long believed she had disappeared. The woman continued, saying that now that she was outside the clan, she wanted to keep a low profile. But she was furious that Waldemar D. Fur had exceeded the permitted alcohol level. Pai Ying-na explained that one of the clan's rules was that one should not shed blood unnecessarily, but the girl had broken it, so she must be punished. The professor promised not to be too cruel. She only asked Mrs. Valdemar to apologize to everyone around her. In-na showed that it was Zhongwu who should apologize, which is why he was surprised. The girl asked if the woman really wanted her to apologize, not to Mrs. Pai In-na, but to an ordinary guy. The professor replied that Waldemar D. Fur was not obliged to do this if she did not want to. She explained that it was only the girl's own decision, but if she refused, the punishment would become a little harsher. Finally, Mrs. Valdemar appeared before the main character and bowed. Young-woo didn't understand why Pai In-na was doing this for him. Visitors watched as a representative of the famous Valdemar clan bowed before a commoner, and saw in it the power of the divine blood of the Hela clan. Valdemar D. Fur mentally understood that this was not the effect of a spell, because the woman had deliberately relaxed her control so that the girl would bow of her own free will. It was very difficult for the girl to express her apologies. Young-woo was confused by the situation, and the girls were still trying to say something. Pai Ying-na was irritated by the indecision of Valdemar D. and Fur. As a result, instead of apologizing, she began shouting insults at the guy. Valdemar blamed the waiter himself because he fell on her and ruined her dress. She also added that this guy touched her breasts, so she did not want to apologize to this pathetic person. At that moment, Pai Ying-na realized that she shouldn't expect anything else from the girl. Waldemar D. Fur was irritated that the woman continued to insult her. She started screaming that divine blood was only created through incest, so the Pai Ying-na clan were filthy monsters. The girl also noted that the professor also cannot have children, so she has no right to insult Mrs. Valdemar. The professor stood silently, and the last fact surprised the protagonist. Eventually, she confirmed the origin of the divine blood and that she could not give birth to a family member. The woman clarified the fact about the child because he has the opportunity to have a child with an ordinary person. And now, Pai Ying-na has decided to teach Valdemar D. for a lesson after her antics. Using her magic, the professor knocked over one of the glasses of drink. Young-woo decided to warn the girl about the danger. Valdemar D. Fur looked up and saw a whole pyramid of glasses falling on her. She froze in shock, and the main character rushed to save the girl. The events take us to Yoon Hae-soo, who wants to meet Young-woo, but cannot find him. Suddenly, she overheard a conversation between two students who were discussing the fact that Professor Pai Ying-na had unexpectedly taken a day off, and her secret boyfriend was in the hospital. Meanwhile, Young-woo finally came to his senses. The guy asked where he was, and In-na explained that he had gone too far when he saved that girl. The professor began to say that she was very nervous because the doctors said that the man was very emaciated and asked if anything else was bothering him. Young-woo replied that everything was fine, but the catheter was attached to a rather strange place, so he wanted to pull out. In-na suggested asking a nurse for help, and noted that the doctor had already concluded that the man's condition was normal. The boy didn't understand why they were keeping him in a separate room if he was already healthy, but In-na explained that one girl had paid for the treatment. Otherwise, the professor would have sold all his clothes. The woman was glad that everything was okay with Young-woo, because he suffered precisely because of her actions, but he shifted the blame onto himself. In-na said that if she had not been so cruel to Valdemar D. and Fur, everything would have been different. The protagonist decided to put an end to this endless conversation and inquired about the young woman's condition. The woman asked ironically whether he really needed to care about others, since thanks to this guy's actions, no one was hurt. She added that she would have gladly spanked the girl if Young-woo had allowed it, but she did not do so because the guy saved her with his own hands. The protagonist was happy about this and thanked In-na. The professor advised him to stop worrying about others and asked if the boy wanted to know about what was happening in class or something else. He didn't even know what question might interest him. So Young-woo decided to ask if the professor was really 38 years old. In-na choked on her water at such an unexpected question. She asked the man what he meant, and he explained that he didn't believe she was that old. The woman replied sheepishly that she was definitely not 38. The woman accidentally clarified that she was only 100 years older. The main character was incredibly surprised by the information he heard. In-na began to explain irritably that Hells aged much more slowly than humans, and by their standards she was still in her teens. The man asked without hesitation whether the woman with such a face was really more than 1 year old. She felt even more ashamed and did not understand what was wrong with her face, adding that the owner of the hotel was generally over 30 years old. Young-woo tried to calm the woman down and asked why she chose that particular age. She explained that she chose her age by saying that she introduced herself as a professor, so she had to indicate the appropriate age, and not because she wanted to. The guy continued to quietly laugh at In-na, because he had never seen her so funny before. They continued fooling around when someone opened the door. Sunmi's older sister entered the room, surprising Young-woo and In-na. The main character asked how his sister ended up here. The professor immediately met her cold gaze. The girl noticed that her brother looked well and asked what happened, pointing at In-na. The woman was irritated that she was called as if she were some kind of object. She introduced herself as Professor Young-woo with a forced smile and noted that she was the one who brought this guy here. Pai In-na decided to show her friendliness and asked the name of the protagonist's relative. The sister introduced herself as Nam Sunmi, and the teacher was surprised to hear this name. Meanwhile, Sunmi noted that the woman looked quite young for a professor. Young-woo decided to smooth things over by explaining that she was already over 30 and asked her to show respect to the stranger. The older sister, like her brother, was surprised to learn in his age. The professor was embarrassed to see Sunmi's expression when she commented on her age, and she herself felt a little flustered by the awkward situation. The older sister expressed hope that the teacher would not dare raise her hand to this boy. The main character felt that she was a little late with her advice. Sunmi brought up the topic of the guy's hospitalization, and at that moment he thought that she definitely shouldn't have found out about it at her part-time job. The girl immediately threatened her brother with reprisals for lying. After these words, our hero immediately gave in and said that he was working part-time. The older sister immediately got angry because she gives the boy money for living and education so that he doesn't have to work. Suddenly, she ordered Young-woo to drop out of college. Sunmi was happy because the professor was in the room, but the guy was shocked by this verdict. She told Pai In-na that from today onwards her brother would stop going to college. The woman stood up for the main character and emphasized that Young-woo should choose his own future, adding that even his parents would not have gone so far. Sunmi explained that she raised the boy from the age of 3, providing him with money and the opportunity to focus on his studies. She thanked him for caring for her brother, but asked him not to interfere in family matters. The professor wanted to add something else, but Young-woo noted that he was fine, although this was far from true. The older sister ordered the boy to be quiet because he still had a lot of questions for him, and threw the credit card on the bed. Sunmi was outraged by the translation of the phrase crazy sadness and asked about a man named Yoon Hae-soo. She interrogated her because she suspected that her younger brother was involved in a pyramid scheme. The guy understood that as soon as his sister found out the truth about Hae-soo, the girl would be immediately destroyed. Sunmi started shouting and urging Jong-woo on. She slammed her hand on the bed and asked Yoon Hae-soo aggressively again. Suddenly someone knocked on the door, which further alarmed all those involved in the conflict. Hae-soo stood in the doorway, realizing that perhaps she should come back later. The girl froze at the door, and everyone else looked at her carefully. Psychologically, the protagonist panicked and did not understand the reason for Yoon Hae-soo's arrival. Pai In-na started to chase the girl away with a scream and asked what right she had here. Hae-soo, ignoring the comments, said that she would drop by after she finished her business, then handed Young-woo a package and asked him to look at it later. As the man reached into his bag, several drops of blood suddenly fell onto his bed. It turned out that our hero had a nosebleed again, so Pai In-na quickly grabbed a napkin. She started helping the guy, for which he thanked her. The professor angrily asked Yoon Hae-soo if she had forgotten that Young-woo had gynophobia. The girl knew about this, but accidentally touched the young man. The older sister emotionlessly remarked that it was only Young-woo's fault, because his fear was unfounded. She started yelling at her brother again and asking how he was going to cope with his personal life. Sunmi explained his weakness for women by saying that our hero has a kind heart and a kind mind, and everything only comes back to normal after communicating with other people and going out into society. In non, Hae-soo said that it was impossible. The professor explained that this phobia affects the brain and therefore requires professional treatment. Sunmi objected because her younger brother didn't feel any fear around her. Pai and Na suggested that Young-woo simply didn't perceive his sister as a woman. It seemed that Sunmi was not satisfied, but she agreed with this opinion. The protagonist, who was already in a normal state, intervened in the conversation and noted that his sister was completely wrong. Pai-na did not understand what he meant and again repeated the need for treatment. At that moment, Sunmi noticed something and became interested. She asked why Young-woo didn't get a nosebleed near the professor. Hae-soo also suspected this, and In-na realized that she had made a mistake when she became attached to this guy in front of everyone, but she did not want to tell the truth because then chaos would start around her. Meanwhile, Sunmi sarcastically remarked that her brother does not perceive the teacher as a woman because she is over 30 years old. Hae-soo laughed, making Pai and Na angry. The sister found the situation rather strange, but she decided to return to the preliminary conversation. She asked the protagonist about Yoon Hae-soo again, but now the wanted girl was in the room. The guy was confused, and Sunmi asked if he could lend it to someone he didn't know at all. She wanted to finally know everything about the girl, and reminded her that keeping secrets was useless. The older sister assured that she could figure everything out herself, but it was better not to create problems. She was sure that her brother didn't know how to lend money, so he most likely fell into a pyramid scheme or became the victim of a scammer. Furthermore, Sunmi admitted that she spent the money on prostitutes, but Young-woo immediately denied it. Then the girl realized that the guy knew Yoon Hae-soo and asked what was the matter. The sister excitedly told the guy to stop making excuses because she had seen right through him. Meanwhile, Young-woo looked at Hae-soo and didn't know what to do. He wondered what would happen to the girl when he told his older sister everything. Hae-soo herself admitted that she would cause problems for the guy, so the girl had no choice. The protagonist looked at the girl one last time before making his choice. He concluded by saying that Yoon Hae-soo is a good person because he treated a guy like Young-woo well and was there for him during difficult times. The guy added that the girl apparently didn't want to be with someone whose nose bleeds from just one touch, but she accepted him anyway. Young-woo considered her the only person in college who tried to help him live a normal life, and admitted that he gave money for her father's treatment. As a result, the main character admitted that he was the only one who was wrong. Hae-soo was touched that the guy continued to lie for her, even though she even landed him in the hospital. Sunmi came to the conclusion that the girl must definitely repay the debt. She added that if Yoon Hae-soo couldn't do that, then at least she should visit the guy in the hospital. Our hero agreed with his sister, but continued to defend the girl and explained that she had her reasons. Sunmi didn't understand the reasons, but the guy assured her that Hae-soo was a good person. He was just going through hard times. Young-woo bowed to his older sister and asked her not to touch his friend. Hae-soo, meanwhile, was very embarrassed by her actions and the protagonist's noble attitude towards her. Songmi and In-na were surprised because the girl burst into tears. She pretended that nothing was happening. The sister and the professor could not understand what had happened. Hae-soo started saying that she was not that kind of person. The girl finally decided to admit that Yoon Hae-soo was her. Sunmi asked seriously if it was true. Hae-soo bowed and confessed all her sins and deceptions. She confirmed that she had a good time with her friends when poor Young-woo was starving and penniless. At the end of her confession, the girl fell to her knees and finally gave her name. She said her stepfather suffered from exhaustion because of the job he arranged so Hae-soo could go to college. The girl tried to earn extra money, but she couldn't cope with all the problems alone, and due to large debts, she could no longer take out loans. She also told her friends about her problems and that without money, she could become homeless. And her friends listened to her and helped her no matter what. At moments like these, Yoon Hae-soo was incredibly happy. Eventually, she solved all her problems and paid off her debts, but the girl was still haunted by one thought. Hae-soo didn't understand why she had tried so hard before and nothing had worked out. But now, thanks to someone else's work, everything was easily resolved. She explained that she was tired of worries and wanted to live a quiet life. So the girl began to earn millions of won thanks to her successful words. Every time there was a need for money, Yoon Hae-soo would repeat the story of a large sum of money allocated for an emergency operation. But everyone started to disperse, saying that they were very irritated. As a result of her actions, the girl was left completely alone, but this did not bother her. For Hae-soo, money became the most important factor because with a good wallet and clothes, she could make friends with anyone. She started exchanging friends for money. The girl played this perfectly thought-out plan over and over again in her head. After interacting with many people, she met Young-woo. The main character became easy prey for Yoon Hae-soo. She was able to get a lot of money without any difficulty, and for this she could only thank her. Last time, Hae-soo couldn't believe that some guy would be able to borrow 4 million won. She considered our hero a complete idiot because she did not see him as a rich man. The girl didn't believe that after such a deception the guy continued to trust her because it was very strange. Now Yoon Hae-soo was crying because she felt like a terrible person and couldn't go on like this any longer. She continued to sob over her own lies and fell to the floor. The girl bowed and sincerely apologized for her behavior. Everyone in the room looked at her with different feelings, and she continued to say that she had committed a great sin. And even if no one forgives her, Yoon Hae-soo was ready to accept punishment. The protagonist noticed that his sister was picking up the parcel that the debtor had brought. Sun-mi turned the bag over and found that it was completely filled with money. Jong-woo and his sister were usually surprised by the unexpected contents of these books. Yoon Hae-soo explained that this was almost all the money she owed the young man. The girl admitted that she sold all her property, but still did not collect the required amount. She understood that it still did not compare to what her own actions had led to. Hae-soo promised to return the remaining debt under any circumstances, but this still did not satisfy our hero's older sister. Suddenly, Sun-mi exploded and yelled at the girl because she felt that returning the money was not enough after Young-woo had become exhausted to the limit. The sister noted that people like Hae-soo are called spinners. The girl lay on the floor in tears, and Sun-mi added that there would be no forgiveness. Young-woo jumped out of bed to stop his older sister. He stood up for his girlfriend and asked her to give her a second chance. A quarrel broke out between the brother and sister, which caused the protagonist to get another nosebleed. Our hero uncompromisingly noted that this only concerned him and Hae-soo, so Song-mi should not mind her own business. The girl looked furiously at her little brother for several more long seconds. She suddenly calmed down and emphasized that the guy had matured and could now answer her on his own. Sun-mi turned around and let her brother do what he decided. The elder sister turned around one last time and looked at Pai-ying-na. The professor drove Hae-soo away, despite the main character's opinion, because she still did not trust this girl. She agreed and began to rise from the floor, and Ina decided to add something else. The teacher advised the girl to apologize to all the other victims of the deception. Yoon Hae-soo stood up and walked out of the room, closing the door behind her. The main character was glad that everything was finally over. Ina slapped him on the head and asked irritably what he meant by too much. The boy didn't understand what was happening, and the professor explained that he had only received half the money, so it wasn't over yet. Our hero objected because Hae-soo promised to return the entire amount in installments. Because of Young-woo's kind behavior, the woman called him compassionate and a conqueror of women's hearts. As evening approached, Ina began to ponder the origins of her partner's older sister. Meanwhile, Sun-mi called someone to report a code red because she exposed Hella as her brother's college professor. Meanwhile, after being discharged from the hospital, the protagonist finally paid the rent for the apartment. Eventually, Young-woo was able to stop constantly thinking about money. Although the problems had disappeared, something still bothered the guy. He continued to worry about Hae-soo. Young-woo also heard that the girl is now actively apologizing to everyone from whom she borrowed money for the fake operation. He admitted that she had probably had to listen to a lot of harsh words directed at her. Our hero realized that, unfortunately, he could not help his friend in any way. Besides, this guy was not able to take care of her. Meanwhile, the young man heard the girls nearby discussing his relationship with Pai Jina. One of the students said that the professor even took a day off when her boyfriend was hospitalized. During the conversation, the name of the course and the name of our hero were also clearly noted. One of the friends joked that he was still just a child, and another thought about the reasons for the relationship between a mature woman and a man. Jong-woo was already uncomfortable listening to this conversation, and in the meantime, the girls were discussing the number of the professor's young partners. The main character was embarrassed because even Ina tried to seduce him, but she failed. The guy didn't like that the girls said such nasty things without knowing the professor. Young-woo then noticed that he had become overprotective of In-na and became angry because of the insults directed at her. The conversation between the students then turned to the reasons why the boy himself started dating the woman, and they wondered whether it was because of looks or money. Our hero was on the edge of nervous tension when someone put a hand on his shoulder and asked why the young man had such a tense face. Dongmin noticed that this behavior was completely different from his friend's behavior. He was holding an envelope in his hands, which the girl asked him to give away. Our hero had absolutely no idea who we were talking about. Dongmin explained that he was referring to the woman's youthful pomposity in calling Young-woo trash. The friend added that the guy should have seen her face when he passed out saving her, and the main character asked him to explain what he was talking about. After this question, the man seemed embarrassed. Dongmin said that the girl had a face like a woman in love. The friend started to tease him, saying it was a love letter, but Young-woo objected because he thought it was about work. The guy thought it was about love, but added that our hero still had Pai and Na. They laughed together, and Dongmin confirmed that the professor really liked the guy. He said that at the hotel, a woman grabbed the unconscious Young-woo and ran to the first floor, so even Dongmin couldn't catch up with her. Meanwhile, the gossips overheard the conversation between the friends and realized that Pai and Na himself was standing in front of them. Therefore, the main character became nervous and decided to part with his friend and leave as soon as possible. Dongmin, caring about the guy, noted that if things continue in the same spirit, then difficult times await Pai and Na. He hoped that Young-woo wouldn't attach much importance to the opinions of others. Our hero decided to hide around the corner of the college building. The guy thought about the fact that the relationship between a student and a professor gives rise to rumors, but being the center of attention is quite tiring. He came to the conclusion that the problem was precisely that they were both student and teacher at the same time. This guy also added that the professor is Hella, which complicates the situation even more. The protagonist wondered if In-na would attack him at the first opportunity, but then decided to discard those thoughts because they weren't even a couple. The boy again wondered why the professor liked him and admitted that she was putting him in a difficult position. He came back and looked at his reflection. Young-woo suspected that he was simply a handsome man, so the woman chose him from all the candidates. Our hero understood that he did not stand out in any way and was a fairly ordinary guy. After such a stream of thoughts, the guy's mood sharply worsened, and he wondered why he cared about this relationship at all. The saddest thing was that he had no one to talk to about this topic. This guy tried to influence the spread of rumors, but Pai In-na's straightforwardness prevented him from doing so. The events moved to the professor's office, where she talks with her employee. Ina asked if she was at fault in any of the situations, and the other woman began to justify herself, saying that she had not meant anything bad. It turned out to be the college president, who was concerned about rumors spreading about the professor. The teacher said that there was nothing to worry about. Butcho didn't understand her words, and In-na explained that spreading rumors was not an important matter. The professor added that spreading them is even better because sooner or later the rumors may be confirmed. She asked the woman to leave everything as it was. The teacher bared her teeth and approached the president's neck threateningly, but the latter understood the order without it. She put her finger to the woman's lips and told her not to say anything. The events then move on to Sunmi's walk around the city. She met with a mysterious man who had an envelope and who reported the end of the investigation, but also wanted to add something about his younger brother. The husband was very nervous and could not tell what he had learned about Chanwoo. He eventually revealed that the guy was having an affair with an older woman, Pai Ing-na. Sunmi irritably grabbed the envelope containing the investigation materials and saw a photograph of a frightened professor carrying her brother in her arms. The girl was furious at what she saw, because she knew that In-na was not even human. Events returned to the main character, who is apparently confused by some new appearance of the professor. He bursts into Pai Ing-na's office in a rage and asks her from the doorway if she has gone crazy. In the room, he saw a nearly naked woman and her assistant choosing underwear. Jongwoo immediately slams the door without even realizing his actions. Pai Ing-na was pleased to note that the guy had arrived just in time. She asked the guy to choose the better of 2 sets of underwear. Naturally, the embarrassed guy immediately asked to change the topic of conversation. The professor coquettishly hinted that her heart was beating very fast, and then asked what Young-woo wanted to ask. Young-woo asked with a serious expression what Pai In-na did. The protagonist explained that he was unhappy that the teacher came to his class and invited this guy to dinner in front of everyone. The professor hinted that the dinner would be special because she was hella and needed blood, so Young-woo himself would be the dessert. The woman once again reminded that she plans to have a child with our hero. She pinned the guy against the wall and explained that everything she does or says may seem unexpected, but she does it on purpose. Pai In-na noted that if Young-woo doesn't want to hear rumors about their relationship, he can simply deny them himself. She asked why this guy hasn't done it yet. The woman suggested that the real reason was that the young man sympathized with her. Suddenly, In-na reached out to Young-woo's neck and bit him. The professor wanted to do this despite the boy's resistance, but he still tried to resist. With sheer willpower, Hella was able to suppress her instincts and feel sorry for the young man. But she still hadn't canceled tonight's dinner at 7, so she reminded the guy. Eventually, Young-woo was able to calm down and agree to all the conditions. The puzzled protagonist left the professor's office. Pai In-na admitted that she feels guilty when she raises her hand to a boy, but for her it is not that important. Meanwhile, the guy was thinking about the letter and was not going to ignore it. Arriving home, he sat down to work, but thought only about the professor's persistent requests. In addition, at this time, Young-woo was busy with many tasks related to his college studies. While the main character was performing these numbers, it was time to get ready for dinner with Pai Ing-na. Despite numerous academic debts, the student did not mind spending time with the professor. The guy hoped that on the first date she would not bother him, but would only take his hand whenever possible. Silly thoughts began to creep into his head again, but the guy tried to push them away and convince himself that there were no romantic feelings in this relationship. Young-woo thought calmly that the woman only wanted his blood. At the end of his reflections, he came to the conclusion that Professor Hella was therefore very different from him. This guy was wondering whether he should agree if Pai In-na asked him for blood. He convinced himself again that it was just dinner, without any romantic feelings. Suddenly, someone rang the doorbell. The guy jumped up because he thought that the professor had already arrived. Suddenly, the door is broken down, and several men in suits enter her house. They asked Young-woo to come with them, but he didn't understand what was going on. The main character wanted to know where they were taking him. In the car, he asked this question again, but no one around him answered. Upon arrival, the men lined up in the hallway and informed the young man that they were there. It was an elegant room with a table for 2 in the middle and a panoramic window offering a magnificent view of the evening city. Young-woo couldn't believe that Pai In-na would rent out an entire restaurant just to be alone with him. The man moved closer to the window to admire the view. He admired the beauty of the evening city and compared cars to stars. From behind, our hero heard the click of a heel and a question about his clothes. The voice asked if he had a change of clothes with him, because the main character was wearing house clothes. It turned out that it was not a professor at all, but a young hotel owner who did not like the appearance of this young man at all. Confused, Jong-woo asked why Waldemar D. Fur was here. The girl was irritated by this question, because she was the one who wanted to have dinner with the guy and at least get a little gratitude and compliments. It seemed that Young-woo didn't realize that the envelope he never opened contained not his salary for his work, but an invitation to dinner. Fur was surprised that this guy followed the strangers and came here without knowing anything. The girl wanted to atone for her guilt resulting from the incident at the party. She gave Young-woo a blank check on which he could write any amount. The main character was surprised by such a gift. He realized that with this money, he could buy a professional camera and pay for his college education. But in the end, this man did not want to accept such an apology. Fur couldn't figure out if this guy wanted a blank check or even money. Suddenly the girl had another guess. She thought the guy was after her and not her money, but he denied it. Young-woo explained that he didn't need anything because he was in the wrong in that situation too. Because of this, Fur considered the protagonist to be a strange person and believed that he had ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Young-woo gently grabbed the girl's face and looked straight into her eyes, expressing concern that she might have damaged her pretty face. Fur was irritated and embarrassed by such close contact with the guy, and she forbade him to touch her without permission. The protagonist explained that she simply looked like a younger sister, and at that moment he noticed that gynophobia did not affect this girl. He suspected that it might have something to do with Fur being a vampire, since the professor had mentioned something similar before. Suddenly the guy remembered that today, at 7 o'clock, he was supposed to have dinner at the Pai Ingna restaurant. He thought she would come here, but Fur was surprised by the young man's question about the professor, because this is a closed area. Our hero was excited because he understood that there would be no one here except him and the girl. Young-woo suspected that his presence here could be seen as betrayal of Pai In-na. So the young man quickly said goodbye to Fur and explained that he still had an appointment with the professor. The girl didn't like it because she was the one who invited the guy on a date first. Suddenly, a group of men who were not employees of the hotel owner burst into the room. They broke through the security, and the younger of the girls was extremely unhappy with this turn of events. The men ran up and surrounded the main character and the girl. As it turned out, it was an enraged Sunmi who came here in search of Pai In-na. Young-woo wanted to know the reason for his sister's visit, but she told him to remain silent. It turned out that Fur knew Sunmi and was angry at such guests, because she had previously asked her not to show up again. The older sister explained that she herself did not want this meeting, but the girl touched something that belonged to the Nam family, namely her brother. Fur was confused when she heard about her brother. Sunmi said that the guy in the room was her relative, and this was a serious reason to break up. Young-woo was surprised to learn that his sister and girlfriend knew each other and wanted to know more, but Songmi again ordered him to remain silent. Meanwhile, the older sister demanded that Fur give her Pai Injana, after which she would apologize for such a rude intrusion. Apparently, this behavior enraged the young woman, and she began to make threats. She noted that they were in the Valdemar clan's domain, so they needed to behave politely in order to get out unharmed. Sunmi was not afraid and replied that she was ready for any development of events. She presented evidence that Waldemar Corp had a long history of tax evasion, which could have created a lot of problems for the company. Sunmi added that this was not a threat, but just an exchange. Fur's rage reached its limit, so she began to drive away her rival, noting that she would never give her anything. She added that more blood would need to be shed to achieve her goal, and Sunmi looked at the young lady in surprise. The elder sister snorted in displeasure and nevertheless decided to leave with her people. Fur was the last to add that Hell were called the rulers of the night and lovers of the blood god, but they were still just a bunch of killers. Sunmi replied that if the Valdemar clan wanted to continue leading a bohemian lifestyle, they would need to start observing the laws of humanity. The elder sister took Jongwoo with her and left the residence of the Valdemar clan. Fur was angry about the unpleasant encounter and ordered the staff to leave her alone. Reflecting on the evening city, she remembered the news that Sunmi had a brother. Once outside, Youngwoo asked his sister what had just happened and why she was looking for the professor. The girl explained that Hela had broken one of the human rules. The guy asked how Sunmi knew about Inna's origins and the existence of Hell in general. The sister confirmed that she knew about their clan and added that she was not the only one who knew about them. She noted that only her brother did not know about Hela. Sunmi explained that the Nam family had been fighting the Hells for centuries, until a point came when both sides thought they had destroyed each other. This guy couldn't believe that they actually killed each other. Sunmi said it was probably even worse than a regular murder. Youngwoo immediately asked, nervously, what she was going to do with the professor. The sister assured her that they would not kill her, but they could drive her away for several decades. But she added that if Pai Ing-na does not comply with the demands, the worst-case scenario could happen. The protagonist was unhappy with this answer, as he considered the professor innocent and not deserving of such punishment. Sunmi shouted at her brother to wake up. She explained that the Kalas were monsters who manipulated the hearts of others and forced them into submission. The sister was sure that her brother had also fallen under the influence of this magic, but he denied it. He felt that Pai Ina had done nothing of the sort, but it made him fall in love with her in other ways. Sunmi wanted to say something, but the guy interrupted her and added that, in principle, he was not very interested in this woman. This is how he explained the lack of manipulation. If there had been any, he would have liked the professor much more. The older sister said that she couldn't bear to see the boy in such a state, so she advised him to go home and calm down. The protagonist protested against her decisions because he considered himself old enough. In response, the girl said that Youngwoo couldn't even take care of himself, but he assured her that he could. Suddenly, in the middle of the quarrel, someone called our hero. The older sister allowed the boy to answer the phone. He didn't understand who could be calling at this time. Looking at the smartphone screen, the young man saw that it was Pai Ing-na. Sunmi, and even those around her, saw that it was the professor. Pai Ina herself was already at this guy's house and was looking for him. Noticing the footprints on the floor, she realized that someone had broken in and that there were many of them. At the same time, all the valuables were in their places. Ina saw that the guy didn't even have time to finish his business. After what she saw, she had a bad feeling. Meanwhile, everyone around Chanwoo froze in anticipation of his next actions. The main character was trying to figure out what was going on when the professor managed to enter her number into his phone and sign up sweetly. The guy suspected that she might have done this during their lunch together. Finally, the sister decided to ask what it was, but the guy didn't know how to answer. In his confused thoughts, he tried to find the best solution to the current situation. Sunmi asked to give her the phone. She decided to answer the professor's call herself. Pai Na immediately became upset, asking where Youngwoo was, but his older sister replied that he was in no position to talk to a woman right now. Sunmi threateningly advised her to watch her words and hung up. After this short conversation, the protagonist realized that his sister was incredibly angry. After talking with her older sister, Youngwoo In-na was also not in the best mood. She decided to call Youngwoo's number again, and they even answered. Professor Soap asked if this was a conversation with Nam Sunmi. She asked if this guy was sitting next to his sister, but she asked irritably what would happen if this guy was nearby. Pai Na tried to stay calm, to think about how to solve this problem. The professor invited her interlocutor to a meeting to have a little chat. Nam Sunmi was interested in this proposal and asked about the meeting place. They agreed to meet at Grandma's Coal Ribs restaurant. They also decided that Youngwoo would also be present, and Sunmi wanted to understand whether it was a trap or not. And besides, the sister did not want her brother to meet with this woman again. Sunmi took this step because Hela herself seemed to be floating in her hands, so this opportunity could not be missed. Youngwoo's older sister promised to reserve a table for the meeting. As a result, the whole company gathered in one place. Sunmi was very tense and immediately analyzed the situation around her, but due to the large number of witnesses, she could not take any active action, although she did not feel safe. Ina noted that the girl had better take off her coat because it might smell like meat. She removed her outer clothing, where the weapon was located, and suspected that Hela might have noticed the hidden danger. Sunmi realized that the professor herself had no vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, Ina happily noted that she would never have thought that she would be dining at the same table with the Nam family. She remembered the agreement made between their families many years ago and noticed that time was flying by incredibly quickly. The woman tried to joke that if Sunmi continued to look at her like that, the meat might burn, and finally offered to eat because she had confidence in this place, since she had been visiting it for 70 years. After Sunmi mentioned the time she visited this restaurant, she suspected that the establishment might have some connection with Helami. At this moment, Na was carefreely enjoying the delicious food. She wrapped the meat in lettuce leaves coated with sesame oil, just the way Youngwoo likes it. The woman decided to tenderly feed the man by hand. The guy got nervous because of the professor's actions, and she didn't understand what was happening. Even the older sister didn't like this development, so she knocked the food out of the professor's hands. The girl became furious and ordered Na to stop fooling around. After this, the food into which the woman had poured her love for Chan ended up on the floor. The professor pointed out that it was not appropriate to address food that way, but Sunmi was not about to listen to Hella's statements. The older sister said she had heard rumors that Pai-ina had her eye on her brother and asked irritably if she was going to stick her fangs in him too. The professor explained that they didn't even hold hands, and the rumors in college arose because the woman helped in a situation with a restless girl. Sunmi didn't understand how she could say such a thing after seducing a guy 118 years younger than herself. Ina replied that she had never had anything with this guy, which did not please Youngwoo's older sister. Songmi was terribly outraged that this woman had indecent plans for her younger brother. She slammed her fist on the table in anger. The protagonist realized that his older sister had fallen into an incredible rage. Sunmi asked if the professor still wanted to do something with her brother, but she ate and pretended not to hear anything. Ina calmly sat down at the table and ate her dinner with pleasure, as if not noticing the irritated girl. After swallowing the food, the professor declared his serious intentions to enter into a relationship with Youngwoo in the future. She explained that she could no longer imagine how such an innocent boy could be left alone, and stated that if there was love between them, then age did not matter. Ina believes that adults like them can solve such issues themselves. She turned to Youngwoo for support, who was upset and confused by the woman's speech. The boy confirmed the professor's words, which also worried his sister. He noticed that Sunmi couldn't help but feel attracted to Ina. The main character wanted to say something else, but his sister stopped him because she had already heard everything. She agreed that age didn't matter for true love, but the main problem was that this woman belonged to Hell. Sunmi suspected Hella of ill intentions, since she decided to choose a member of the Nam family as her husband. Ina assured that she had no special plans, but the Nama representative still did not believe her. The professor noted that Sunmi's faith was unlikely to depend on words. The woman asked if she would really be here if she had any thoughts about Youngwoo. She realized that if she had any evil plans, she would have already done everything with this guy. The protagonist noticed that there was a very tense atmosphere between the girls, and he did not understand whether he should intervene in the conflict. Sunmi exhaled and calmed down enough to say that she didn't care what the professor said. The girl said that she would never approve of the relationship between her brother and Pai-ina. Meanwhile, Ina very calmly noted that Sunmi has no right to interfere in their relationship and choose a woman for the guy. She explained that the older sister wouldn't be able to spend her entire life with Youngwoo anyway. The girl slammed her hand on the table and said that she could be with her brother all her life. The protagonist and the professor did not understand Sunmi's answer at all. Even the girl's employees were surprised by their boss's statement. In-na is confused by the meaning of Sunmi's words because it is the same thing that already happened to Yoon-hae-soo. The woman noticed that Youngwoo's sister was seriously intending to interfere in his relationship, and perhaps she was even interested in him and wanted to raise a future husband for herself. Meanwhile, the protagonist was nervous about his older sister's plans, and the professor thought that the fight with Sunmi would be quite fierce. Meanwhile, the girl explained that the woman for Youngwoo will be assessed by her personally according to many criteria. There was no way Sunmi was going to give her brother to a crazy woman who appeared out of nowhere. Finally, Youngwoo intervened and pointed out that his sister couldn't talk about such things. The girl asked how else she could respond to the woman after such a quarrel, but the guy still did not appreciate the insult addressed to Pai-in-na. Sunmi suspected that her brother had sided with her opponent. She started explaining again that this guy thought Hella was good and normal, because he didn't realize she was actually a monster who had been killing people just a few decades ago. The girl asked if Youngwoo knew the death toll, but he didn't know because his sister never spoke about the events. Sunmi was irritated because the guy seemed to blame her for her silence. She grabbed him by the clothes and asked threateningly, "Since when did my brother start contradicting her?" The boy didn't know what to answer, and his older sister continued to press him. Tears welled up in Young-woo's eyes, and he asked the girl to let him go. The sister didn't understand what happened to this guy, because he protects everyone, even the debtor from the hospital. The protagonist noted that Haesu had nothing to do with this situation. Sunmi asked irritably why her brother could so easily trust some monster more than the man who raised him. The protagonist explained that it was not a matter of trust, but rather that he knew a little more than his sister. The girl didn't understand anything and asked what Chanwoo knew. The boy explained that the professor was definitely not the type who could harm him. Hearing such innocent words, Pai In-na's heart began to beat faster. The guy didn't know what to do because it seemed like he had seriously offended his sister with his actions. Young-woo got scared and thought she wanted to hit him because she suddenly raised her hand. In fact, the girl asked for 4 bottles of soy alcoholic drink to be brought to their table. While they waited, Sunmi wondered why her brother trusted Hella. She decided to find out the reasons and poured herself a glass of soy. The girl decided to do this with the help of alcohol and get In-na drunk. The professor asked if they would now conduct interrogations using alcohol. Sunmi confirmed her intentions, and the woman agreed and drank the first glass. The girl's first question was about the reasons why In-na loved Young-woo so much, and in general, the girl asked what the professor knew about this guy. The woman started saying that she liked that the guy knew when to stop and stop others, that he listened genuinely and attentively when others spoke, that he was both sweet and cool. Sunmi wasn't surprised by the list, noting that her brother couldn't go to middle school without holding her hand. In-na understood the path her rival had chosen, so she explained that over time she would be able to learn more about the guy. The professor also decided to fight, so she asked if her sister really loved Young-woo, because everything she heard from her was quite strange. She saw that Songmi had blushed deeply and suspected that she had revealed the truth. The girl quickly pulled herself together, explained that it was because of the alcohol, and quickly drank the next glass. The effects of the alcohol began to show when the girls drank the first bottle. A drunk In-na confessed that Sunmi couldn't believe Young-woo's sympathy because she didn't know what kind of girls her brother liked. The girl jumped up abruptly and irritably asked what the woman meant. Suddenly, she took off her blouse and exposed her breasts. Sunmi noted that she wears a size 5, and her brother was very ashamed of her behavior. The girl assured that it was because of her that the guy liked big breasts so much, which made In-na very happy. The woman thanked Songmi because now this guy also gives her a lot of love. Sunmi was irritated by such familiarity on the part of the professor. Meanwhile, In-na noted that the condition of hair and skin is also important for a woman. So in a few decades the girl will grow old, but Hella will still be attractive. A very drunk Songmi began to see from such assumptions, and Young-woo, meanwhile, wanted to calm her down and try to protect her from further drinking. Now she started yelling at her brother because she was irritated by his comments, since she had organized this party specifically for him. The girl said that if a guy doesn't like something, he should drink it himself, and she started forcing him to drink it. In-na was surprised by this sister's behavior towards her poor brother, who fell under her oppression. The protagonist's condition suddenly worsened, and he felt as if he was floating somewhere in the clouds. Many thoughts flashed before Young-woo's eyes, and he noticed that something strange was happening. The guy didn't understand why everything around was shrouded in fog, and assumed it was because of the soybeans. He eventually lost consciousness, feeling ill. Young-woo woke up in the morning and accidentally touched some woman's body. He saw that he was sleeping in the same bed with his professor. The other hand fell on his sister, so the boy was very upset about what happened yesterday. In-na also woke up and immediately hugged the upset protagonist. It turned out that the woman had dragged the guy by force all the way to the house. She abruptly pressed Young-woo to the bed and suggested that he lie down a little longer because today was her day off. The professor started to pester the guy, so they woke up Sunmi. The girl stood up and looked angrily at the cute couple. She brutally grabbed the woman and pulled her away from her defenseless brother. Young-woo was very embarrassed by the whole situation and begged the girls to stop. Meanwhile, they started fighting with each other. The protagonist decided to cover the professor and his sister with a blanket so that they could finally calm down. He leaned over them menacingly and asked what they were doing now. Sunmi immediately shifted the blame onto In-na, but the guy stopped her and said that two grown women could not act like that in front of man. As for the professor, he also scolded her for not being able to approach him in front of the entire class, but In-na listened to him attentively and calmly. After an informative conversation with his sister and teacher, Youngwoo asked if they understood everything. Finally, he went to make pollock soup and ordered the women to sit quietly. Inna decided to pack her things and leave because Chanwoo was angry with her. Sunmi noted that this woman was very dangerous, and she still did not trust her. The girl assured that she was always watching, so the professor should be more careful. In response, the woman said that Sunmi should stop loving her younger brother because relatives cannot be together. At the end of her advice, Inna said goodbye and left. Without saying anything, Sister Youngwoo took care of her rival. She thought seriously about the words about the impossibility of a love affair between relatives. But such advice would only be correct if Songmi and Youngwoo were blood relatives. The events moved to a hospital, where the girl was admitted to carry out some task. Sunmi thought that they were probably taking blood illegally when a nurse accidentally pushed her and spilled blood on the floor. We return to the protagonist, who says that his sister stayed with him because she had business nearby. He remembered the conversation between Sunmi and Fur, so he suspected that his sister was on a dangerous mission. At that moment, she returned home covered in blood, which immediately worried the guy. Youngwoo began asking about the girl's condition, but she assured him that there was nothing to worry about. Of course, the guy couldn't help but be nervous because his sister came home covered in blood. The main character was bombarded with questions, but Sunmi explained that it was not related to any incident and said that she was working at a blood donation center and the contents of one of the bags spilled on her. Youngwoo was very worried that his sister might do something dangerous. She assured him that he was fine, and the guy finally calmed down. Suddenly, the protagonist asked if the center and the sister's work were in any way connected with Helami. He suspected this because Songmi would hardly volunteer without a reason. The older sister raised her voice because she was irritated that this guy was interfering in her affairs. Youngwoo didn't understand what the girl meant and explained that he was simply worried and concerned about her. Sunmi remarked that she didn't like it at all, which surprised the main character a little. The guy admitted that he always thought that one day his sister would tell him the whole truth, so he just waited. He thought that Sunmi didn't consider him a member of her family. The protagonist wanted to add something else, but in the end he was unable to express his opinion. He just walked away and finally said that the dinner he had prepared was in the refrigerator. The older sister was very tired, so she didn't want to eat, and Youngwoo went to bed. The girl sat by the bed and regretted that everything turned out this way. She thought about the reasons why things could have turned out this way. Arriving at college in the morning, the protagonist met his friend, who noticed a change in the guy's mood. Youngwoo started telling him that yesterday his sister came home covered in blood, and Dongmin immediately became interested. Yesterday, the guy explained the whole situation and asked his friend for advice. This guy advised the main character to go to his sister's work and find out everything himself. He encouraged Youngwoo by saying that if it was really dangerous there, then we needed to intervene immediately. A friend strongly advised the guy to run to the blood donation center as soon as possible. Sunmi assured that he would contact the main character himself. Only now did Youngwoo notice that this guy was a pretty good friend. He thanked her and ran to save his older sister. Sunmi thought that her friend needed a lot of attention. At the donor center, the main character was met by Songmi, dressed in a nurse's uniform. The girl herself was surprised to see her younger brother here. The guy managed to say a few words when Sunmi dragged him somewhere. She asked why the guy had come, and he explained that he wanted to find out what the girl was doing. His presence irritated the older sister, so she ordered her brother to leave quickly. Jongwoo immediately remembered that yesterday Songmi had assured him that there was no danger here. The man noted that this allows him to stay, since he has the right to know what his sister is doing and to help her. He asked again if they were really related. The girl wanted to notice something, but someone called out to her and asked if everything was okay. Another nurse asked Sunmi if she knew this guy. The girl was irritated by her friend's curiosity, and she didn't know how to explain everything. The protagonist decided to admit that he was Sunmi's brother and came here to help. The nurse noted that Sunmi had a very handsome and sweet brother. She was glad that everything worked out this way, because they simply didn't have enough people. The nurse told Young-woo to change his clothes first because everything had to be clean at the blood donation station. The protagonist was glad to have the opportunity to work with his sister. When the nurse left, Sunmi pushed the guy against the wall because she didn't like the way things were going. The sister told the boy not to linger here and to do everything exactly as instructed. She also promised that the young man would be punished for his behavior at home. Young-woo thought that the girl was going to hit him, but in the end she decided to wait, but the guy did not understand why Songmi was so tense. The main character found it strange that, no matter how you looked at it, the blood donation point looked quite ordinary. So he didn't understand why his older sister hid her work here. The guy thought that perhaps his worries were in vain. Meanwhile, the nurse watched the young man at work and analyzed his physique. Our hero perfectly matched some of the criteria that the girl needed. The last question she decided to ask herself was about where Jong-woo taught. The nurse remarked that the boy could be mistaken for a high school student and said that he did not look like Miss Sunmi at all. The protagonist explained that they were not actually blood relatives because his parents died when Young-woo was still a child. The girl sympathized with the guy and noted that she had a good relationship with her sister because she always came to him earlier in the evening and did not have dinner with the team. She decided to put these stories aside for later and finally asked what interested her. The nurse warned that it might seem strange, but asked for an explanation. She came closer to Young-woo and asked if he was a virgin. The boy became very scared. He developed gynophobia, and his nose started bleeding. He asked why the nurse needed this information, and she replied that she was afraid for the guy. The protagonist spoke about his fear of women, which in extreme cases causes nosebleeds. From this explanation, the nurse understood that the young man had never had a girlfriend. She grabbed the boy's hand to take him to another room and help him stop the bleeding. The nurse escorted Young-woo down the long stairs. Psychologically, our hero could not understand why the girl was so strong that he could not break free. The room on the right contained medical equipment and a chair. The girl told the guy to lie down on this chair. The man asked why they were here and why this place was underground. Before the nurse could finish speaking, Chan-woo was already chained to a chair. Putting on gloves, the girl explained that the underground room was intended for soundproofing. The main character didn't like this state of affairs, so he tried to escape. The nurse told him to calm down because his nose was still bleeding. She licked the blood off her finger and explained that she needed to remove a lot of the red liquid before it started dripping. Chan-woo got scared and asked why the girl needed his blood. She explained that someone had placed a special order for a virgin, and our hero fit the description perfectly. The nurse injected the man with some medicine and inserted a catheter. He didn't understand why the center employee was concerned about anything other than blood type, and she explained that all sorts of other factors influence taste as well. The nurse joked that she herself didn't understand the management's tastes, and the main character was surprised that they were going to drink his blood. The guy suspected that this girl might actually be Hella. She was pleasantly surprised that the young man knew of their existence, but noted that she was only their slave. The girl apparently noticed that her victim was scared, so she explained that she did not intend to kill our hero. But there was one catch. Now this guy was obliged to live here, where he was fed 3 times a day, he could sleep and train at any time, and also donate healthy blood to the people who needed it. The nurse noted with a smile that many years would pass from now until the client got tired of Young-woo's blood. The protagonist felt weak because the blood sampling procedure had begun and began to fall asleep. This guy was afraid that he didn't know what would happen to him after his consciousness finally left his body. Overcome with drowsiness, he tried to call for help. Young was trying to call his older sister when suddenly someone knocked threateningly on the door. The nurse was in shock and couldn't understand who it could be. The force of the impact began to deform the iron door. Eventually, someone kicked her and burst into the underground office. It was an angry Sunmi. The girl became nervous and asked what brought her partner there. She tried to attack the boy's older sister with a scalpel, but she deftly dodged the blows. Sunmi counterattacked and hitting the nurse with her knee, pushed her aside. As a result, the rescuer quickly neutralized the employee and incapacitated her. The nurse was unhappy about being exposed, while Sunmi noted that she had called her family, so soon all the center's employees would be arrested. Youngwoo's sister explained that she found her brother using the GPS on his phone. After some time, the Nam family members arrived and were delighted that Songmi had finally managed to expose the villains who were illegally collecting blood. In a semi-conscious state, Youngwoo was able to see his relatives and did not understand what they were doing there. Meanwhile, the girl ordered that the guy be taken away from here as quickly as possible. She asked permission to go further so that no one would come here. Sunmi was furious that the nurse dared to touch her brother. She grabbed her by the hair and looked at her with a threatening, merciless gaze. Looking straight into the eyes of her brother's offender, the girl threatened that she would have a very serious conversation with adults. After their adventures at the blood donation center, our heroes returned to Youngwoo's house, where he apologized for the trouble they caused, and his sister reminded him that heels can manipulate hearts. Sunmi again noted that the columns cannot be trusted because they may not always be so lucky. She asked the guy not to tell anyone about today's events. It was better that no one knew about their connection with her. The protagonist realized that all this time his older sister was simply worried about him, and he argued with her, not understanding anything. The guy realized that from now on, he needed to be more careful. The day after his failed attempt to donate blood at the donation center, Youngwoo went to college. He felt almost nothing because his blood was transfused back into him. But remembering these events, he experiences mental anguish. The protagonist stood and thought about his salvation thanks to his older sister, when someone approached him from behind. Apparently, it was In-na, who was happy to meet Youngwoo, but scared the guy with her appearance. The woman mockingly asked if the man was scared. She reached out to touch the guy, but he slapped her hand sharply. The professor couldn't understand why her presence frightened him so much. Meanwhile, Youngwoo remembered his sister's words about the Hellas being dangerous monsters. He apologized and ran away from In-na, but she didn't understand anything. The woman wanted to find the man, but he disappeared around the corner of the building. She was very upset and continued to look for the main character in hope. Ina noted that the guy was acting too strangely. She came to the office to complain to her assistant, and the employee suggested that the man's avoidant behavior could be related to the age difference between the woman and Youngwoo. The professor denied this, as he had said more than once that age did not matter if they loved each other. The assistant responded to this by saying that the guy never said that he loved In-na, but his behavior still remains a mystery because everyone was happy with everything before. The woman decided to find out directly by asking the man about the reasons. She was very motivated, so she jumped up and shouted that sitting back while Youngwoo avoided her was wrong. Meanwhile, the main character, sitting at home, was wondering why everything turned out this way with the professor. She really scared the guy, and besides, he doesn't know Ina well enough to be sure that she won't cause harm. The boy remembered again the first time he saw Hella's true nature, when the professor drank the blood of another person, and wondered if that was really how she fed. He was faced with a dilemma. Should he now avoid this woman, as his older sister had asked him to? It was at that moment that an incoming call from Pai In-na appeared on Youngwoo's phone screen. This guy didn't understand whether he needed to answer the professor. He noticed that the woman lost consciousness too quickly. The main character immediately heard a knock on the door of the house. He couldn't believe his assumptions, so he opened them and saw them on the threshold of the hotel. The woman herself was in a good mood when Youngwoo was incredibly upset. The man asked how she knew he was home, and the professor explained that she called specifically to hear the ringtone and make sure he was home. The guy opened the door a little and asked why he came here. The woman pushed the door open with all her might and grabbed Youngwoo by the hand. She explained the reason for her visit by saying that she wanted to invite the main character on a date. The young man was upset because it was already late, but In-na wanted to go for a walk with him since their last meeting was ruined by the guy's sister. The professor said that there was no need to worry about time because they would be going in her car. She invited the guy to sit in her luxury car. Ina brought him to a lingerie store so that the main character could help her choose a set. He noted that the woman has no flaws, so revealing outfits suit her. From the way Young-woo spoke, the professor noticed that he still felt uncomfortable about the age difference. But that still wasn't the main reason for the guy's change in behavior. She asked the young man to come up and choose one of the two options that suited his type. Our hero couldn't understand why the woman was asking about his taste if she was buying it for herself. She explained that she would not wear this underwear for herself. This guy was very embarrassed by this whole conversation. The professor asked the boy if he liked anything similar from these sets. Young-woo chose more decent and attractive underwear, thinking that it looked better. As In-na left the store, she thought that judging by the underwear he had chosen, the guy really liked big breasts and had good taste. She gave the protagonist a gift and asked him to wear it to the next meeting. The man thought it was women's underwear, but the woman explained that she had chosen men's underwear especially for Young-woo. In-na explained that he chose this set for her, so she, in truth, chose underwear for the guy. The young man liked the gift, so he promised to wear it carefully. However, the professor noticed that he was still in a tense state. She asked if Young-woo felt awkward about her gift, but the guy assured her that everything was fine. After this, the woman realized that he did not contradict her character and did not experience tension precisely because of the walk. She looked at the guy and wanted to find out what the problem was. In-na noticed that there was very little time left, so she suggested going back. After analyzing the situation, the professor was convinced that Young-woo felt uncomfortable around her, but she could not find the reason. She asked if anything had happened to the main character recently, and he pretended that nothing had happened. She also asked the guy if there was anything he wanted to tell her, but he refused. In-na can't understand why the young man suddenly felt uncomfortable around him. The woman decided that she would not let Chan-woo go home until she found out everything. She suggested the guy go somewhere else, so he got nervous and asked where they were going. The professor became serious and was silent for a few seconds. Finally, she explained that he would find out about their arrival. They arrived at the right place. In-na warned them to be careful because there was a steep climb ahead. Because of the darkness and the slope of the terrain, the guy remembered the basement. He wasn't sure if they could get to the place the professor wanted. The woman didn't understand why Young-woo was afraid, because she was leading him by the hand so that he wouldn't be scared. The protagonist said that he had no particular reason, and in fact his older sister's fears were just a figment of his imagination. Then the woman simply ordered me to follow her. Psychologically, this man did not understand what to do in this situation. He had no control over the situation, but he knew for sure that his older sister would not come to save him. Young-woo tried to convince himself that the professor would never harm him. Finally, In-na reported that they had arrived at the right place. Opening his eyes, the protagonist saw that the woman had led him to a cliff with an incredible view of the sea. He was scared of the cliff, and the professor decided to play a little joke on him. She assured the boy that he had nothing to fear and invited him to sit next to her. The woman asked him if he liked the place and the scenery. Young-woo confirmed that it was indeed very beautiful here and asked if they had come here just to admire the view. The professor explained that no one had come here for many years, so she came here to talk about something important. The guy didn't understand what In-na was going to talk about. She noted that the main character had started avoiding her, so now was the time to discuss it. Leaning on the guy, In-na began to explain that she was dating him not only of her own free will. She explained that they were being watched, and besides, she had her own responsibilities. The woman previously thought she had never met anyone better, but now she considers Young-woo her life partner. The guy believed that In-na's only goal was to have a child with him, and now he is surprised to learn that it is a lifelong relationship. She explained that now she really wants more than just to conceive a child. The woman noted that this man was the only one who was not affected by her magic. Perhaps the main character is the only one in the whole world who can truly love In-na. So the professor asked Young-woo to finally explain why he was avoiding her. With wide eyes, she explained that she wanted to make sure the guy liked her. The protagonist was incredibly embarrassed because he had just heard In-na confess his love. She wanted the guy to love her too, so she asked again why she didn't avoid her. She asked a lot of questions because she thought that maybe she had somehow offended this guy or that he didn't like her anymore. He objected to all these assumptions, so In-na asked what the matter was. Finally, Young-woo revealed that he had visited a blood donation center located across the street from the school over the weekend. He ended his story by saying that he was kidnapped to draw blood, which made the professor worry. The protagonist reassured the woman by saying that it was actually his older sister who saved him and that everything ended well. He explained that after these events, Ina seemed somewhat frightening to him. It seemed the woman didn't like the fact that the guy started to be afraid of her because of another Hella. The guy asked if the professor was angry with him, and she confirmed that she was offended that Young-woo thought that way about her. Ina pounced on him and asked if he really thought she was capable of such a thing. The main character didn't know what to say, and meanwhile the professor's wife, very irritated, grabbed the guy by the neck. She bit him lightly and mockingly called him a bitch. Ina noted that the guy's assumptions were stupid because he didn't know what the process of drinking blood meant for hell. He replied that he didn't know because he had never heard of it. Young-woo calmed down and apologized to the woman because he actually always knew she wasn't capable of such a thing, but after everything that happened, he was simply confused. The professor realized that it was easy to get confused in such circumstances, so she combined the data for another reason. She was angry that she only found out about everything now. The woman asked the young man to call her if similar dangerous situations arose. The only thing that calmed Inna down was that the main character still felt sympathy for her. At the end of the conversation, she wanted to make sure that Young-woo would definitely call next time, because that was why she gave out her phone number. The guy assured that he understood everything. The professor stood up and invited the boy to go somewhere to eat while the establishments were still open. She happily extended her hand to help him down and joked that he couldn't trust her, but our hero said that he trusted this woman completely. They held hands and headed towards the car. When Young-woo was at home, Inna wrote to him to find out if he had arrived home safely. Sunmi saw that the guy was too happy, so she asked him what he was doing, but he didn't answer. The sister immediately suspected something was wrong with this guy's silence. Even while doing homework, our hero maintained a good relationship with the professor. The guy realized that it was too late, and instead of preparing for the exams, he spent the whole day texting with Inna. Young-woo decided it would be better to get some sleep before the big day and finish his studies after a short break. As a result, this guy did not score the required number of points in any subject. Due to all the events related to the professor and the older sister, the protagonist did not even have time to open his notes. He realized that if he had spent a little more time, he would have been able to answer more questions without any problem. The guy was afraid to even imagine what awaited him from Sunmi after such terrible results. He understood that the situation was very serious, so he picked up the phone to contact someone. At this time, Pai-ina was teaching a psychology lesson to her students. A message came on the phone from Young-woo, saying that he was suspending their communication. The professor did not show that she was extremely outraged by what she read. The woman immediately ended the lesson and said goodbye to the students. She walked quickly down the hallway, anxiously thinking about the consequences, because she didn't understand what Young-woo meant and thought that he might actually lose interest in her, although nothing had happened to indicate that. Inna noticed that the guy had never texted her in class before and remembered that he was supposed to have a chemistry lesson now. She was looking for a boyfriend because she didn't want to break up without a clear explanation. The woman tried to calm down to solve the problem in an adult manner and eventually met Young-woo. He wanted to ask why the professor found him in class, but he didn't have time to finish. Inna ran up to the guy and grabbed him by the clothes. She hysterically asked what he meant when he wrote that they needed to stop communicating, but Young-woo didn't understand what he was talking about. The woman never apologized and promised to do everything possible to save the relationship. The surrounding students overheard this conversation and were already discussing their relationship, saying that they had never seen a woman beg like that. Due to the excessive attention, the guy wanted to take Inna to a more secluded place. They went to a cafe where Young-woo explained that he wanted to stop communicating because his grades had dropped and he wanted to focus on his studies for a while. The guy tried to write the message in a way that would not look ambiguous, but it still didn't work. The professor replied that she didn't want to, but the guy didn't understand what she meant. Inna didn't like his idea because the correspondence was very interesting and her daily routine became more varied, although it interfered with her work a little. Young-woo explained that if he failed the exams, Sunmi would forcibly take him to the Nam family's main house. Yes, the professor didn't like this schedule, but she still wanted to continue the correspondence. Suddenly, In-na came up with the idea of helping the guy prepare for his exams. They arrived at Young-woo's untidy room, so Song-mi's things were scattered everywhere, which the professor did not like. The woman asked if the man lived with his older sister. He explained that she would stay there until she finished work nearby and promised to leave in a week. In-na calmed down because at first she suspected that these might not be her sister's things. She suggested that Young-woo sit down quickly and begin the lesson. The professor was happy to see what she could teach her student. The guy felt the touch of In-na's body and told her that she was sitting too close. The woman explained that if she sat down, she would not be able to see what was written because she did not wear glasses to class for pleasure. The guy noted that it was okay to sit not so close because touching each other made him a little uncomfortable. The professor felt awkward because she couldn't do anything about it, and Young-woo also scolded her even though she came to teach him after a hard day's work. The protagonist accepted the situation and tried to concentrate because they were gathered here to study. Meanwhile, Inna was already planning something because she didn't want the moment when the guy let her into his house to simply pass unnoticed. Young-woo revealed which part of the test he had difficulty with. The professor took advantage of the moment and approached the boy even closer, supposedly to explain the theory he needed. She decided to act gradually to seduce the guy. In-na explained everything in detail, but due to physical closeness with her, the protagonist did not understand anything. She realized that the guy was looking at her. Finally, the professor decided to explain the theory on her own body. When she finished, she asked the guy if he understood everything he had explained to him. He really understood everything, so the woman suggested that he study everything else in the same way. Meanwhile, Sunmi was returning home and was already approaching the apartment. The new learning was interrupted by the sound of the intercom. Pai Ying-na already had big plans for this young man, but the arrival of her sister disrupted everything. Taking off her shoes, Sunmi became suspicious. The girl saw someone else's shoes on the threshold. In the kitchen, she saw her brother and the professor, who pretended as if nothing had happened between them. The older sister asked threateningly what In-na was doing here. The woman explained that she had only come to help the boy with his exams. Sunmi asked why Hella had to teach her younger brother. The girl said that if Young-woo doesn't understand something, she can help him herself. It seems that after looking at the book, she didn't understand anything. In-na started laughing at the fact that Sunmi couldn't explain such a simple thing to Young-woo, but the girl was still unhappy with In-na helping the guy. Thanks to their joint efforts, Young-woo was able to complete all the tasks correctly. The professor explained that she had been teaching for quite a long time, so she understood such simple subjects. Suddenly, Sunmi turned around and picked up a knife from the kitchen. She decided to cut fruit for everyone. Inna didn't understand why the girl was standing with a knife and looking at her with such a threat. The professor suggested that he return to his studies, to which the boy enthusiastically agreed. Suddenly, the main character accidentally dropped his pen. Accidentally, reaching for the handle, he touched the professor's feet with his hand. While Sunmi was cutting fruit, she kept a sideways glance at what was happening to her brother in the inn. The girl irritably placed the plate on the table and threateningly ordered the woman to button her blouse and straighten up. The professor, following her instructions, noted that with such force the plate could break. The older sister reminded that this house belonged to the Nam family, so Hella had to behave decently. The main character understood that if everything continued like this, the girls would eventually start arguing. The girl noted that Pai In-na may think that she and the guy get along well, but this is not the case. She continued to explain that the woman was Hella, and Young-woo belonged to the Nam family, so the entire family would rebel against their relationship, and In-na should give in as soon as possible. The young man noticed that his sister was starting to cross the line, but she thought he was simply calling a spade a spade. Young-woo stood up for the professor and said that she was very good. The man explained her kindness by the fact that the woman even came to exercise with him today. Sunmi was irritated that her brother was on Hella's side. The main character started yelling at his sister because he didn't like the way she addressed the professor. Both the woman and her sister were surprised by Young-woo's behavior. The guy reminded that Hella has a name, namely Pai Ina, so that's how she should be addressed. He asked if Sunmi had ever shown respect to the professor. My sister never did this and didn't understand why she needed to. The man explained that he was not on In-na's side, but simply wanted Sunmi to treat this man with respect, as is customary in the norms of decency. Young-woo also added that this was not the Nam family's building, but his personal room. He promised that if his sister continued like this, he would have to stop turning a blind eye to her behavior. The main character asked the girl to leave with a serious expression on his face. She turned and left without objection. Young-woo sat there looking very upset, and In-na never thought she would see him like this because even if it wasn't difficult for him, he always smiled. The woman wondered how dear Songmi was to this guy. Meanwhile, the older sister stood in the doorway and thought that the woman was definitely up to something. She was confident that she could stop Hella's plans. Sunmi remembered that the guy had already been insulted, so she thought that In-na would tell the same story. She couldn't allow this, but she understood that now she wouldn't do anything about their relationship. A few days later, the protagonist received new test results, which turned out to be quite good, so he thanked the professor. She said that this was made possible solely by the fruitful work of this guy. The woman hinted that they could now have fun in peace because the exams were over and she should receive a reward for the lesson she had completed. Young-woo agreed, but asked for a second to text someone. Meanwhile, a message arrived on the older sister's phone. Sunmi was working in the Nam family's office, which was crowded, but asked to wait to check for a new message. Her brother wrote to her often and invited her to his house to talk, but she ignored him, so he panicked and wrote that he was going to lunch with the professor. The older sister was annoyed that Pai Ing-na was ruining everything again. She decided that she needed to quickly come to an agreement with this woman. Suddenly, the events moved to the bedroom, where In-na drinks our hero's blood. The thought was going through her head that she would drink just a little bit, and then she would be able to stop. The woman woke up with a pillowcase in her teeth. She returned and did not understand where Young-woo had gone. The professor sat up and realized that it was just a dream. Yes, if she had known that this was a dream, she would not have restrained her desires. The woman walked over to the refrigerator and took out a can of soft drink. Looking out the window at the sky, she realized why she was so thirsty. A new month began, and this affected Hella's desire. Even though In-na had found a reason for her dream, she still didn't like that she had the urge to attack Young-woo. The next day, the professor met with a guy who was in a pretty good mood. The main character said that the neighbor's cat followed him all the way to college. The woman's gaze dropped lower and lower to the neck of the new moon, and he continued his story. He noticed that Inna had completely stopped listening to him. The man asked if something was wrong or if the woman was sick, but she became embarrassed and lied that she was just thinking about her next lesson. In her mind, Hella realized that she really wanted to bite this guy, but she couldn't do anything about it. She pretended that the story was really interesting, but lied that she was busy at the moment and needed to leave. The woman quickly waved her hand at the man and ran away, and he still didn't understand what was happening. Young-woo couldn't understand what had happened to the professor. She usually tried to be close to our hero every day. Now, wherever the young man goes, she runs away from him, so he thought that he had done something bad. He decided to try talking to Jina via SMS using his phone. Even in messages, the woman responded briefly and dryly, as if avoiding conversation. Young-woo thought it was perfectly normal for him to skip out on dates with women sometimes, but In-na's behavior was completely out of character, so something had to be done about it. He remembered that the professor had told her to tell everyone if something was wrong. The guy came to the conclusion that he just needed to talk to her. He no longer cared how much she wanted to avoid him. The main character was serious, so he developed a clear plan. After class, the tired professor returned to her office. There, on the sofa, the main character was already waiting for her, calmly sipping tea. In-na was very surprised by such an unexpected meeting with this guy. She turned abruptly to leave the office, and Young-woo asked if the woman really didn't want to see him. The professor closed the door behind her and stood silently under the office floor for a few seconds. Returning to the office, she sat down on the sofa and refuted the young man's version. He then asked why In-na was avoiding him, but she remained silent. Young-woo explained that the professor herself advised him to tell her everything if something was wrong with the guy. He came to the conclusion that the woman was lying, which made her swallow nervously. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore and decided to tell the truth. In-na explained that it was all connected to the new moon period, when the desire to shed hell's blood became much stronger. She added seriously that you can even go crazy from thirst. That was why Young-woo avoided her. It was only for his own safety, because the professor had lost confidence in her ability to keep her in her position. If they were here alone, the woman would most likely attack the man. What he heard began to worry him, and he asked when In-na would recover. She replied that only when a moon appeared in the sky again. But in the meantime, Young-woo had to be sure to close the door so that In-na wouldn't catch him. Hella came close to the guy's neck and said that the sight of him made her thirst increase. Because of the woman's actions, he immediately understood everything and decided that for now it was possible to limit communication to phone conversations. Young-woo quickly exploded with anger, said goodbye, and ran away to escape danger. In-na was upset because she never wanted to show her dark side to her lover, and besides, she was just starting to get closer to him. The assistant noted that the professor had already shown him many of her beautiful sides. She added that the guy had not yet seen how the woman licked the cup after him, and that is exactly what In-na was doing now. The dispassionate employee admitted that she didn't care how their relationship ended, but the Nam and Waldemar families were enemies. She expressed hope that nothing would happen until the next sunrise this month. Meanwhile, the main character continued to tirelessly visit married couples. I also went to the library to read books. Young-woo liked being alone because he felt at peace with it. But still, it was too calm a rhythm of life. The protagonist reflected on how he managed to live so peacefully before. At that moment, an incoming call from Dongmin appeared on his phone screen. The man picked up the phone and asked what had happened. A friend asked if Young-woo had already heard about what happened to Professor Pai In-na. The man became nervous and immediately thought that the woman had attacked someone. For example, her assistant. He was about to leave, but in the meantime he asked what the professor had already done. Dongmin assured that nothing bad had happened. The friend explained that he heard that Pai In-na had lost consciousness. Naturally, the main character was shocked by this news and began to worry about the woman's condition. He immediately rushed into the office where the professor lay unconscious. The boy began asking her about the incident, and In-na explained that she hadn't slept for the past 2 days due to bloodlust, so she was a little overtired trying to get to class. After these explanations, Young-woo realized that she really had trouble controlling her hunger. The guy wanted to leave quickly because he irritated Hella with his thirst, but she assured her that everything was fine and asked for help. The exhausted professor asked for water because she was very thirsty. This guy decided to take care of In-na and helped him quench his thirst. Because the woman was lying in an awkward position, some of the water spilled onto her clothes. She asked Young-woo to wipe the wet spot, which confused our hero. The professor noticed a towel lying next to Chan-woo. Having calmed down, the guy took it and asked In-na to lie still. After the procedure was completed, the protagonist asked if the professor needed anything else. An exhausted Hella asked this guy for some blood. Yes, the guy started to get nervous and sighed heavily. He noted that taking such a step is very difficult. In-na apologized because she tried to hold on, but it was difficult, so nothing worked. The main character was touched that the professor cared so much about him and his safety. In exchange for restraint, the woman asked to be a child for a while. She asked him to stroke her head until she fell asleep, but the guy didn't understand why. In-na explained that when she was sick, her mother was always there and stroked her. At such moments, little Hella felt the pain disappear. Hearing such a touching story, Young-woo agreed to do it to the extent the woman wished. He noticed that the professor's hair was so soft and warm and asked if she was feeling well. She confirmed that everything was fine and asked to continue. This guy also maintained close contact with In-na. Suddenly the professor showed her fangs and began to behave rather strangely. She reached out to Young-woo's hand to bite it and drink its blood. At that moment, Hella's thoughts flashed through her head, and the guy sincerely confessed his trust to her. Her love proved stronger than her bloodlust, so she held on again. Lying on Young-woo's lap, the woman apologized for her behavior, believing that pain was no excuse. The guy reassured her, saying that there was nothing wrong with it because the professor had not been so persistent. He told her not to worry and to finally go to bed and rest. In-na fell asleep while Young-woo guarded her sleep. The professor dreamed of her mother and how she calmed little Hella. The mother told her daughter that if she loves someone very much, these feelings will suppress the desire to shed the blood of her loved one. The woman assured that when her lover died, In-na would never be able to quench her thirst again. The mother also burst into tears and asked her daughter to never fall in love with a mortal man. The woman woke up in the middle of the night when Young-woo was also sleeping. She felt light and thought it was all over. The professor was ashamed that she had lived for so many years but could not curb her thirst for blood. She wondered if the day would ever come when her people would forget this torment. The moon was already shining outside the window, and the woman returned to look at her lover. The main character was relaxing quietly on the sofa. In-na was happy because she was able to resist and not harm a guy. The woman noted that he had a very good neck, so leaving a scar on it would be undesirable. The events shift to Fur, who sat on the throne among her people. She was annoyed that her staff did not hear exactly what kind of blood she wanted. One of her agents repeated that they needed a young man of about 160 centimeters tall, weighing about 50 kilograms, who should look like a child. The girl asked what she had, and the staff explained that it was the blood of an ordinary virgin because Nam's family had told her about the existence of the blood donation center. She jumped up from her chair and stepped on the face of one of her subordinates. The young woman was furious that she was served this disgusting thing for lunch. The husband apologized and assured that something like this would not happen again. Fur decided to punish everyone, so she forbade drinking blood for the next 2 days. She poured blood on an employee who happened to be under her foot and threatened to kill him for breaking the rules. The girl ordered everyone to disappear from her sight. The agents immediately jumped up and thanked their lady. Fur looked very upset that she was not given the required amount of blood. The thirst for blood also made itself felt because the girl felt ill. She felt that she could no longer contain herself. The young lady needed Co Young-woo's help to quench her thirst. While several maids were serving Lady Voldemar, one of them was writing a letter for the groom, which contained an invitation to a dinner party. The meeting was supposed to start at 6 p.m. Taking companions with them was prohibited, and Fur also promised to send a car for this guy. She ordered that this letter be sent to Co Young-woo and that he read it immediately. The girl asked for a bottle of white wine, bit her finger, and dripped her blood into it. As a result, she decided to make this guy her faithful slave. Meanwhile, Young-woo decided to go up the mountains to take good photos because he no longer had any worries. He booked a ticket and packed his things, but did not notice that he was surrounded by Voldemar's men. They greeted the guy in one voice, which scared him. The protagonist noted that these men surprised him quite a bit. One of the agents explained that Lady Voldemar had sent a letter for Co Jong-woo. He asked the guy to read the contents right there. The protagonist was surprised by an invitation to a dinner party from the Voldemar family. Jong-woo was forced to decline because he had planned to go mountain climbing that weekend. The young man explained that he could come the following week and asked not to kidnap him again, to which he agreed to pass everything on to his boss. All the agents bowed at the same time and wished the main character a good day. There was a restlessness inside him, and he felt a storm brewing on the horizon. He thought that perhaps he was worrying for no reason. Sometime later, Young-woo was already standing at the station, ready to set off on his fairy tale journey. Suddenly, he noticed Voldemar defer herself, surrounded by her employees, holding an umbrella over herself. The man asked what the young woman was doing there. She noted that before asking such questions, some clarifications were needed. Fur asked sheepishly how this guy dared to refuse her invitation. The protagonist explained that he had been planning the trip for several days, but this did not bother Lady Voldemar, so she decided to have dinner with him, even on the top of the mountain. The girl hoped that Young-woo would not refuse her after the trip she made to see him. The guy wanted to object, but didn't finish. In the end, he let Fur do what she wanted. The young man warned that he was going to go far into the mountains, so he would not be able to ensure the safety of Mrs. Voldemar, and she would have to prepare her own food and water. The girl asked mockingly how this guy could think that she would need help from someone like him. Already in the mountains, Fur felt the full depth of the difficulties he had to face there. The main character initially thought that everything would end like this. He noticed that the young woman looked quite tired, so he suggested that she rest, but she assured him that she was fine. Fur didn't understand how this guy could remain so energetic, because he looked like a weakling. She decided that she needed to quickly turn him into a slave in order to quickly descend from the cursed mountains. Youngwoo opened the bottle to drink, but the girl stopped him. Lady Valdemar offered him something better than this ordinary water. This guy became interested in the fact that such a thing was even possible. The girl snapped her fingers, and her man appeared next to her with a bottle of wine in his hands. She explained that she had prepared the bottle especially for Youngwoo, so she hoped that he would not refuse. Fur asked if the guy wanted her to try to communicate with him. The protagonist refused because drinking alcohol while climbing mountains is dangerous. Lady Valdemar was embarrassed by this answer and said that one glass would do no good. Nevertheless, the guy thought about the offer. Spruce. He finally agreed that the girl was incredibly happy. Youngwoo promised to try some special wine during their dinner together. Because of this answer, Fur's nerves were already on edge. She thought about having to order the servants to pour wine for this guy by force, because they were in the mountains and there was no one else here. The girl calmed down and abandoned barbaric methods of solving problems, because for Valdemar de Fira, this was unacceptable. She decided to wait until dusk. Fur waited for this guy to drink her blood and turn into a slave so she could punish him as he deserved. Meanwhile, they walked further through the forest and heard some strange sounds. The girl did not understand the reason for the young man's wariness, and he asked her to be quieter. Youngwoo explained that it was the song of the blue flycatcher, which is very difficult to find. Finally, he removed his hand from the young woman's mouth. She was outraged by this behavior, but the guy did not pay attention to it and asked her to wait a little because he wanted to take some photos. The protagonist climbed the rocks to photograph the bird before it flew away. Lady Valdemar was momentarily stunned by this man's action. She didn't understand how Youngwoo dared to give her orders, so she decided to follow him. Her agent tried to dissuade the woman from traveling alone, but she didn't even want to listen because she wanted to catch up with the guy. The girl told her people to wait for her, here humbly. They bowed and accepted the will of their mistress. For didn't like the mountain roads and didn't understand what the people who lived there did. Mrs. Valdemar came to the conclusion that people are too lazy to do anything without instructions from others. Suddenly, a rare blue bird flew in front of her. The girl had no idea what it was, but then she saw a bird. She suspected that this was exactly the creature that Jongwoo needed. It was a surprise to Fur that this guy had come such a long way to see an ordinary bird. Besides, he turned down her dinner invitation for all this nonsense. The low position of these creatures outraged Lady Valdemar. The girl decided to wipe them off the face of the earth, so she tried to get to the nest. Suddenly, as she was climbing the rocks collapsed under her feet. The spruce tree began to fall sharply, and I didn't understand what was happening. Meanwhile, the main character decided to return because he could not find the blue bird and take a photo of it. Youngwoo arrived at the right place, but the girl was not there, so he asked her relatives. They explained that Lady Valdemar herself had followed Jongwoo. The problem was that the guy had never met the girl. The main character suspected that she might have gotten lost in the forest. He was outraged that the men had allowed the little girl to go away alone and ordered that she be found as quickly as possible. One of the servants noted that the mistress had ordered them to wait here, and the orders of the Valdemar family were absolute. Jongwoo wanted to object, but he realized it was useless and ran off alone to look for Fur. He went into the forest and wondered where the girl could have gone. The guy chose a specific direction for himself, in which she could get lost. The main character suspected that Fur was following the birdsong, which is why she got lost. Suddenly, it occurred to him that there was a rock in that direction. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the young man ran in that direction. Jongwoo quickly arrived at the scene and saw Waldemar de Fur lying unconscious under a rock. He realized that things were bad and assumed that the girl had most likely fallen off the cliff. The man feared that she might be seriously injured, so he rushed to her aid. Several stones fell on Fur's head, and she came to her senses. The young woman did not understand what this dirt was and what she was doing there. Suddenly the rocks under her hand collapsed again, and she fell again. Young-woo realized that it was very dangerous, so he tried to get down from the cliff as quickly as possible. At the last moment, the guy managed to grab Fur and save her from falling. He noted that one cannot behave so carelessly on the edge of a cliff. But the main character was glad that the girl was not harmed in the end. The man asked to wait here until he called for help. Frustrated, Fur didn't want to be left completely alone on the edge of the cliff. The man explained that it was getting darker by the minute, so he might not have time to come for help. He asked the young woman if she wanted to spend the whole night there. Fur looked very scared, and her whole body started shaking. She grabbed Young-woo by her clothes and told her that none of this mattered. The main character did not understand what the girl meant. With tears in her eyes, Mrs. Valdemar begged not to leave her here alone. The sun was already setting behind the horizon while our heroes were standing on the cliff. The guy understood that the darkness would make the descent much more difficult. Besides, the phone broke when it fell, so I couldn't do anything to help. The protagonist understood that leaving Fur alone here was unrealistic. In the end, he decided not to go anywhere and wait until the morning to go down together. Young-woo hoped that one night wouldn't be a problem for them. The young woman was outraged that the young man drank so little water. Overall, she blamed the protagonist for everything because it was his decision to follow the bird. The girl ordered the guy to take responsibility and protect her all night. The guy decided to explain her behavior as ordinary anxiety and asked why the residents of Fur did not go looking for her, to which she replied that she ordered them to wait there. Young-woo noted that someone must understand that the lady's life is more important than her orders. She sadly explained that such people simply do not exist. The guy didn't understand what she meant and thought she was making something up, but eventually suggested they end the conversation and go to bed. Fur was afraid to sleep on the edge of a cliff, but Young-woo invited her to lie down against the wall, asking her not to push him. The girl couldn't understand how the guy had nerves of steel that he could sleep peacefully in such a place. She remembered his words about life being more important than orders. Mrs. Valdemar thought that Jong-woo was strange because he took care of her, gave her all the food and water, without asking for anything in return. This girl had never had a person in her life who treated her like that. She wondered why she wanted this particular guy's blood so much. Eventually, the sun finally rose and illuminated the rock. The spruce immediately woke up from the light. The main character also stood up and put things in his backpack. He suggested starting the descent immediately. Young-woo invited the girl to climb on his back. Together, they carefully descended from the cliff. Fur, while on the young man's back, felt the delightful aroma emanating from him. She was very hungry, so she wanted to have something quick to eat. The main character said that they had finally come to the right place. Fur's servants had already set the table and welcomed the return of our heroes. The girl was furious at being greeted like that when she almost died, but Young-woo noted that she was ordered to stand still. The protagonist was very tired, so Fur asked him not to quarrel, and she listened to him calmly. One of the servants offered the guy a drink of love wine, but Lady Valdemar stopped him. The man didn't understand at first, but the girl threateningly told him not to make her repeat the order. The servant understood everything, but Chung-woo meanwhile could not understand the reason for such strange actions. At the table, Fur began to think again. She noted that Young-woo was different from her slaves in that he could help without orders. The girl can easily create slaves for herself, but she does not know how to find allies in the face of people. Lady Valdemar still wanted this man to belong to her. She decided that if she wanted to bite a guy, it would be better if he was fresh. Finally, the main character returned home after a difficult weekend in the mountains. He was still glad that no one had been hurt during the trip, otherwise things could have turned out very badly. Suddenly, Young-woo noticed something while cleaning his cell. It turned out that the camera lens was seriously damaged, but the guy didn't notice it. He screamed at the top of his lungs because the new one was very expensive. The events moved to Valdemar's residence, where the maids are once again serving the young lady. During the massage, Fur made various sounds, so the massage therapist asked if she needed to be more gentle, but the girl explained that everything was fine and she was just thinking about certain people. Lady Valdemar began to tell her servants that there was a man whom she wanted to make her own without blood relation, but she did not know how to do it. The servant was surprised by this desire and thought that Fur might have some sympathy for this man. The girl was outraged by this assumption and explained that the guy was simply being useful to her. She said that this guy is from the Nam family, so it is useful to have such a person around, and that is the only reason why he needs him so much. Fur was thinking about what she could give to young Woo, but she didn't know what he liked, so she asked the maids about the preferences of modern youth. Each of her employees offered her own ideas about how women should look, but in reality, everything was completely different. One of the maids noticed that young men liked girls with little money. Everything happened exactly as the girl had explained earlier, that there was no one to expect help from here. Fur asked to prepare everything for the exit because she needed to find out something. The salesman asked the woman what she wanted to know, and she explained that if she could buy Chanyu, she needed to know how to do it. Meanwhile, the protagonist was still very upset about the loss of the lens, because he had been starving for several months waiting for it. He knew he would likely have to go hungry again to fix his camera. Suddenly, someone from the crowd shouted, "Youngwoo!" She was a professor surrounded by students striving for better grades, and she was glad to finally meet a guy because she hadn't been able to get in touch with him. The main character explained that his phone was broken. He won't be able to contact Inna until he fixes the device. The woman was glad that nothing bad had happened and promised to talk later because she was busy now. The guy felt a little pleased that the professor was worried about him. He decided to forget about the lens for now and focus on repairing the phone, because if Sunmi couldn't communicate with him, there would be serious problems. Youngwoo was wondering what his sister was doing when a group of men approached him from behind. They all bowed again and greeted the man. The protagonist immediately explained that he would like to visit the library today, so he invited Valdemar's agents to return. Eventually, the younger girl approached, again outraged by the guy's behavior. She didn't consider visiting the library a sufficient reason to send her home. As a result, Youngwoo got into the girl's car, where she offered to fulfill the young man's dream. Our hero did not understand what the girl meant when she suggested this. For said she could give him a trip abroad or the opportunity to study at a prestigious educational institution. Yes, the young lady did not want to give such gifts without her own conditions. Smiling, she noted that all this should happen with her participation. In exchange for his dream coming true, Youngwoo must fulfill all of Lady Valdemar's wishes until the red moon falls to earth. Fur assured that this guy should not perceive her as his false goddess in Na. The young man did not understand why she was offering this to him, since he was a simple student, but the girl herself did not know either. She simply explained that she was attracted to our hero. Fur took Youngwoo by the chin and asked if he accepted the offer to become her property. The guy was afraid that she would steal him, and then he would have to say goodbye to his old life. Driver Waldemar reported that they had arrived at their destination. The protagonist quickly jumped out of the car and thanked him for the ride. The girl ordered the driver to continue pursuing Youngwoo. Although he looked scared, Fur was sure that this guy could be easily convinced. She asked the maid to tell the young man that he could always return, but this conversation should remain only between them. Youngwoo ran into an alley to catch his breath and wondered if Fur really wanted his blood. The guy didn't like that everyone around him wanted to bite him, so he decided that his blood was sweet as sugar. Then he thought about the girl's tempting offer, because traveling and studying abroad was his dream. It would be wonderful to study and not think about money, but to Youngwoo it seemed too good to be true. This guy again remembered Sunmi's fears about hell, that these creatures couldn't be trusted. He stood pressed against the wall, not understanding what to do now. The events shift to the Nam family's main house, where the head of the family praises Sunmi for how she handled the hells. After this task, they gave her a rest, and the girl thanked them and promised not to let them down in the future. Grandfather asked Songmi how Youngwoo was doing because he had not contacted them since he left, which made the old man very upset. The older sister tried to shield the boy, so she lied that he was studying hard. The old man threw down the fan and asked the girl to continue watching her brother. He asked Youngwoo not to find out that he was only half a member of the Nam family. It turned out that the other half is hell. Therefore, Sunmi was obliged to look after her brother, since it was she who begged for his release from the main house. She understood that if the elders found out that the young man was now meeting with one of their main enemies, he would certainly end up dead. The girl always wanted to avoid bloodshed. Now she has no choice but to solve the problem once and for all. Meanwhile, the main character of the novel, Fur, was in a photography store. The girl offered the guy to choose any model, as she would pay for it. The girl understood that once she had tasted the sweet life, there would be no turning back. For some reason, she wanted to make Youngwoo a slave to her money. Jongwoo saw a camera worth 2 million won and accessories, which is a good device in its category. The best camera was considered to be the one that cost 30 million won. Even after several years, it will not be inferior to new products, and the girl will be able to buy it. However, our hero decided that this would be wrong. He refused, explaining that such cameras were too extreme for him, and Fur couldn't understand why. This guy didn't think he had done anything that would earn him such a high reward. Besides, all the cameras here are for professionals, and Youngwoo was not one of them. The girl was outraged because the guy was forced to choose something, so the store was even closed especially for them. Youngwoo decided to listen to the girl, and this made her happy. She didn't understand guys like him because they offered to buy him anything. As a result, the main character only managed to fix the broken lens, although this was not cheap. Fur asked what was so special about this lens that the guy refused to buy a new one. Jongwoo began his story about growing up in the mountains. This guy lived in a secluded place, so communication with the outside world was carried out only through photographs. Moreover, there was no entertainment there, so he fell in love with this activity. As he grew older, the young man began to borrow cameras from adults and take pictures himself. Then he realized that if you want to photograph the desert, you have to go there. The main character wanted to see the world, get out of the mountains, and find out what was beyond them, so he entered the university. Here he devotes himself entirely to his studies, but because of this he has no time left for hobbies. Youngwoo hoped that one day he would be able to photograph this world. It would be a great joy for him to spend years traveling with just one bag and a camera. All this is his promise to himself. Fur listened to the young man's story and was touched by it. She cleared her throat to calm her emotions. The girl thanked her for such an interesting story and noted that it was surprising for a person of Chung-woo's generation to have such dreams. The young woman asked the guy if he wanted her to fulfill all his desires. Then our heroes arrived at the department store. Fur said she couldn't remain indebted to the man who saved his life twice. She brought a guy to the store to pick out a reward for her rescue she received last week. The girl threateningly reminded him that the main character had no right to refuse. Youngwoo noted that she said it as if she wanted revenge. This guy took measurements of an expensive suit and watch. This guy personally didn't like how it all lay on him. The young girl also noticed this and thought that perhaps it was the glasses. She snapped her fingers and ordered the servants to take them off. Youngwoo really looked very handsome without glasses, but unfortunately, he had poor eyesight. The girl's heart immediately fluttered when she saw such a handsome man. Fur blushed, and the guy asked if he looked better without glasses. Valdemar lied, saying he looked scary, and asked him to never take them off again. Youngwoo mentally noted that this was too harsh, even if it was true. The girl continued to give the guy gifts and was the first to offer him a bag, but he did not understand the need for a bag that would not fit textbooks. Then she offered him shoes, but the young man also refused because he liked comfortable shoes. Fur offered to buy a cool car, but Youngwoo didn't have a driver's license. After this refusal, the young woman's nerves could no longer bear it. She didn't understand why the guy kept refusing, even though they could have bought him something, and asked if there was even a drop of greed in him. The main character said that he had the only thing he wanted. Youngwoo became very upset and said that his only strong wish was to have a quiet life with his parents. Because of this truth, the girl fell into depression, and the guy explained that they died when he was a child. Fur still couldn't believe that this guy didn't have something he cherished, something he dreamed about, and that could be realized here and now. She noted that it does not matter how insignificant this desire is. All Youngwoo wanted to do was return to university. Fur was no longer surprised by this development of events and agreed. The store employees saw our heroes off with a bow and expressions of gratitude for their visit. In fact, the girl brought the young man here to find out his preferences, but she didn't think that everything would end this way. She knew she couldn't let Young-woo leave, so upset. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a camera store window. The guy saw a new model from Rika there, and Fern noticed his interest. Suddenly, an idea came to her mind, connected with Young-woo's passion for photography. Back at university, the protagonist continued to entertain the idea of going abroad to study photography. He had the opportunity, but he didn't know if it was right, and besides, Sunmi would never let him go. The guy didn't understand what Fern meant when she talked about the fulfillment of her wishes and the red moon. He didn't know what to do or how to make such a difficult decision. Young-woo decided to ask the professor for advice because he thought that maybe she could at least tell him something. This guy came to Pyeon's office, which made her happy because she just wanted to contact him. The woman asked if the man was free today because she would like to go somewhere with him. He agreed, but asked to go somewhere where no one would disturb them. The professor immediately thought that this guy wanted to get closer to her physically. She jumped up happily and invited Young-woo to go to the lab, promising to close all the doors so that no one would disturb them. There was a bed in that room, and Inna explained that she had been working a lot lately, which is why she bought it here. In fact, the woman bought it specifically to communicate with the main character. The professor sat down next to the guy and asked what happened. He asked seriously what it meant to not believe everything others said. At first, Inna didn't understand what she was talking about. She was upset because she was thinking about something completely different, but she decided to help and said that it probably means not believing what is on the surface, although it all depends on the context. The woman asked a question that explained the reason for his amazingness. The man was puzzled by such an unexpected question and did not know what to answer. He wondered whether he should tell the professor everything. The protagonist began to explain that he had recently spoken with Fur from the Valdemar clan. Inna asked what they talked about, but the guy didn't confess because he had to keep his secret. The woman immediately became frightened because she thought that the girl might seduce her lover. Jong-woo immediately noticed the sudden change in the professor's expression, so he couldn't imagine what could have come in her mind. The boy was afraid that Inna might do something strange to him if he stayed here too long. She didn't understand why the main character exploded so suddenly and decided to leave. He explained that he had a lot of things to do this week, so it was time to leave. The woman tried to detain her lover, but he immediately slammed the door. Inna was surprised by this turn of events. She thought that Young-woo started avoiding her because he was in love with Little Fur. The professor admitted that if she were also small and cute, the boy would immediately fall in love with her. She couldn't just give up on everything because she spent the whole weekend at work to go on a date with Young-woo today. Inna took advantage of this chance because she couldn't miss it. She ran across the entire university to keep up with the main character. The boy turned towards the strange screams behind him and saw the professor there. The woman grabbed Young-woo's hand and tried to catch her breath enough to say something. Inna invited the guy to go on a date to an amusement park. When the couple arrived at their destination, the protagonist was surprised by what he saw because he had never seen an amusement park before. The woman immediately dressed the boy in typical amusement park gear with ears and a ball. The guy thought that all this was for children, but Inna objected and told him to look at the adults around him. He decided to simply trust the professor in choosing his entertainment. Meanwhile, Sami stood at the door of Young-woo's apartment. She entered the house irritably, but her brother didn't even pick up the phone and saw the mess again. The sister was surprised by some of the finds in the protagonist's apartment, but then she saw a photograph of Fur Valdemar on the table. She didn't understand why the young man was photographing this girl. After thinking back for a few moments, Sunmi realized that there might be something between Lady Valdemar and her brother. The hand holding the photograph trembled with anger, because now the girl realized that Inna wasn't the only Hella hanging around Young-woo. She panicked because now this guy might be busy with something related to these two. At this time, the professor and the main character were sitting on a bench after a brisk walk, and the guy noticed that he really liked the photographs of the sites. Inna decided that now was the best time to ask him about the latest events. She asked directly if Young-woo was worried, and he was surprised that the professor would assume so. The woman explained that she noticed this because she constantly thinks about this guy. Then, Young-woo realized that she asked him how to cheer him up and said that In-na was the only one he could talk to about interesting things. He said Fur offered to teach him photography abroad. The professor noted that this was a good idea, but the protagonist explained that the girl had a strange disease. The guy repeated the girl's words about the fulfillment of all desires, about the lying goddess and the fall of the red moon. It seems that Inna immediately understood the girl's plan. She explained that the red moon symbolized blood, and Fur intended to feed on this boy as much as she wanted. The lying goddess said that Young-woo should listen to and trust only the girl herself. The moon falling symbolizes Fur's death, but since helicopters last longer, the guy's death is implied. The professor noted that this was a very dangerous agreement, and Lady Valdemar wanted to deceive the protagonist with a play on words. The protagonist could not believe that Fur wanted to deceive him. From behind, she heard her older sister's voice, reminding her that she had previously spoken about Hell's deception. Sunmi said that they were just keeping people as livestock, just like they did at the blood transfusion center. She said that the monster Fur wanted to make her brother his personal slave. The guy still couldn't believe his eyes and thought that his sister had messed something up. She objected because she knew Hell inside and out and knew that they knew how to attract people with pleasant language. Sunmi squeezed her brother's shoulder and asked him to think about what he said. Jong-woo remembered all the recent events, but he still didn't consider Fur a monster. The older sister started screaming because this guy didn't know anything about Hella and therefore had no right to object. The guy pushed her hand away and angrily declared that he knew what he knew. He remembered that Songmi and the professor said that Haesu was bad, but the guy still knew that she was a good person. The sister explained that these were completely different things, because Fur was not human and had killed many people. The main character eventually decided to find out everything on his own. Sunmi tried to stop her brother because meeting Lady Valdemar would be suicide for her. She decided that Young-woo would rather stay with the Nam clan forever than face the monster. Inna stopped the girl and asked her to let the guy do everything himself. The older sister did not understand how a woman could say such a thing. Sunmi tried to escape from Helly's hands, but nothing worked. When she finally managed to break free from her state of euphoria, she began to insult Inna. By that time, he had already managed to escape, and his sister ran to look for him. The professor watched as the girl did not have time to catch up with the main character. The woman noted that she and Sunmi had time, and they needed to let Young-woo talk to Fur. As a result of Pai Inna's actions, the girl became indescribably furious. The sister threatened that if something happened to the guy, she would do the same to the professor. She looked at the woman with a furious expression on her face and told her to remember her words. At this moment, the main character was walking towards his goal. Eventually, he promised to talk, but he still didn't understand how to do it. Young-woo thought he didn't even have the girl's phone number when he heard a familiar voice behind him. Fur came here because she heard that someone from the Nam clan visited the amusement park. The man asked why she was there, and the young woman explained that she was the owner of the place. The protagonist was overwhelmed because he did not know where to start and how to approach the desired topic. Suddenly, Young-woo decided to apologize to the girl. The man explained that he was unable to keep his promise. Fur was surprised and did not understand what he meant. The protagonist admitted that he told his professor and older sister about studying abroad. The girl still didn't understand what was going on, and Jong S-woo explained that Songmi and In-song had said that Lady Valdemar was going to deceive him and was dangerous. Young-woo couldn't believe them, because even if Fur was doing something bad, there had to be some reason for it. The young woman was surprised at how much the young man trusted her. She was touched that the guy trusted her more than his family and friends. Fur thanked him for such an attitude and hugged the guy, because she could never imagine that someone from the Nam clan could say such a thing to her. The girl admitted that she really likes the main character. She suggested to the guy that they go alone to a place where no one would disturb them. Young-woo was confused and began to ask what the girl wanted from him. Fur assured that it was a good place, so there was nothing to worry about. The Valdemar clan members submitted and were about to leave when someone stopped them. One of the agents lost consciousness from a strong blow. There was a cry that Young-woo belonged to the Nam clan. It turned out that it was Songmi and Inna who eventually caught up with the main character. The girl threatened war between people, and hell if her brother was not given back to her immediately. In reality, Fer did not consider war a serious threat. She was accustomed to bloodshed because it surrounded her on all sides, starting from the baby itself. The young woman, with a wild and joyful expression on her face, said she still remembered the faces of the people her mother killed. Young-woo began to suspect that he didn't know Fer very well, which is why he felt awkward. He thought about it, because he wanted to go with his sister before it was too late. The older sister was irritated by the boy's behavior, and tried to bring him to his senses, because she only wanted to protect him, and besides, if the clan found out about his actions, then Young-woo would spend the rest of his life under lock and key. The main character was frightened by the threat of life imprisonment. Sunmi reminded him that this boy belonged to the Nam family, so if he went over to the enemy's side, he would suffer at the hands of the elders or at the hands of the monster itself. Chan-woo didn't know what to do, because either way he would lose his freedom. The older sister shouted that in any case it was better than dying. Inna realized that if the girl continued in the same spirit, she would completely confuse the guy. The professor asked Sunmi to let her talk to Young-woo. She kindly asked Lady Valdemara for permission to have a private conversation with this man. Meanwhile, Fer thought that she could easily deal with the enemies since there were only 2 of them. Even her guards could have easily dealt with this, but something was stopping her. The girl understood that if there was a fight, Young-woo would see her in person, and then he would not be able to trust her. She didn't know how to behave in the presence of this guy. Thus, Pai and Jinam masterfully lured Fer into a trap. Meanwhile, Sunmi's head was tormented by disturbing thoughts about the professor's plan. She didn't understand whether it would be better or worse if the woman convinced Young-woo with words. Eventually, the professor invited the boy to go on the ride with her. Fer asked if this guy would leave her here completely alone. He finally let go of her hand and left with Inna. The professor repeated once again that Waldemar de Fer was trying to deceive this guy, but that was not the whole truth. The woman noted that at the first meeting, the young woman attempted to donate blood to the young man. Young-woo forgot how Fer tried to force him to lick the blood off the floor. This time the professor stopped her and wanted to explain the reason, but something interrupted her. The protagonist looked down from the Ferris wheel cabin window towards Fyra. The woman continued her story, saying that Valdemar's blood had the power to conquer, so those who drank it would never be able to disobey their master. That's why Inna intervened, because she didn't want Young-woo to get involved in a situation like that. She added that the Valdemar clan used this power to control people and hold them accountable for numerous crimes. The woman wanted to tell the man about this earlier, but she couldn't because she was Hela. Inna explained that many things had happened between Helami and other people, so it was unclear who was more to blame. She admitted that before meeting Young-woo, she didn't really value people, but first stayed with her parents because of them, so she lived her whole life in hatred. The professor had only one request. The woman asked the man to point out Lady Valdemar's mistakes and guide her on the right path. The main character didn't understand why he needed this, because Inna could handle it herself. She explained that she couldn't do it because it would look like an instruction manual, and the girl needed a lesson because she would never grow up like that. If Fer continues to listen to him, then it will be Young-woo who will be able to help her. Professor Max was completely serious when he asked this guy to take care of Fer. This guy wasn't sure if he could do what even Piana couldn't. At the same time, he understood that she would not ask for something so important without a good reason. At the end of his long reflections, the protagonist decided that there was a reason for all this. Eventually, Young-woo decided that he could try to change Fer. The girl herself was already tired of waiting for the guy to talk to his friend. She suspected that he might not return, but in the end, she heard his voice. The young woman was very happy about the young man's return. He approached it very seriously and immediately wanted to ask Fyra a question. The girl became a little nervous because of the protagonist's mood. Lady Valdemar didn't understand what was going on, so she invited Jong-woo to sit down and drink wine with her. The guy didn't listen to her and asked for the wine that Fer offered him to drink in the mountains. In my opinion, he revealed that the alcohol was laced with Valdemar's blood. Sunmin stood to the side and mocked the fact that the girl was still doing this. In a fit of irritation, Fur threw a glass at her. Eventually, the protagonist realized that it was true and there really was blood. The young woman published all her plans to turn the guy into a slave, which she had developed since their first meeting. Over time, it just didn't work out for her, and all this led to the current situation. Fur laughed hysterically because the heiress Valdemar could not come to terms with one pathetic person. Having calmed down, she asked Seo Young-woo about the reason for this interrogation, whether he was trying to test her in order to simply forgive her later. The girl got angry because the guy was an ordinary person and had nothing to offer her. She began to prove that her success always depended only on herself. The girl had gone too far, and the guy would forgive her anyway. Fur showed her true colors and continued calling Young-woo an ordinary person. The main character tried to approach her and at least calm her down a little, because he didn't come here to quarrel. The sister wanted to stop the boy to save him from danger. In-na grabbed her and didn't let her interfere with Young-woo. The professor twisted the girl, which greatly confused her, because she thought that she was on the side of the monster. Meanwhile, Young-woo explained that Fur had many opportunities to make him her slave, but she did not do so. The young woman ordered the guy not to come closer and took out a knife. The protagonist continued to tell that when he left with the professor, Fur could have stopped him by force, but she did not do so. Valdemar pointed his weapon at the boy, making sure he didn't come any closer. Eventually, Young-woo got close enough, grabbed the knife by the blade, and explained that Fur never meant to harm him. The bloody blade fell to the ground with a crash. The girl looked at the young man with fear and did not understand why he was treating her like this. The protagonist remembered that when they first met, he saw her as his younger sister. After talking with the professor, the boy realized that he had been an orphan all his life. Young-woo never had anyone he could trust. He was always nervous and doubtful. No one told him how to live. Taking Fur's hand, he noticed that he always felt lonely. The guy put his hand on the girl's cheek and said that they were alone. Therefore, our hero knew that he understood Fur better than anyone else. The young girl begged Chan-woo to become hers, and then they would go together. The guy standing there with a bloody face said he couldn't do it. Fur didn't understand, because he was the only one who said that he understood her completely, but still didn't want to give himself completely to her. The guy objected to the girl's suggestion that the refusal was based on her past actions and said that their union would simply be wrong. Young-woo explained to her that no matter how much wealth and slaves Fur had, it would not free her from loneliness. He added that if a girl wants to stop feeling lonely, then nothing can replace her friends and family. The young woman began to cry because she knew nothing about them. The protagonist squeezed Fur's palms and promised to help using his own powers. He invited the girl to be friends. She was surprised by such a simple proposal. A tear rolled down the young girl's cheek because an ordinary person wanted to be friends with her. Fur didn't understand why it was so hard for her to refuse, and she began to sob, burying her face in the guy's shoulder. She didn't understand what this guy wanted from her and considered him an evil person. The protagonist apologized for relying on the girl herself, but it was necessary. Meanwhile, Song-mi and In-na watched as heiress Valdemar couldn't stop crying in Young-woo's arms. Suddenly, the older sister gave the boy a deafening slap in the face. She promised to have a serious talk with him when she returned home. Sun-mi was outraged that a member of the Nam clan had become friends with Hela. Sister didn't like all this because before there was only Pai-ina, and now there was another monster to worry about. She knew that Young-woo would die if the elders found out about his relationship, but all of this would only be revealed after his return to the main house. So Song-mi had to solve all the problems by then. The sister was ready to change everything, even if her brother hated her. She told this guy to stop being a wimp and finally become a man. Sun-mi explained that Young-woo had made his choice, so he shouldn't regret it now. The girl took him home and decided to discuss everything there. Fur looked sadly after her first friend. Suddenly, the professor pulled her cheek. Ina assured that she would now carefully protect her beloved, so she did not advise the girl to do anything bad. The young woman understood everything, so she let her go. Fur was afraid that the divine Hela would use blood magic, but she did not. The woman explained that there was no reason to offend Young-woo's friends. She also noted that if Lady Valdemar wanted to be more than just a friend, she should be prepared to compete with the woman. Meanwhile, at home, the protagonist was reprimanded by his older sister for becoming friends with Valdemar Defer herself. If the Nam clan finds out about today's events, Youngwoo will never be able to live his life again. The girl offered her brother two possible scenarios. The first option was that the boy remained in the clan's castle for several years, leaving behind his family, dreams, and hopes. The second option was simpler. Youngwoo simply had to keep everything secret. This guy didn't understand why he had to choose between something like that. The elder sister gave him a few days to think about it and waited for an answer after her return. As for the two hells, the girl decided to do everything possible to prevent the Nam clan from finding out about the forbidden relationship. Having finished the conversation, Sunmi slammed the door behind her. The boy wondered if he really had nothing to worry about. He had to make a difficult choice: hide the truth forever or spend years behind the walls of his family home. The main character still didn't understand why his sister hadn't told him anything about hell for so long. He has lived with this clan for more than 10 years and knows them thoroughly. The guy was sad that he hadn't been told the truth for so long. Overcome by emotion, he clenched his fist and remembered In-na. Youngwoo believed that if the professor were in his sister's place, she would definitely tell him everything. In despair, the boy fell onto the bed and wrapped himself in a blanket. He didn't understand what Songmi was thinking when she put him in front of such a difficult choice. Suddenly, the protagonist's thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. Jongwoo didn't understand who could come at such a time. He asked to wait a minute while he opened the door. It looks like the guest really surprised this guy. The guy nervously asked the girl about the reason for her visit. She slammed the door and said that there was no need to be so surprised. The girl placed things in front of Youngwoo and noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She sat down opposite the main character and introduced herself as Nam-mina. The events take us a few days earlier to the Nam clan, where the girl asks the elders how she can be of help. They explained that Sunmi was currently very busy with work. That's why they call Nam-mina. Grandfather asked to help Sunmi come out of the shadows so that she would not be disturbed by uninvited guests. He asked if Mina could handle this task. The girl agreed and thanked her for the opportunity. Something was bothering her because she couldn't leave the house until she became an adult, but an exception was made for Mina. The elders remembered a boy named Seo Young-woo, whom she had always liked. The heads of a Nam clan wanted the girl to become the young man's wife. Meanwhile, the main character did not realize that a childhood friend had forgotten him at her home because she was still a child and could not leave the main house. The guy didn't like that Mina came out of the shower and walked around only in her underwear. Youngwoo didn't understand why she was wearing such revealing clothes in his room. The girl apologized and decided to button up her buttons anyway. Then she sat down and said that she would now live with her boyfriend. He decided to remind him that he had gynophobia. The elders feared that the clan might fall apart at Chanyu, so they asked the girl to come to him. Mina agreed to all the conditions and came to overcome the guy's fear. The protagonist almost climbed over the wall out of fear, so he explained that her actions could only complicate things. The girl realized that everything was much worse than she imagined. She admitted that she didn't want to offer herself to this guy, but was only interested in how serious his phobia was. Mina sincerely apologized for her inexperience. The young man hoped that the girl would not be as annoying as the professor or his sister. Meanwhile, this guy's new neighbor had something else to say. She noticed that Youngwoo was not eating well, so she decided to cook him breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The girl also asked permission to clean the room because she could not sleep in such a mess. Mina looked into the kitchen cabinet and realized that the situation was worse than she expected. Then she noticed a suspicious cardboard box. All the photos with Helami were kept there. The protagonist realized that once he saw the contents of the box, it would hook him. Youngwoo blocked the girl's path to the place where she could take photos. Mina didn't understand what had happened and promised to handle the box with care. She found this suspicious and pinned the young man against the wall so that he would not disturb her. The girl threw the box on the table and was surprised by its contents. Indecent photographs of women were laid out in front of her. Mina asked what it was, and a confused guy replied that they were magazine clippings. Youngwoo explained that this was his way of overcoming his gynophobia and asked them not to touch his personal belongings anymore. In fact, the elders thought that the young man hated women, but it turned out that he was simply afraid of them. As a result, the protagonist hid his relationship with Hela, risking revealing his preferences in women. Meanwhile, the girl was deeply immersed in her thoughts. Mina explained that she was tired from the long drive, so she wanted to go to bed early. The owner of the house made a second bed for the guest. The girl reached out to turn off the light and wished the guy good night. For the first time, Youngwoo noticed that his shampoo smelled so good that his nose almost bled. The main character was tense because as a child he felt nothing for the girl, but now she seemed very beautiful to him. Mina herself decided to ask if the main character now sees her as a girl. She remembered how they had taken a bath together several years ago. The boy tried to convince himself that Mina was his younger sister. He wanted to remember moments from his childhood to calm his gynophobia. So he asked the girl if she remembered how they ran away from the bees. All this happened because Youngwoo wanted to get the biggest piece of stone, but he fell into a beehive, so he had to run and fight back with his pants. Youngwoo burst out laughing and remembered that it was at that moment that he first realized that Mina was not a boy. Then he remembered how he and the girl had swum. The boy wanted to teach Mina to swim, but ended up hitting his head on the rocks and losing consciousness, so the girl saved him herself. On the shore, she noticed that Jongwoo was not breathing. She had to provide first aid to help her friend start breathing again. Mina will never be able to forget that moment. At this time, her first kiss took place. It seems the girl tried to repeat this moment, but the main character's gynophobia only intensified. Youngwoo decided that the best way was to disconnect from the outside world. As a result, he instantly fell asleep and escaped from the girl. Mina grabbed the guy by the cheek, but he seemed to be unconscious. Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes. Emotions went too far, because the tension between the friends was so strong that Mina almost lost consciousness. She respected the kindness of the boy who had been taken advantage of by many and who had left a deep mark on her heart. But now the elders had sent her to Jongwoo. The girl thought that people who didn't know this guy would give up and not try to help him cope with the pain. But Mina was different. Her distinguishing feature was that she loved this guy with all her soul. Mina climbed into bed with him because she couldn't contain her feelings. She was ready to shed as many tears as this guy would shed blood. The girl again remembered the moment when the elders asked Youngwoo to become his wife. They didn't pay attention to the fact that he was still young, because for the heir of the family, age does not matter. On the contrary, if he cannot be a successor, then he has no right to be called an adult. Grandfather considered the main character a child with incredible potential, so he wanted Mina to help him discover his talent. She also had to make sure to have a child with him. The girl was surprised by the last condition, but the elder explained that the So dynasty should not be interrupted. Yes, Mina unconditionally agreed to carry out such an important task. She admitted that deep down she had been missing her boyfriend for a long time. At the end, the girl asked how many children exactly she needed. Meanwhile, the elder called Sunmi to find out how Mina had turned out, although even the boy's older sister knew nothing about her arrival. Grandfather explained that she was sent away to help, but in reality, it was so that the girl could become Youngwoo's wife. He realized that Songmi was probably tired after work because she couldn't say a word, so he decided to call back later. After such a conversation, the girl was simply stunned. She couldn't believe that Mina would marry Youngwoo. In the morning, our hero woke up next to Mina, who had gone to bed the night before. The person who asked the question did not understand what was happening. As a result, he saw Mina lying in his bed. Youngwoo was scared because the girl had no clothes. The young man was so scared that he immediately got up, got dressed, and took his bag. He felt that he needed to escape from his own home as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Sunmi, Inna and Fur were sitting in the professor's office and drinking tea. The young woman immediately asked how much the college cost, but she explained that it was not for sale. Youngwoo's older sister noted that now was not the time for idle talk. There was a serious issue at stake, as the Nam clan was planning to marry off her brother. Others were immediately surprised by this shocking news. Inna immediately thought that the candidate was Sunmi, but she immediately objected because she raised him as a younger brother. Lady Valdemar asked in a rage for the name of their rival. The professor and Sunmi looked at the girl with concern and realized that she needed to be calmed down. In-na explained that there was no talk of any conflict, since the potential wife belonged to the Nam clan. The woman remembered that the wars had only ended a few decades ago, so should not start new ones for the sake of Chongyu. Elder Helen knew she had to keep an eye on the girl, because she could kill someone at any moment. She wondered why Songmi only talked about marriage, since it was a family matter. The professor also recalled that her sister had previously wanted to decide who Youngwoo would marry. Sunmi began to explain that she had to carry out many tasks related to the Hells, and she always found them disgusting and difficult to complete. At that moment, she made the decision that Youngwoo should never live such a life. The girl always wanted to help her brother so that he could live a normal, civilized life, and that is why the boy never knew about hell. Songmi believed that the Nam clan wanted to forcefully accept Jongwoo as Mina's husband. So for the first time, she approached Hell with a specific request. The girl asked Fur and In-na to break off Youngwoo's engagement. In-na and Fur were shocked by this turn of events, as the representative of the Nam clan addressed their main enemies. The professor, with a smile on her lips, agreed to help. But she set a condition that she would dissolve the marriage, but all the consequences would fall on Sunmi's shoulders, and Fur also insisted on such conditions. The girl bowed and thanked her for agreeing to help. Suddenly, In-na's assistant entered the office and announced the arrival of a guest. The professor was outraged because they asked not to let anyone in. The employee apologized and explained that everyone would understand when they saw the visitor with their own eyes. An exhausted, unkempt Youngwoo, wearing his house clothes, entered the office. Sunmi jumped up and asked why her brother was there since she had told him to stay home. But he explained that he had no choice because Mina was sitting with him. She was surprised that the girl was already at the guy's house, and Youngwoo was surprised because his sister already knew everything and didn't tell him anything. The girl didn't know what to answer her brother. Inna asked if this guy really didn't know about their conversation. Suddenly, an incoming call from Mina appeared on Songmi's phone screen. Everyone gathered around her and anxiously awaited her next steps. The girl exhaled, gathered her courage, and answered the call. Sunmi immediately sweetly noted that she and Mina hadn't spoken for a long time. Youngwoo's sister asked why the girl had called and inquired if Songmi knew where the protagonist was now. Mina wanted to treat the boy to lunch, so she thought his guardian might know where he was. Sunmi became nervous and for a long time couldn't think of what to say. In the end, she tried to lie that this guy definitely didn't go to college, and that there was no need to look for him here. The whole company noticed that Songmi was completely incapable of lying. The main character did not understand why her older sister lied to Minnie. She wanted to explain something, but In-na intervened in the conversation and said that the clan wanted to marry this guy to this girl. Youngwoo was surprised that he was being forced into marriage as a teenager, and the professor was upset that the boy was only embarrassed about his age. He asked his sister if it was true, and Sunmi thought that her brother didn't see any problems in the marriage. She asked if he wanted to remain under house arrest forever and raise children, giving up his dream of becoming a photographer. Of course, the boss didn't want this and didn't know how to solve this problem. But in the meantime, Fur offered to go with her to the Atlantic coast and take a ride on her new yacht. Sunmi shouted at the girl to stop talking nonsense. In-na ordered the girls to stop fighting. The professor had an idea because she had been in a similar situation before, when they had entered into a marriage of convenience. Sunmi immediately thought that the woman had already broken up with someone, but she objected and asked to be heard. The professor's first thought was to make Mina hate Youngwoo. She explained that even an arranged marriage would not force enemies to marry. To carry out this plan, he needed to commit several bad deeds. Hearing this, the main character became a little nervous, especially when the professor said it. Everyone else was also surprised by this proposal from In-na. Sunmi explained that this method could cause problems, but the woman clarified that she would not force Youngwoo to do anything bad to the girl. To begin with, In-na asked what exactly Mina hated so that she could use it in their plan. Sunmi immediately thought about this question and remembered that the object of the girl's hatred was Heli. If Mina finds out about Youngwoo's connection with the monsters, blood will be shed. The professor was referring to some personal things, such as a fear of insects. Sunmi immediately remembered her fear of wasps and centipedes, as well as her hatred of mushrooms. She didn't understand what Ina could do with this information, but the woman asked to continue. The girl tried for a long time to remember something else. As a result, she revealed that Mina doesn't like manhwa because her elders said that she was being deceived. The professor was immediately delighted, because this was exactly what was needed. Youngwoo didn't understand how manhwa could help them, but Ina assured him that she had a good plan. The woman asked Sunmi to tell Minnie that the guy would be at the school gate and asked for her to buy something from the toy store, but decided to buy everything at once. Ina herself told this guy that he needed to change his clothes. This request surprised him. After some time, the main character found himself in the right place with a hidden earphone. He asked if it would definitely work because if it failed, he would die of shame. The voice in the earpiece told me to get ready because the girl was already here. Youngwoo, covered in icons from manhwa and anime, immediately became nervous and began looking around for her. It seems that Minnie didn't really like the guy's appearance, and even at first she wasn't sure that her childhood friend was really her. The embarrassed guy greeted the girl. She just asked what happened to that guy. Youngwoo didn't think he really needed to do it. He immediately remembered his sister's words about house arrest and continued to carry out his duties. This marriage had to be stopped for the sake of the future boyfriend and Mina, so the protagonist gathered his strength and began to talk about the manhwa. This guy spoke with such enthusiasm, as if he were a real fan. The voice from the earpiece suggested that we now need to show something from Youngwoo's bag. He took out a toy from there that seemed to reflect an understanding of the world, namely the protagonist's magic wand. This guy's strange behavior completely confused Mina. An awkward silence hung between them, because the girl didn't even know how to comment on this. Ina reported into the earpiece that it was clear from Mina's expression that she found this guy disgusting. Despite the coercion, the girl still managed to invite the guy to dinner. Youngwoo was ordered to refuse her and say that he was going to watch anime. It was hard for the guy because Mina cooked food with all her heart and brought it to him. However, it had to be done for him and for everyone else, so the protagonist once again got into his role. The girl remembered the words of her elders that people become stupid when reading manhwa. She couldn't believe that Youngwoo actually liked it, so she tried to think critically. Mina wanted to help this guy come to his senses. The main character became nervous because of the girl's behavior, because she was acting strangely and hardly spoke. Eventually, she was able to express her desire to go watch anime with her boyfriend. Then Mina suggested having lunch together. Youngwoo was in despair over the failure of the plan. Because of his gynophobia, it's hard to be around Mina, and now she also wants to have lunch together, so the guy is completely scared. Ina told the guy, through an earpiece, to agree because the professor was prepared for this turn of events, and everything had already been prepared in the audiovisual materials lesson. She wanted to strike the decisive blow there, and Youngwoo considered this plan successful. The protagonist brought Mina to the right place and, like a gentleman, allowed her to go further. In fact, the girl was already interested in the manhwa because she saw how it influenced the guy. He began to explain again that this story was full of philosophical ideas and was built around them. As in any anime, it all starts with the opening title. Youngwoo began to play with his magic wand and repeat the lyrics of the song. The anime had a rosy feel to it, with an opening theme of love and peace. As a result, our hero became as accustomed as possible to the image of the main character. This performance raised many questions for Mina. Jongwoo began to give a speech that sounded like some kind of incantation, and he spoke of society, rebirth, and freedom. Having finished his speech, he pointed the toy at the girl, who was in a state of shock from what she saw and heard. Meanwhile, she could not and did not want to see this guy in such a state. Mina got up and left, explaining that she needed to go to the toilet. She tried to calm down because she didn't expect Youngwoo to change so much. The girl washed herself to tidy herself up. She was sure that she had to act in the hope of saving this guy. After all, Mina was going to have a serious talk with the protagonist over dinner. The girl decided to research manhwa-related topics online and learn about Ataka, or people who are fans of anime and manhwa. She realized that Youngwoo was one of these people and continued searching for information. Then she saw a news story about a child being attacked by a manhwa fan who led an antisocial lifestyle. Mina was shocked by these facts regarding such things. Then she saw some dirty manhwas and thought that's what this guy liked. Returning to the audience, the girl first said that taking care of children is not normal, but Young-woo did not have time to understand anything. She said she found out everything on the internet and couldn't let this guy turn into a sociopath, rapist, or pervert sitting in the corner of the room. The main character didn't understand what she was talking about, as did In-na, who was confused by this nonsense. Mina said that none of this matters, and now the manga is banned. The professor was glad that they had finally managed to touch the girl's heart, and ordered the boy to say that he would never stop reading manhwa. The protagonist did just that, explaining that all the girl's accusations were just rumors from people who had never read manhwa. Mina didn't believe that the guy would never be able to give up his enthusiasm, and Young-woo, in turn, said that manhwa is his social life, so he won't be able to give it up. The guy repeated once again that he wouldn't refuse, so he asked the girl to refuse him, and Inna appreciated his efforts. The girl was irritated, but she exhaled to calm herself down. In the end, she said it was impossible. Mina explained that the elders sent her to Young-woo to help him overcome his gynophobia. The girl noted that the young man already had enough problems with communication, and manhwa would only make things worse. She mentioned marriage by chance, and the guy asked what she was talking about. The girl tried to explain that she meant that when Young-woo got married and had children, he would have a hard time coping with family life because of his problems. Mina accepted that the boy couldn't give up manhwa, so she offered him special training so he could reintegrate into society. Inna and Chan-woo did not understand what the girl was up to. It turned out that she decided to take the guy with her on a hike in the mountains. The main character did not understand why he needed to climb the mountains in the morning. Mina explained that to understand the joys of life among people, it is necessary to meditate while looking at the city from above and contemplate it from a bird's-eye view. Young-woo asked what was so special about this manhwa that he had to do all this and generally listen to the girl. Sitting on a rock, he gave in and said he had had enough. It seems the girl didn't like this behavior because she was trying to preserve the guy's social life and protect him from becoming a thief. Mina was outraged that the young man refused help, so she had no choice. She had another option to put pressure on him if Young-woo didn't listen. The girl seriously threatened to tell the family that the guy wasn't studying there at all, but was reading manhwa and ruining his life. Of course, if the elders had found out, they would have immediately called them both for a serious talk so that he would understand that things had gone too far. The protagonist had nothing else to do, so he listened to Mina and agreed to climb the mountain. She immediately became happy and ordered them to follow her because they had almost reached the top. Eventually, they sat down to meditate together, and the girl talked about how it was impossible to live alone and shared other philosophical thoughts about society that made Young-woo incredibly want to go home. The girl liked the place where they stayed, and she wanted to come here every day. Obviously, the main character didn't like this idea. He couldn't understand how his life had gotten to the point where he now had to climb mountains every day. The guy noticed that he was having no luck in the mountains, and upon returning home, he decided to take a shower and rest. When he turned on the water, Young-woo felt that it was very cold and screamed. The guy was ashamed that Mina turned off the boiler because he almost died of a heart attack. She explained that it strengthened his willpower, so she asked him to wash his face with cold water. Moreover, she told him to do it every day, so Young-woo was not at all satisfied. Then Mina began to toughen the boy up in battle. She explained that now, after strengthening the spirit, it was time to strengthen the body. The protagonist wanted to ask for a break, but did not have time to finish. Mina hit the guy on the shoulder with her training sword. The next strong blow landed on Jong-woo's stomach. The girl was pleased with her work, and Young-woo lay on the floor, exhausted for being beaten for 2 hours straight. In the end, Mina allowed the boy to rest and read manhwa, because he had completed all the stages of training. He couldn't believe it was all over, so he asked the girl again, and she confirmed everything. She reminded me that there would be training tomorrow too, so she asked me not to overexert my body while reading manhwa. This guy couldn't believe that he would have to endure this torment every day. After some thought, Young-woo decided to give up manhwa because, according to him, the training should have been effective. Mina was very pleased because her methods proved effective. She took the guy by the hand and was happy because her feelings reached him. Tears of happiness welled up in her eyes. The protagonist's nose started bleeding, so he reminded the girl about her gynophobia. In the end, the guy simply collapsed from exhaustion. He was no longer interested in marriage or manhwa because he just wanted to relax in peace. Meanwhile, in Inna's office, another meeting took place with the professor herself, her sister, and Youngwoo's friend. The woman was irritated because she could not understand Mina's logic and actions. Sunmi explained that in order to fight the Hellami, one must undergo brutal training. Fur noted that the plan was doomed from the start, and the professor defended herself by citing Mina's own strange reaction. The young woman realized that an unacceptable lifestyle could bring a person back to the main house of Nama. She decided to change the original scenario and force the girl to return home herself. The next day, one of the girls came to Chanwoo's house. Mina was surprised by the unexpected guests. It was Fur, who introduced herself as the girlfriend of a college boy named Fur Von Phil. She immediately began to get to know the guy's neighbor and guessed that the girl did not know Seoul at all because she was from the provinces. Mina didn't understand why they were asking her this question, but Fur said that it seemed obvious. The young woman realized that she had come from a place where things were not fun at all. Fur wanted to invite the girl to more interesting places. First, the girls wanted to try some delicious ice cream. After the first spoonful of dessert, Mina's eyes lit up. Fur noted that there was no need to eat much because there was still a lot planned, and Mina could not believe that anything else could be better. Lady Valdemar decided to take her to hard-to-reach places where it was easy to get, to take some photos and send them to Nam's family. Meanwhile, Mina tried the ice cream and didn't even suspect that she had fallen into a trap. Fur was going to make the girl step on her rake and force the clan to return her. She planned to win Mina's trust with her friendliness. The young woman decided to start implementing the plan right away. So they walked until evening, and the victim, Fur, was completely satisfied with their walk. The girl asked to be taken home because she didn't remember the way back at all. Mrs. Valdemar noted that this was just the beginning, and the real fun would only begin now. Mina was nervous about the late hour, but Fur persuaded her to go to one more place. The young woman took her to an establishment belonging to the Valdemar clan so that she could have a good rest and a bite to eat. The girl was surprised when she entered the building. She was congratulated by numerous attractive guys in rabbit costumes. Mina saw that it was a theme bar where all the waiters were also dressed in costumes. She started asking her new friend what this place was, and she explained that it was just an establishment where the workers wore beautiful clothes. Fur assured Minnie that she wouldn't have to pay anything and invited the girl to sit down and chat with the guys for a bit. The young woman ordered her servants to take photographs in order to obtain evidence that could incriminate her. Fur said that this was the last point on their route, so she suggested that they have a little fun. She asked if Mina would like a drink, and she refused, so Lady Valdemar decided to order everything herself. Fur planned to order liters of alcohol for the girl, and then film her with the guys. The young woman noted that she herself should not abuse alcohol, because then the plan would fail, but she did not intend to stay on the sidelines. She stood up and explained that she needed to go to the ladies' room, but in reality, she wanted to give orders to the maids. Mrs. Valdemar promised a reward of $1,000 for seducing Mina. The staff were delighted with such generosity and immediately set to work on their assignments. The girl got scared when several nice guys sat down next to her. Fur was sure that everything would end soon, because Mina was still a very little girl. Mina employees were dissatisfied and depressed. The young woman didn't understand whether everything went well. The guys said that they no longer wanted to do this work and wanted to return to their hometown. Fur couldn't understand how this girl was capable of such a thing. She ran into the security room to look at the camera. Lady Valdemar asked her staff to rewind the recording 10 minutes back. As a result, she saw Mina giving the boys a moral lecture. One of the security guards said that the guest was about to leave the VIP room. Fur flew out of the room and hurried back to Mina. The girl herself was looking for this young lady. She wanted to talk to Fur about something, and she was incredibly upset by the unexpected failure of the plan. Mina thanked the boys in her room, but noted that money can't buy friendship. Mrs. Valdemar panicked and did not understand what she meant. The girl explained her observations by saying that all these people from Fyra came not out of sincere motives, but because of her money and position in society. Mina pointed out that Fur might end up completely alone if she continued wasting her time on people like that, and Fur was speechless, remembering Youngwoo's words. The girl admitted that she also had no friends, but if her new friend didn't mind, she would like to spend time with her. Lady Valdemar realized that she had just been scolded by a much younger girl, hitting her where it hurt most. Mina assured that everything was fine, because at a young age it was difficult to establish communication. At that moment, Fur understood why all the workers had decided to quit. This girl knew how to penetrate into people's hearts without harboring any evil thoughts. The usual group of women were already sitting in Inna's office, having suffered another failure in their attempt to neutralize Mina. Fur still remembered her words about friends and didn't understand what to do next. The professor remembered that she had spoken about the girl's oddities, so she needed to be careful with her. Sunmi was confused by Hell's insensitivity and couldn't believe that her clan had been fighting them for hundreds of years. She knew she had to take matters into her own hands, but she really didn't want to do it because Mina was her family. Unfortunately, there was no time left to wait for a miracle. Sunmi said it was time for serious decisions and asked for support. She met with Mina at Youngwoo's house and told him that the elders had already made a decision that could not be changed, and noted that she raised this boy as her own son. Sunmi explained that she could not agree with such a decision, even though it was made by the clan heads. The sister said that she would check on Youngwoo's wife herself, and asked if the girl could ignore her will. Mina understood her relative and agreed to undergo the examination, because marriage affects not only two people, but the whole family. The girl did not want to impose herself as a wife until everyone in So Youngwoo's inner circle accepted her. Sunmi said that Mina would first undergo special training to prove her ability to protect the person she loved. Mina has already started calling her sister Youngwoo mom and promised to live up to all expectations. Sunmi mentally apologized to the girl because she was sure that in a few days her mood would change. She was going to subject Mina to real hellish torment, but at the same time she was not going to accept her as her wife. The first test required the girl to run with wheels attached to her feet. Then she stood on the board with Sunmi lying on her back. Then Sister Youngwoo forced her victim to climb the cliff. The final test was a training fight. Mina saw a good opportunity to attack Sunmi. It was a trap on the woman's part, so she parried the blow. As a result, Mina's sword broke and a fragment flew straight at her head. Of course, Sunmi immediately became afraid for the girl. She shouted her name, but Mina didn't react because she had lost consciousness. Blood was flowing from under her head, and the woman tried to bring her to her senses. As a result of the tests, Mina ended up in the hospital. The girl woke up and didn't understand where she was. Sunmi explained that she was in the hospital and lost consciousness due to a mild concussion, but the doctor did not foresee any fractures or other consequences. She said she was disappointed that Mina was injured so easily. The sister came to the conclusion that the girl was not good enough to marry her brother and advised her to refuse the marriage. Mina screamed that she couldn't do it. Sunmi explained that it wouldn't work, despite the girl's strong feelings for Youngwoo. But Mina was determined to overcome the wall that separated her and her boyfriend. She asked his lover's sister to continue her education. As expected, the girl puts her whole heart into her relationship with the main character. So Songmi was upset by the consequences. The woman interrupted her speech and said that she herself had to understand everything that was said. Mina thought that Songmi had finally agreed to the marriage. Suddenly, after so much arguing, Sister Youngwoo finally agreed. The girl sincerely thanked her and promised to live up to all expectations. Sunmi left to find Youngwoo and tell him that his future wife had come to her senses. The sister was unhappy that the damage was minor, as that would have justified sending Mina home. Inna still didn't understand why Sunmi gave the girl her blessing, and explained that Mina wasn't the type to show up after a few harsh words. Fur decided that they just needed to get rid of Mina quietly. Sunmi was angry about all this nonsense, because that was why she turned to Hell for help. She explained that she wanted to resolve the situation in the most peaceful and calm way possible. The older sister did this not for herself, but for Seo Young-woo. It turned out that someone overheard Sunmi's argument with Hella. It was Mina who heard that a representative of the Nam clan was in cahoots with the Helami clan. She could not believe that the people on whom this clan placed such great hopes could collaborate with its greatest enemies. The girl trembled at what she heard and realized that if the main house found out about this, it could cause an incredible uproar. Mina thought she might have heard something wrong, so she decided to take her time. First, she decided to meet with Sunmi on the rooftop and discuss it. It was raining, and the woman did not understand why they met. Mina immediately asked if Sunmi was collaborating with Helami. The woman's head began to spin with disturbing thoughts, because it was unclear which body part the girl recognized. Without waiting for an answer, Mina realized that it was the truth, and Sunmi tried to hide everything. But it was too late, because the girl wanted to hear the truth, otherwise she would have told everything to the clan. The woman explained that it was not a conspiracy. Young-woo had simply become friends with Hella by chance, and she wanted to interfere in their relationship in any way possible, but nothing worked. As a result, she now wants it to remain a secret from the clan. Mina suggested sending the boy to the main house, but her sister couldn't do it. Sunmi didn't want her brother to spend his entire life in the ancestral home, so she couldn't let him return. She explained that she hid this from Mina because she was afraid that she would lead Young-woo outside the walls of the main house again. Mina was outraged that Sunmi allowed Hella and her brother to just have fun because it showed that she didn't trust the girl herself. She became furious and declared that she would do everything possible to annoy the elders and initiate an investigation. But Sunmi tried to stop her. The woman explained her actions by saying that she did not want to drag Young-woo into any problems. Mina asked why Sunmi thought the girl would believe her words. Sister Young-woo knelt down and promised to do her best to overcome Mina's silence. Mina agreed to report to the clan only about Sunmi, but then she herself would have to lie to the elders. She assured that the leaders would question the woman about her allies, and she would have to find the answers herself. Sunmi thanked the girl for agreeing to fulfill her request. Mina grabbed her by the clothes and ordered her to return to the main house. Mina brought the woman to trial before the elders. Grandfather explained that they had already heard everything and were very unhappy with such a disgrace on Sunmi's part. It was more important to him that she not reveal the details of the collaboration, but he assured her that there was nothing to worry about. The elder stood up and hit Sunmi on the shoulder with a stick. He explained that it is the duty of elders to guide children on the right path. Grandfather ordered Sunmi to endure the pain, no matter how severe it was. To be forgiven, she had to reveal who she was in cahoots with. The elder promised that he would not let her go until he received a confession. Sunmi didn't admit it, even though her entire back was already in the corridor. The elder tried to put moral pressure on her. The woman was on the verge of injury. After the last blow, blood flowed from her mouth, while Mina watched it dispassionately. Several days had already passed, and the girl did not understand why Sunmi still had not confessed. She didn't understand why she was suffering just because Young-woo didn't want to live in the main house. Sunmi's ability to remain so silent amazed Mina and the elders. The girl noticed that today's interrogation was finally over. After several days of suffering, Sunmi was in a semi-conscious state. Mina came up to ask why the woman was acting like that and didn't want to reveal the whole secret. She explained that nothing would change after the confession, but Sunmi remained silent. The woman asked if Mina really didn't understand anything, which made her angry. Sunmi explained that Young-woo was the most important thing in her life, so she would protect him until the end. Mina continued to misunderstand her because self-sacrifice for her brother seemed strange to her. The woman remembered that the girl was also ready for this. She advised Minnie to think about what happened before returning to the clan when she was undergoing trials for Young-woo. Sunmi explained that when it comes to loved ones, everyone has their own opinion, and he acted this way because he wanted his brother to live exactly the way he wanted. The woman noted that Mina did the exact opposite and pushed Young-woo to respect the boundaries of what was permitted. The girl wanted to refute such assumptions, but Sunmi immediately stopped her. She said that Mina only thinks about her own happiness because she always acts in her own interests. The girl didn't understand what was wrong with that. Sunmi asked if Mina ever wondered if Youngwoo's personal happiness would make her happy. She explained that the girl convinced herself that they would be happy at the same time, and Mina realized that if Youngwoo was happy, then Sunmi would be happy too. The woman confirmed this and said that she was happy for her brother, despite what was happening to her. Mina still thought it was nonsense. Mina wanted to ask the martyr just one question. Sunmi raised her tired gaze and looked the girl in the eyes. She asked if her sister was really in love with Youngwoo. Sunmi immediately rejected the girl's assumption. Mina didn't believe her and abruptly left the room to get a drink. After seeing this, the girl was sure that she was not mistaken at all. She knew for sure that Songmi was in love with Youngwoo and saw a real man in him. The girl noticed that the woman looked away when she lied, so Mina was confident in her guess. In this case, she became curious about how strong Songmi's feelings were for this guy. She realized that the love was strong because the woman endured such abuse and did not even say anything about her feelings. Songmi endured this torture without even saying a word about Youngwoo. It was difficult for me to imagine the strength of a woman's love for the main character. She wasn't sure if she could love like that because she couldn't stay away and not talk about her feelings. All of Sunmi's phrases about her relationship with Youngwoo flashed through the girl's head. She remembered the boy dreaming carefree while his sister was being tortured like that. Mina admitted that the woman was right in claiming that she could not make the young man happy. She realized that her feelings were not even close to comparing to her love for Songmi. It looks like Mina has made an important decision for herself. She turned to the elders to tell them something. The girl said that she wanted to confess something to the clan leaders. Hearing Mina's words, Sunmi immediately came to her senses. The girl wanted to say something, but was immediately interrupted by her confession. Mina decided to lie and admitted that Songmi was not actually in cahoots with Hellami. The girl's words shocked everyone present in the hall. She explained that out of jealousy, she told Youngwoo about Sunmi and decided to lie. Mina bowed to the elders and declared that she was ready to accept any punishment. The head of the school said that the punishment would be severe and cruel. Sunmi didn't understand why the girl made such a decision, because now she had lost the trust of her elders and would be subjected to cruel torture. Mina explained that watching the woman go through so much pain to keep Youngwoo's secret had made her realize something. The girl said that she couldn't do anything like that for the guy. Now, she has decided to dedicate herself even more to training, strengthen her heart, and gain strength. The last thing Mina asked was for Sunmi to take care of Youngwoo. Yes, the woman agreed, then turned and walked out of the main house. Thus, Mina's training at Sunmi ended. Now the girl had to make a decision on her own, and Youngwoo trusted Songmi completely. Meanwhile, the woman was resting on the train on her way home. After returning, Sunmi immediately met with her acquaintances. She apologized for being late, explaining that she was tired after the trip. The protagonist noticed that his sister looked angry and unwell, so he began to worry about her. Inna and Fur were frightened by her appearance, so they pretended that the delay did not bother them. Sunmi reported that as a result, Mina did return to the clans, and they would not see her in the near future. The professor immediately thought that the girl was in the hospital on the verge of life and death. She tried to find out more, but Songmi didn't answer. The woman explained that this was an internal matter for the clan. It was enough for us and everyone else to know that Mina was no longer interfering. Everyone was frightened by Sunmi's mood. Inna generally believed that she was the one who killed the girl. Suddenly, Sunmi stepped away to answer the phone, and everyone at the table was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Youngwoo asked Fur what they should do because it was the first time he saw his sister in such a state, and the girl suggested the Eye of the Storm rule, which is that they should not touch the boundaries because they will be destroyed. Inna noted that the situation was indeed dangerous, so he needed to protect the boy from possible consequences and somehow calm Sunmi down. The professor explained that the sister could tie up the boy and beat him the same way she was beaten, or use water torture. Fur decided that the best gift for Sunmi would be to send a lot of guys, but Inna remembered the failure with Mina. The young lady then offered to feed the woman some desserts, but the professor noticed that Sunmi hadn't even touched her coffee. Unfortunately, Mrs. Valdemar was unable to solve problems without money and was upset about this, so the professor advised the girl to think about it at home. Ina noticed that the most precious thing for Sunmi was her brother, so she offered to give her the guy for a day, but Young-woo didn't want to, because just a few minutes ago he was afraid of torture. Eventually, the professor suggested that she go on a double date with her sister. Fer also wanted to leave, but Ina said that the children should lie down and sleep at home. The girl immediately asked how much a triple date would cost, and the protagonist couldn't understand whether she had always been so emotional. Sunmi came up, apologized for the wait, and suggested they leave because there were no more topics to discuss. The professor invited her to talk for a bit. She asked what they were going to talk about, and Ina explained that they understood perfectly well what Sunmi had gone through, so they were suggesting that she go on a double date with Young-woo. The sister refused because she was not in the mood, and at first the professor did not even understand her refusal. Ina was outraged by this turn of events, as she was confident in the correctness of her proposal. She thought that her sister wanted to isolate Young-woo from hell, or that she had a plan to destroy them. The professor decided to calmly talk to Sunmi and try to convince her. The woman seemed outraged by Inna's words about them being in the same boat. The professor tried to explain that they had recently joined forces for a common goal, so there was no point in stopping their collaboration now. Sunmi slammed her fist on the table threateningly and asked if Hella was serious. She became very angry. Ina became even more scared and did not understand what was wrong with this woman. Songmi didn't believe that the professor could say such a thing and decided to get out of the difficult situation by suggesting that only her sister go on a date with Young-woo. The woman seemed to like the date proposal, and Ina agreed to choose a suitable place for her and the guy. She hesitated a little, but if Hella insisted so much, then in principle she was not against extravagance. Meanwhile, scolded Ina for not expecting her to refuse to participate in the date so quickly, and Young-woo's opinion was not taken into account at all. The next day, a cheerful and slightly upset Sunmi was waiting for the main character in the park. The main character was a little late, so he immediately apologized to her. The hellish creatures were also present, but they watched from afar, using camouflage. Fer asked the professor's opinion about whether they could be punished if they were caught, but Ina explained that they couldn't stand aside and leave Young-woo alone. The younger Hella noted that the couple were still related, to which the older one responded that the woman's brother complex was very difficult to understand. Meanwhile, Sunmi suggested going to a cafe or shopping, but the main character wanted to go wherever she wanted. The woman jokingly remarked that it would be nice if Young-woo was always this silky. They eventually reached the store, but there was an awkward silence, so the salesman wanted to start a conversation. He decided to ask what had happened to Mina, because from what her sister had said, it was clear that she had gone through a lot of hardships. Eventually, Sunmi revealed that she was accused of conspiring with Helami and was subsequently tortured for several days. She pretended to forget what she had just said, and the guy, judging by what he heard, switched to you. While the couple was shopping, evening came. They went to a restaurant, but there was no opportunity to have a normal conversation, so Young-woo wasn't sure that a regular date would help Song-mi improve her condition. She suddenly asked if it was really that difficult to communicate with her, but the main character explained that they simply hadn't spent time together for a long time. After this explanation, the woman calmed down. The boy seriously asked if anything was bothering his older sister, although he wasn't sure he could help her. Sunmi replied that she was very worried about something. She admitted that she had indeed been in cahoots with Helami, just as Mina had said, and such behavior was unacceptable for a member of the Nam clan. The woman realized that she shouldn't have come back, not Mina. She no longer understood anything about what was happening around her. The boy was at a loss for words to express his support for his sister. Sunmi asked the young man to pretend that he had not heard anything, because she did not want to tell all this. Young-woo admitted that he doesn't really know what's going on in the clan. All he knew for sure was that his older sister had risked her life for him, so he was grateful to her. The guy considered her the nicest person in his life, which touched Sunmi. She was delighted by this news and thanked Young-woo. The woman called the waiter and asked him to bring a bottle of expensive alcohol. The guy remarked that it was too expensive, but Sunmi believed that a kind person should remain so until the end, and besides, he had a date with his beloved younger brother. Meanwhile, Hells was watching this wonderful atmosphere, and Inna was very jealous of this guy. Sunmi was very pleased with the dinner and drinks, and the main character noticed that she felt much better. It started to rain, so the woman offered to call a taxi. The man thought it would be expensive, so the woman suggested they stop somewhere nearby. Sunmi pointed to a beautiful building, and the guy was surprised by her choice. It turned out that it was a hotel for lovers, so Youngwoo was not really keen on staying there, but the woman didn't see a problem with that. She decided to hurry before the heavy rain started and grabbed the guy's hand. The Hells continued to watch, and Fur noted that the building looked like a cheap ruin, but In-na said that it didn't matter in this situation. The professor didn't understand what these relatives were capable of, and the girl asked him not to put so much pressure on her head in anger. The woman decided not to stop and continue driving to the hotel, but Fur didn't understand why all this was necessary, since she wanted to go home anyway. Elder Hella explained what inappropriate things could happen in a love hotel, so the young girl understood everything right away. Fur did not want to leave Youngwoo and Songmi alone under any circumstances. The main character couldn't believe that he actually used the services of such an establishment. The sister didn't like the state of the room because there was nothing new there. She decided to take a shower before going to bed. Meanwhile, the main character did not like living with his older sister in a hotel for lovers. Youngwoo decided to watch TV, but it didn't help him at all. He couldn't get rid of his stupid thoughts about Songmi and therefore considered himself an animal. The guy sat down and tried to calm down. At that moment, my sister was enjoying a warm shower. She also couldn't believe that she had come from Chanyu to such a place. Sunmi understood that no one considered them to be real relatives. In fact, the woman was even a little worried. After some time, she confessed everything to the main character. Sunmi also advised the guy to take a shower to freshen up. Youngwoo agreed with the idea, thinking it would help him calm down. The older sister offered to help him wash if he was very tired. Sunmi remembered that they often took baths together and washed each other's hair. At this moment, Inna overheard the entire conversation and was shocked by what was happening. The professor decided it was an emergency that required their immediate intervention, and Fur didn't believe she would actually have to do it. Hella started screaming, demanding that Nam Sunmi open the door for her. The professor decided to take radical action since things had gone so far. She decided to break down the door by force. Inna flew into the room and started asking Sunmi what she was doing. The older sister noted that she would have opened the door anyway, but the professor explained that she could not allow Youngwoo to cross the line. Sunmi pretended that the woman was talking about some scoundrels, and the guy also wanted to confirm this, but his reaction only confirmed In-na's assumptions. The guy asked for forgiveness, and Fur offered to handcuff him. Sunmi explained that she only did this to provoke Hell. She guessed that Inna and Fur had been watching them all this time. The woman felt Hell's blood everywhere, so everything was obvious. Sunmi believed that they wanted to ruin her relationship with Youngwoo in order to gain leverage over the Nam clan. In-na retorted irritably, stating that she would never resort to such cowardly tricks. The professor explained that she only suggested this date because Sunmi looked bad after the situation with Mina. She sent them to the meeting only to improve the situation, but she was also afraid that something bad might happen. Sunmi asked In-na about her assumptions and said that she thought her sister might turn Youngwoo into a love slave. The woman thought the idea was great, but she would never carry it out. Sunmi explained that she was simply tired and there was no need to react aggressively, and besides, she never thought that Hella would take care of her. Inna pretended that she was only worried about Youngwoo, and Fur added that Sunmi looked scary when she was in a bad mood. The woman was amused that everyone thought that about her, and now she felt stupid. Although she didn't need help, Sunmi still thanked everyone for their concern. Inna clarified again that she wasn't doing all this for her sake, but Fur said the exact opposite, so the professor wondered why she had taken little Hella with her at all. Since everything had become clear, the professor suggested finishing everything and returning home. Sunmi noted that she had already paid for the room, so she didn't need to go anywhere, and she wanted to spend time with her younger brother, while the girls could rent a separate room. The sister started making fun of Young-woo and said that she never thought that he liked little girls like Fur. Meanwhile, young Hella thought that In-na saw romantic feelings in her, but the professor immediately refuted this. The professor didn't want to go anywhere, so she decided to stay right in the room. The older sister invited the guy to take a shower with her, but he still refused. Fur decided to stay here, so all the girls surrounded the poor guy, and Lady Valdemar even offered to wash Chanwoo for money. The main character was hysterical from such attention that he wanted to leave the room himself. The events moved for a while to In-na's office, where our heroes were dying from the heat. The professor was discussing when the air conditioning repairman would finally arrive, and in the meantime, she suggested going somewhere to grab a bite to eat to freshen up. Young-woo replied that he was afraid to go outside in such heat. Fur grumbled because she couldn't bear this torment any longer. She decided it was time for the beach and invited the whole group to go there. The protagonist assumed that there might be a lot of people there, but Lady Valdemara had a private villa, so this was not a problem. She said that if they have bodies and bathing suits, they could go tomorrow. The girls loved the swimsuit theme and decided to go shopping with expert Young-woo. When he came to the store, the poor guy didn't know what to look for. Inna showed the guy her choice and asked if he liked it. The protagonist said that it was too much and suggested choosing something simpler. Fur asked the guy to give her some time too. She asked Young-woo to evaluate the swimsuit she had chosen. He said she needed something cuter for her age, but the girl reminded him that she was actually older than the guy. The girls attacked the poor guy to make him choose their swimsuits himself. The protagonist said it would be difficult because he didn't know anything about fashion, but someone else immediately canceled In-na and Fur's choices. It turned out to be Sunmi who said that their taste was spoiled, so they couldn't show it to Young-woo. Fur didn't understand how this guy's sister found out everything, so she immediately suspected that he was to blame for everything. Sunmi explained that there are things like GPS and wiretapping in the world. The girls noted that this was considered a crime, and In-na called the woman mentally unstable, but decided to take it as a compliment. Songmi realized that the company was about to go to sea and decided to accompany them as Jong-woo's patroness. She decided to inspect all the swimsuits chosen by Helami herself and immediately rejected the first option from In-na. The option with Fur was also rejected because Sunmi didn't want them to get arrested for displaying the child's body in public. The girls were outraged by sister Young-woo's pickiness and asked what swimsuit she had chosen for herself, and Fur reminded her that it was illegal to pester her. Sunmi revealed her choice, which was no less open. The hellish teenagers were irritated by her double standards. The woman explained that she considered this a good opportunity to show Young-woo what real adult charm is. In-na noted that she would look simply vulgar in this swimsuit. Fur believed that mercy was true justice. The protagonist realized that this could end badly and decided to suggest going to the mountains. All the women immediately pounced on the young man, and he realized that this was a bad idea. Eventually, our company managed to reach the beach. In-na noted that Fur was wearing some kind of swimsuit to attract the attention of the maniacs, but it was Young-woo's choice, and Pai-na also looked strange because she was thin, but this was done so as not to show off her assets too much and not look cheap. Under her clothes, the professor was wearing an attractive swimsuit. While the main character was setting up the umbrella, his sister asked him for help. She asked the guy to put sunscreen on her neck. Sunmi noted that this would be a good experience for Young-woo to get rid of his fear of women. He calmed down and calmly applied the cream to his sister's body. Sunmi noted that this guy is great at it. She realized that things had gone too far. As it turned out, it was not her brother at all, but In-na, who decided to play a joke on Songmi. The woman then chased the professor all over the beach. Hells also played with the main character in the water and had a good time with him. Meanwhile, Sunmi sat quietly under an umbrella and read a book. Jong-woo swam and photographed the underwater world. He was happy because he took a lot of pictures and appreciated the benefits of a waterproof camera. The guy felt a little awkward that almost all of the photos were of girls in swimsuits. Fur called him from the shore for dinner, and only then did the boy notice that it was already evening. He said that he was leaving now. The protagonist whined again and felt something strange in his leg. Something is stuck in his leg, making it difficult for him to breathe properly. Thanks to his powers, Jong-woo was able to get out of the water and call for help. A second later, he was underwater again. The main character woke up already on the shore. This guy thought he couldn't survive because of his leg injury. A frightened professor sat above him and asked if everything was okay. Ina said that she saved the guy when she saw that he was rolling to the bottom, but the problem was that the waves carried them far from the villa. She managed to stop the bleeding and bandage the wound with her tight shirt, but now Young-woo could hardly leave. The boy thanked the professor for saving him, but she asked him not to bother other people like that anymore. But still, saving the main character was a relief for In-na. The guy blushed, and the woman asked if it was him. He explained that he had just noticed In-na's swimsuit, which suited her very well. The professor felt awkward because of Young-woo's compliment. She jokingly said that she couldn't believe that a young man was worried about her swimsuit at such a time. Meanwhile, the cave became colder as night fell. In-na asked if it bothered Young-woo, and he explained that he was a little cold. The professor noted that this was bad because the man's body temperature had dropped significantly. She pressed herself close to the guy to warm him and prevent hypothermia. The protagonist felt the warmth of In-na's body acutely. In the end, Young-woo fell asleep peacefully in the woman's arms. It turned out that she had a hard time restraining herself because of the smell of blood and the influence of the moon. Ina realized that she couldn't allow the boy's temperature to drop again, so she wanted to warm him up again. She looked at his neck and couldn't contain her instincts. The professor brought her teeth closer to the young man's body, and it seemed to her that everything around her was blurring. In the dream, the protagonist once again thanked In-na. This instantly brought her to her senses, and she suppressed her desires. In-na was touched and realized that she would not be able to suck the blood from such a charming young man. She calmed him down and told him to sleep peacefully. The night passed, morning came, and our heroes rested peacefully. Jong-woo woke up from strange sounds and, thinking that this was their salvation, went out to call for help. When this guy came out of the cave, someone immediately shouted his name. It turned out that Fur and Sun-mi were searching for the missing person using a helicopter. The main character tried to shout to them and show them where he was. The young woman called him a fool and ordered him to stay put, while his sister was incredibly happy to see her brother. The professor woke up and noticed that they had been searching for too long. She contacted him and said it was time to go back. Young-woo was immediately taken to the hospital, where the doctor reported that there were no particular problems with his leg. Fur hugged the guy because she was very worried about him. Then the girls noticed that Ina exhaled sharply, and they realized that something was about to happen. It turned out that she had a lot of complaints about Song-mi, because she put bugs on him but couldn't simply protect him from disasters. So the professor asked if Young-woo really needed such a sister. Sun-mi wanted to say something in her defense, but she couldn't. The protagonist stood up for his older sister because she was barbecuing at the time and didn't notice anything. Ina decided that mutual accusations wouldn't fix anything, and besides, everything was fine with her boyfriend. Sun-mi thanked the professor because her sister didn't even want to imagine what could have happened to Young-woo. The professor then decided to ask the older sister to officially acknowledge her brother's relationship with In-na. Hella noted that even without her consent, the relationship with Young-woo reached a new level. Fur and Sun-mi were furious at this statement, and the main character wanted to at least explain something a little. They thought that the woman took advantage of the poor man's injury and tried to seduce him. Ina noted that, apparently, Chan-woo himself liked everything, but he remained silent. He tried to explain everything again, but he didn't do a good job. The older sister couldn't take it anymore and went out to get some fresh air, and Fur said that next time she definitely wouldn't lose. The boy asked how he could explain all this to the two of them now, and the professor replied that perhaps there was no need. Young-woo remembered his camera and wondered what had happened to it. Ina saved it, and all the photos were saved too, so the guy was very happy. It turned out that everything was indeed in its place, but Young-woo still regretted not taking the usual photos as a keepsake. The laughing professor asked him to look at the latest photographs on his camera. In-na made them herself, so the guy was embarrassed when he saw them, and the woman, in turn, noted that she made a copy on her phone. A girl approached the doctor working with the main character and told him that Hella was definitely with him. The doctor smiled and said that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The suspicious girl asked the man if he wanted to go back to the same establishment again. He confirmed this, believing that it was time to resume his research. The doctor's goal was to become a perfect being. The events shift back to the protagonist's room, where his sister asks In-na to take care of the boy. The professor believed that in this way she had given her consent to their relationship, but Sunmi categorically refused. The sister explained that the Nam clan had contacted her and that she would be busy for the near future, so someone needed to look after Youngwoo. The professor agreed because she had no intention of leaving from the start, and Sunmi warned that she would come for the woman if she did anything strange. In-na was glad that they were finally left alone, but the guy reminded her that she would soon have a medical examination. The protagonist thought he enjoyed being with the professor, but then he noticed that the doctor had been gone for a long time. Suddenly, he noticed that someone was watching him closely. A little girl with gray hair peeked out from around the corner. Because of the unusual hair color, Youngwoo thought the girl might be a foreigner. The stranger just stood and looked at the young man. Our hero asked if he could help her with anything, which scared her. The girl asked if the guy's name was Youngwoo. He confirmed that it was him, and the stranger explained that she had seen writing on the door and heard loud sounds coming from his room. She also heard rumors that there was a man in the hospital who was being visited by 3 girls at the same time. The main character immediately began to justify himself and claim that he was not a womanizer. The girl finally gave her name, Isom, and explained that she had come here for work. Youngwoo noted that she speaks Korean well, but Yisom is actually Korean. The girl explained that she had difficulty communicating with strangers, and the guy noticed something very attractive about her. She asked if the guy had cheated on 3 girls at once, but he tried to explain that they were only his acquaintances. The protagonist explained that 2 of them had already left, and he was not in a relationship with either of them. Yisom asked who lived with the guy, and he explained that it was his professor. The girl clearly described the woman's appearance, and Youngwoo confirmed that it was her. She said goodbye to the guy and wished him not to get sick. The protagonist noticed that the girl was rather strange, and besides, his gynophobia had no effect on her. Yisom came to tell the doctor all the information she had collected about Youngwoo and Hella, who were staying with him. The man decided to reward the girl for the work she had done. He bared his neck, where bite marks were visible, and wished his employee bon appetit. Meanwhile, Inna was preparing homemade food for the patient in the hospital kitchen. A doctor approached her and asked if she was Youngwoo's guardian, as he had been observing her for a long time, as this woman stood out quite a bit from the others. The professor didn't understand whether they were currently caring for her, so she said that she was the patient's girlfriend. The doctor noted that the guy was very lucky to have such a girlfriend. He couldn't believe that such a beautiful woman could be with a man, and In-na joked that she was probably afraid that her lover would find someone younger. The doctor assured him that Youngwoo would never take such a step when such a beauty was nearby. The man with a serious expression said that he was so handsome that it was hard to believe that he was a human being. Inna calmly asked what he meant by making such an unusual compliment. The doctor realized that his attempts were not producing results and decided to immediately go to the creature. He asked if it was Hella. The professor asked with disgust what clan this man belonged to. He explained that he was an ordinary guy who was simply interested in gals. Inna asked if the doctor knew what could happen to an ordinary person after contact with Hellami, and noted that he most likely needed someone to cover for him. The doctor must admit that he does not have such a Hella, although he would not object. The professor felt that he was not afraid of her, but he was not lying either. In any case, she found the man suspicious. The doctor decided to put aside unnecessary questions and asked Inna to help him with one matter. The woman couldn't take it anymore and grabbed him because the stranger didn't seem to understand that Hella wouldn't help him just like that. The doctor still wasn't afraid of her and noted that the situation could get worse if she continued to behave this way. Meanwhile, Youngwoo was in his room and noticed that the professor was late for some reason. When the door opened, the guy thought it was her, but it turned out to be Yisom. He asked what the girl was doing here, but she remained silent. She asked if his girlfriends had left, and the guy explained that In-na had gone away for a while. Yi-sam asked why Young-woo called his girlfriend professor. The guy wanted to explain it and said that this woman interested him. The girl said that she also has a person whom she calls a teacher. She asked about the man's condition, and he explained that he was not in pain, but felt confused because he was in the hospital. The protagonist asked Yi-sam why she was in the hospital, since the girl did not look sick. She explained that she had health problems and was expecting major surgery. The guy supported the girl, but decided to change the topic of conversation. Suddenly, she announced that she needed Young-woo's help. At that moment in the kitchen, the doctor threatened that In-na could lose something very important to her. She was furious at this man's threats. In parallel with these events, Yi-sam took our hero to an unknown place. She entered the room and made it clear that they needed to come this way. It was dark in there, so Young-woo wasn't sure if they could enter. The girl quietly slammed the door. Because it was dark, the guy wanted to turn on the light, but Yi-sam didn't let him do it. She quickly pushed the young man to the ground and took out handcuffs. Frightened, Young-woo asked the girl what was going on. Yi-sam ordered him to remain silent, because she would not kill him if he remained calm. She used this guy as a hostage to conduct a blood transfusion between herself and Hella nearby. The mention of Heli made the protagonist realize that Yi-sam already knew everything about the professor. Opening the refrigerator, she confirmed the young man's suspicions. The girl took out a bag of blood and admitted that she was actually a vampire. Young-woo asked if she was Hella too, but Yi-sam replied that she was a vampire. The girl thought the guy was just having fun with the Hellami, but in fact he still knew about them. She noted that it would be better for him to learn fewer things, especially if he is an ordinary person. The protagonist asked what Yi-sam wanted to achieve from the professor by taking him hostage. The girl remembered her advice not to poke her nose into other people's business. The doctor and Yi-sam explained to their victims that they needed Hella's blood. In exchange for the red liquid, the doctor offered In-na to ensure her son's safety. The woman asked the doctor why he needed her blood. The man did not confess his plans, and In-na noted that an ordinary person would not be able to do anything with this liquid. She again asked threateningly who exactly this doctor was connected with. He repeated once again that he was doing this of his own free will. Suddenly, the mad doctor confessed that he wanted to become Hella himself and turn into an imperfect being. In-na was surprised that an ordinary person wanted to become like the professor herself. She didn't understand that the doctor was talking nonsense, but he confirmed every word he had said. The husband claimed that he was expelled by the Valdemar clan. He realized that he shouldn't have said this, so he asked the professor to forget what he heard. In-na guessed that the doctor wanted to take revenge on the Valdemar clan for the grievances they had caused him. The husband said it was a stupid statement, and he just wanted to be recognized again. The professor asked him what he meant, and the doctor decided to tell about his past. Previously, he completed an internship at a blood donation center. It was then that the man witnessed members of the Valdemar clan taking blood. Because of this, his life was hanging by a thread, and, by a lucky chance, the doctor kept his job. Thus, the trainee began to help the clan collect blood. He even managed to meet with the leader of Valdemar. This girl was so beautiful that she immediately charmed the doctor. Her pride and strength captivated the man, and he was capable of doing anything for her. After these events, everything went well for the doctor, as he became the head of the pharmacy and received powers and privileges. Unfortunately, the blood center went bankrupt, and the men simply got rid of it. In fact, the clan planned to kill him because the doctor knew too much, but he still didn't understand why they were treating him like this. Later, he realized the answer that was hidden on the surface. Everything happened exactly this way because the doctor was an ordinary person. In-na explained that a human cannot turn into Hella because they are two different species from the start. The crazy doctor said that this is not how things should actually work. Finally, he suggested to the professor to start a blood transfusion. Her husband led her into the room where a frightened Jong-woo sat. The woman immediately rushed to her lover. Yi-sam jumped out to stop her and prevent her from reaching the guy. In-na ordered the girl to move out of the way if she didn't want to die, but Yi-sam didn't care. In this case, Hella decided to go through with it by force. The girl easily stopped the professor's hand. In-na began to desperately fight with Yi-sam. As a result of the struggle, Hella managed to escape from the vampire's hands, and she began to attack her. The girl managed to quickly escape from the woman's hands. Inna didn't understand Yisam's origins because she was definitely not human. The doctor explained that the girl was the result of his research. He noted that defeating Heli, this monster, would not be so easy. Inna stated that she didn't care about the doctor's research and its results because she would turn them into an epitaph. The woman continued to fight Yisam with her claws. Finally, she managed to seize the moment and grab the girl by the hand. Hella moved threateningly closer to Yisam's face. Inna didn't know who she was, but she knew for sure that she couldn't be defeated with such vile tricks. The professor wanted to make sure that the girl would not be able to even lift a finger. Suddenly, something cut the woman's cheek and crashed into the nearest wall. She immediately realized that it was most likely a pistol. The doctor mockingly remarked that he had not meant to hit the woman, but that his finger had simply slipped. He explained that this girl was a loser, so it was unlikely that she would be able to defeat Hella. However, the doctor was confident that she could buy him time to shoot Young-woo. The professor was furious that her loved one was in danger. The doctor advised her to calm down and discuss the situation calmly, as nerves could disrupt the blood transfusion. Inna didn't understand who these strange people were, especially the girl who irritated her. The doctor was glad that the professor noticed the difference between Isam. She is the imperfect Hella, created by his own hands through a blood transfusion. Yisam couldn't resist hunger, so the man considered her defective goods. Inna was irritated by the doctor's stupidity, because he knew perfectly well that the human body could not withstand the effects of Hella's blood. The husband said that immediately after the blood transfusion the girl was completely broken, and if she had died, it would not have been a surprise. The doctor explained that thanks to the help of all the previous victims, his research was on the right track. Jong-woo didn't believe that this man used other victims as test subjects. In conclusion, the doctor added that the day when a person can become Hella is just around the corner. Thus, he explained why he needed Inna's blood, since his reserves obtained from Chi Valdemar were already zero. The doctor wanted to exchange this guy's life for Inna's blood. Young-woo begged the professor not to donate her blood because it could end badly, especially in the hands of such a madman. Deep down, she knew the man was right, but the woman could not come to terms with the death of her loved one. She asked if the doctor would agree to touch this guy if he got blood from her. He confirmed his intentions, and Inna agreed to his terms. Hella cut her hand with a scalpel and blood gushed out. The main character was incredibly afraid for the professor. Meanwhile, the doctor thanked the woman for her cooperation. Young-woo watched in horror as her precious blood flowed down the woman's hand. The doctor, with a smile on his lips, asked Hella to fill the test tube, standing nearby, with red liquid, and try not to spill anything. The professor didn't care about her blood if it meant she could save Young-woo. She handed over the filled test tube to Isam. The girl, in turn, handed it over to her owner. The doctor was delighted with his prize and noted that the blood looked even more charming in the light. Inna could not stand her husband's stupidity and ordered that Jong-woo be given to her as soon as possible. The husband was in no hurry because something was bothering him. He felt that there was something unusual about the young man, but the professor objected and explained that he was an ordinary student. The doctor found it strange that Inna donated blood for this guy, so there is definitely something interesting about him. Pushed to her limits, Hella demanded that Jong-woo be finally given to her. The doctor said that his character does not allow him to pass by anything interesting, but Inna explained that she behaved this way only because of her love for this guy. The fact is that during the treatment, the man had already taken a blood sample from Chan-woo. He found out that the main character is not Hella, but he himself is not human either. Both the man and the professor were shocked by the doctor's assumption. Inna assured him that this was impossible, so this person needed to stop talking nonsense. As the doctor had said earlier, he couldn't ignore his curiosity, so he decided to take some blood from the man. Isam noted that this was a deviation from the plan, but the doctor was going to do everything to turn them into hell. The girl fell silent, realizing that she could not object to him. Meanwhile, Inna crashed into the wall with all her might. She reminded him that the man had promised not to touch Young-woo, so if he did, she would definitely never forget it. The doctor noted that the woman was in no condition to threaten him. Young-woo pretended that everything was fine and didn't mind donating some blood to solve the problem. The man noted that even the boy himself agreed with this. And besides, this way he would bleed 3 times less than from a bullet to the head. Inna fell to her knees and began to apologize for not being able to save the guy. The doctor also sarcastically apologized as he inserted the syringe needle into the man's neck. At the end of the procedure, he thanked Young-woo for his cooperation. While the doctor was speaking, Yi-sam noticed something was wrong. Suddenly, someone burst into the office and hit the girl with all his might. This was already Song-min's permanent savior, who was going to pay off her debts faster than Inna expected. The doctor suspected that everything had been going too well up to this point. Yi-sam sped up and tried to hit Sung-min in return. The woman dodged and repelled the attack. Then the girl started using the bruises she had caused with her feet, but that didn't help either. Song-min noted that all of her opponent's techniques were just an imitation and therefore would not work against a master. This turn of events angered the doctor. He realized he needed a hostage to regain his advantage. One of the opponents hit the man on the hand and knocked the gun away. It was Inna who took advantage of the moment and was able to attack the doctor. She grabbed the psychopath by the throat and lifted her off the ground. As a result of this attack, the doctor hung on the professor's arm and began to choke. During the fight, Yi-sam became distracted because she was worried about her teacher. Sunmi immediately noticed this and used it in her attack. The woman managed to deftly bend her over and put handcuffs on her. Sister Young-woo asked if she looked like a rival who could be distracted. Young-woo asked her how she knew about this place, and Sunmi explained that the Nam clan had been keeping an eye on this man for a long time. The sister couldn't even imagine that the doctor could come so close to them. Meanwhile, Pying-na continued to take revenge on the madman. Sunmi noted that they would not be able to capture the thief alive if things continued like this. Meanwhile, the doctor couldn't believe that they had managed to immobilize him. It turned out that the man had an escape plan anyway, so he injected himself with Young-woo's blood. This caused a sudden shockwave that sent In-na flying backwards. The doctor felt he wouldn't have to use it because he wanted to wait until he had done his own research. He believed that thanks to the blood of Chan-woo, victory would now be his. The man said his body was ready for the transformation because all the blood rejection tests had already been done. Having gathered his strength, he rushed into battle. A professor appeared in front of him, and the doctor tore her clothes. The doctor laughed uncontrollably and was delighted that his anticoagulant therapy had worked. He couldn't finish his sentence because his mouth suddenly filled with blood. The doctor was choking on blood and could not understand what was happening to his body. Pying-na was amazed by the boundless stupidity of this mad genius. He didn't take into account that he was using the blood of the Highland jelly, which the body would not have been able to cope with in any case. The test showed something completely different, so the doctor couldn't believe his mistake. The husband fell to his knees and began to tremble. He explained that he had increased the blood's clotting ability so that the body could accept In-na's blood. Hela called him an insignificant creature who does not know his place, and his pride knows no bounds. The woman grabbed the frightened idiot by the face. She wanted to cause him suffering that would be worse than death. Suddenly, Young-woo jumped up and decided to stop the professor. He understood that if things continued like this, he would kill the man right before his eyes. The woman did not hear the man and continued to mock the doctor. Suddenly, she stopped because Young-woo hugged her and begged her to stop again. Inna couldn't just give up because this man was holding them hostage and blackmailing them. The guy still asked not to do it because now everything is fine with him. The woman felt Young-woo's hands begin to tremble on her waist. The protagonist also asked the professor not to even dream of marrying him. She exhaled calmly, and the divine mark disappeared from her chest. Inna heard this guy and decided to stop. The professor asked the boy if he didn't like it when she punished someone, and he explained that he didn't want people to die because of him. Hela noticed with a smile that her hands had not been clean for a long time. Sunmi assured that the Nam clan would take care of the man, and asked if In-na was concerned about it. The professor let me do whatever I wanted because she had no reason to protest. She didn't care about the doctor's fate anymore, because he had already stained her with blood. Meanwhile, A depressed Sunmi allowed In-na not to distance herself from her brother, but asked that something like this never happen again. Hella, who was also in a bad mood, sincerely apologized to her. Sunmi said that there was nothing to apologize for, since this was simply her way of repaying the professor for a favor he had rendered. The protagonist also wanted to explain something. The older sister immediately stopped him because he didn't need to justify himself. She simply asked him not to make him worry so much anymore. The guy obediently agreed with everything that was said. Sunmi informed him that the Nam clan would be arriving soon, so the boy and Heli needed to leave the hospital as soon as possible. Meanwhile, poor Yisom sat quietly in the corner of the room. A week later, In-na and the protagonist were walking through the night streets of Seoul. The professor said that so many turbulent events had happened recently that her heart still could not calm down, and the guy confirmed her words. The woman walked Young-woo home, and they parted ways. In-na returned to her office a little tired, and her assistant thanked her for her hard work. The employee noticed that the professor looked unwell and asked if everything was okay, but the woman herself did not know the answer to this question. In-na didn't understand why she became so angry after those events, and still couldn't calm down. After some time, the woman lay down on the bed and wondered if she was doing the right thing by using Young-woo to achieve her goals. It had never bothered her before, but now these thoughts were stuck in her head. The woman understood that when it came to Young-woo, she couldn't take it calmly. The protagonist noticed that the professor had been looking tired for the last few days, and even her messages seemed empty. The guy was thinking about how he could help the hotel when a friend approached him. He inquired about the main character's well-being because he heard that he was in the hospital. Young-woo complained to his friend that the professor had been looking depressed lately, so the friend advised him to ask the girl out on a date. The protagonist wanted to invite her to Paradise Company, but Young Min said they needed something more sophisticated. In-na was surprised that Young-woo took the initiative for the first time, and he explained that, in his opinion, a woman should be pampered from time to time. The guy took her to a fancy restaurant he had never been to before, but he still had some money left over from his part-time job, so he boldly booked a table for two. The manager apologized and explained that they wouldn't be able to eat because they hadn't made a reservation, but Young-woo saw that there were plenty of free tables, but the restaurant's rules dictated otherwise. It turned out that In-na knew someone at this establishment, so she quickly booked a table for their date. As a result, the administrator agreed to prepare a VIP room for his honored guests. The guy realized that he had screwed up a little in such a posh place, but he realized this because this was his first visit to such an establishment. After all, during the date with Young-woo, there were many moments where basic rules of etiquette were violated. He was dying of shame and apologized to the professor, but she calmed him down and said that everything was fine. The guy admitted that he had noticed tension in In-na lately, so he decided to cheer her up somewhere. The woman thought she was hiding her emotions well, but it turned out that this was not the case, so she thanked the man for his concern. She said he did a good job, and it made her feel better because it was funny to see the guy so confused. However, the protagonist felt ashamed because he was unable to do anything, and as a result, the professor paid for their work. The woman then offered to fulfill her wish. Young-woo agreed to do something for the professor. The woman seemed to be plotting something because she sat there with a smile on her lips. She brought the guy to a luxury hotel. In-na suggested staying here and relaxing a bit in comfortable conditions. The guy didn't expect such sudden decisions from the woman, so he didn't have time to prepare, and in the meantime, she had already booked a presidential suite with one bed for two. Young-woo was stunned, so the professor had to lead him into the room herself. The protagonist still couldn't understand how everything turned out this way, and although he was glad that In-na was feeling better, it was still too hard for him. The woman came out of the shower and asked how long the man had been waiting for her. In-na looked incredibly beautiful and fresh. Young-woo noticed that this was too much for him. The professor recalled that they started dating precisely because she wanted a child. She assured that the guy had nothing to fear. At the first touch of the woman, the main character lost consciousness, and it couldn't even imagine that the guy wouldn't be able to withstand even ordinary caresses. The professor wanted to conceive a child here, but she understood that it was unlikely to succeed. Meanwhile, Chan-woo did not understand why he was in such a hurry and leaving so quickly. Given the current circumstances, In-na decided that now was the best time to talk to this guy. He immediately guessed that the conversation would be about the incident at the hospital. The professor explained that she always understood that by communicating with Young-woo, she was putting him in danger, but at the same time she knew that she could protect him at any moment. However, this incident with the mad doctor showed her that she was not always able to protect this man. After this, the woman began to wonder if it was right for Young-woo to be near her. The guy immediately wanted to defend the professor and assured himself that it was not her fault. In-na blamed herself for the fact that, for example, Sunmi would have definitely kept an eye on this guy and would not have allowed such a situation to happen, but she couldn't do it. The protagonist could not find the words to express his support for the professor. And it didn't understand what to do because being around this guy was dangerous. In the end, she asked Young-woo himself to express his opinion. The woman said that a man should not force himself to be with her, and she will always understand everything. The main character said that all this does not bother him, because he likes everything. He said that he really believed in the professor. This guy also remembered what the doctor said about his deviation from the norm. Young-woo admitted that he didn't understand what the man meant, but he hoped that thanks to this, he could become as strong as In-na or his older sister. The woman understood that it was better for the protagonist not to know the whole truth yet, because it would only complicate the situation. She jokingly said that it was unlikely that Young-woo would become strong, but he continued to believe. The professor explained that there must be certain limits to how good a person can be. After thinking about it, Inna realized that she fell in love with this guy because of who he was, so she would do everything possible to ensure that he never got hurt. She suggested that Young-woo should finally start reaching out to her on a personal level, as they had already been through a lot together and had become close. This proposal confused the guy. He tried to do this for the first time, but still replaced the professor's name with In-na. Since the professor asked to do it so suddenly, Young-woo felt awkward doing it. The guy closed his eyes to make it easier for him to speak, and at that moment In-na approached his lips. As a result, the woman tenderly kissed the embarrassed Young-woo. The sweet couple was glad they took this step, and In-na thanked the guy and asked him to continue to take care of her. The events moved to the streets of the city, where someone was hunting pigeons. As it turned out, it was the hungry Isom who managed to escape. Sunmi was sitting in her office, scolding someone on the phone for not being able to find the little girl for a week. They explained to her that although she was a child, she was still half Hella, so finding her would be difficult. The woman was furious at these excuses and ordered that the girl be found at any cost, because the Valdemar clan must not get ahead of them. Sunmi realized that everything was going too smoothly and something was about to happen. It started raining in Seoul in the evening. The events take us to Hae-soo, who was returning from her part-time job. She returned home and felt that it was getting colder outside. The girl noticed a child sitting in the rain and thought that perhaps he was running away from home. She came closer to the stranger and warned that the girl could get sick if she stayed out in the rain. Yisom told the girl to mind her own business. Hae-soo replied that this was exactly what she wanted, but the stranger reminded her of the past, so she offered to treat the girl to chicken if she would go with her. Yisom started screaming and saying that she didn't need it all, but her stomach was telling her otherwise. Hae-soo jokingly asked what the girl was saying, because she couldn't hear anything because her stomach was growling. Finally, the stranger agreed to go with her and said that she would go as soon as she ate. Hae-soo brought her to her home, bought her, and asked how long ago the girl washed herself, because she was very dirty. She noticed scars on Yisom's arms, and Tom thought she had run away due to domestic violence. The girl didn't understand Hae-soo's motives, so she planned to leave as soon as she returned home. Hae-soo explained that she had no selfish motives. She simply wanted to repay the world with what she had taken from others. Isom thought she was strange, but not bad. The girl went to the bathroom to take a bath because the shower didn't help her. Suddenly, she saw Hae-soo's delightful neck. Isom had a hard time quenching her thirst, so she splashed into the water. Hae-soo didn't understand what was wrong and thought the water was too hot. The vampire understood that if things continued like this, she would be able to commit a crime and kill a person. Meanwhile, the owner of the house did not want to let her in, wiped her head, and asked if Isom had a place to spend the night. She allowed the stranger to stay in her house for a few days. Isom was unable to take full advantage of the girl's kindness, so she decided to leave and could not talk about her vampire instincts. Haisu didn't like that answer, but at least he wanted to pay for the taxi. Isom said she didn't need the money, but then she saw Youngwoo's photo in her savior's wallet. She was surprised and immediately grabbed Hisu's hand. The vampire pressed the girl against the wall, and she did not understand what was happening. Isom asked her if she knew Youngwoo. Hisu didn't understand what had come over her, and the girl abruptly let her go and apologized. The vampire didn't want to scare her. She was just a little surprised. Hisu looked at her guest, frightened but very attentively. She explained that she knew the guy and asked how Yisom knew about him, to which she replied that they met at the hospital. The girl wanted to see Youngwoo again because they hadn't been able to talk normally or be sure of anything before. Hisu asked what she wanted to know, but Yesom wasn't going to tell her everything. Meanwhile, Haisu suspected that the girl, judging by the way she spoke about him, could have fallen in love with the guy. Yisom didn't care how she met this guy, so she asked the savior for help. Haisu's assumptions were increasingly confirmed. The girl jokingly called Yisom Bika because she didn't tell her everything from the very beginning. Haisu hugged the girl and asked her to trust her. She suddenly remembered that Youngwoo was under In-na's influence. Haisu explained that this woman is a professional psychologist and has complete control over the man. Isom didn't care because she wanted to meet him somehow. The girl was surprised by her persistence and noticed that now the determined children had left. Considering Yisom Haisu's serious intentions, all that was left was to call the right person directly. Only then did she realize that this would be her first conversation with Youngwoo after the unpleasant incident at the hospital, so he was a little nervous. The guy answered the call almost immediately. Due to her nervousness, Haisu started talking completely irrelevant nonsense. The main character immediately recognized his friend. He asked her how she was doing, and she replied that everything was working now. Haisu invited the guy to have lunch with her, but added a lot of unnecessary things, so Youngwoo was completely confused about what they wanted from him. The girl was very ashamed of everything she had said, but she still managed to invite him to a meeting. Yisom asked if they were really friends, and Haisu replied that they had some history together once. The vampire thanked the girl for her help and promised to repay her in the future. Haisu noticed that this girl really liked Youngwoo. The girl couldn't resist and promised to do everything to make Yisom seduce the guy. The next day, the entire company, except for the employees from In-na, gathered at the cafe. The woman is not very happy to meet Yisom, because she thought that she had already been deported. The irritated girl explained that everything ended exactly the same way anyway. The professor then offered to explain how she ended up in this situation. Yisom wanted to tell us a lot, so she suggested we eat first. Youngwoo and Haisu realized that they were right on the front lines. In-na sarcastically praised the vampire for crawling here. Yisom had no idea why Hella was so embarrassed and explained that Haisu had helped her. Meanwhile, the girl asked Youngwoo why the professor was here, but he himself did not know the reason. Haisu felt this oppressive atmosphere and wanted to leave as soon as possible. She noticed that Yisom was not afraid of the professor at all. Although it was obvious that the girl had no choice, this meeting was organized especially for her. Haisu reprimanded In-na, saying that they had not gathered here to stir up old conflicts. The girl was surprised because the professor agreed to her conditions so quickly. Meanwhile, their order was brought to the table. The first dish was for Yisom, and her stomach made it clear that she was very hungry. Not everyone liked that the girl started eating first. In-na felt like a fool for threatening the child and decided to stop doing it and also order something for herself. Yisom ate a delicious rice omelet that the others decided to order for themselves. In-na asked in a veiled tone how the girl managed to escape from home, as it was not at all easy. Yesom realized that the woman was trying to hide everything from Haisu. She explained that she took the risk because she understood how things could turn out for her. Meanwhile, Haisu asked Youngwoo what they were talking about, and the guy didn't know what to answer the girl. The young man explained that they allegedly saved a girl from a pervert. She added that he used the girl to attack Youngwoo, which is why they were injured. Haisu thought the fictional character was a real pervert because he was courting a guy. Suddenly, Yi-sam stood up and addressed Young-woo. She said she was very sorry that it happened, but she had no choice. In-na thought that it was impossible to forgive the girl, but the guy had a completely different opinion, so he quickly forgave Yi-sam. So he embarrassed the professor, and she couldn't believe how good a person Young-woo turned out to be. The woman asked the reason for the girl's visit, since it was unlikely that she had come to apologize. Yi-sam confirmed this, but they were not ready for this conversation now. She decided to go to the toilet, because she felt unwell. Without the girl, there was silence at the table, and an awkward atmosphere arose. Young-woo also decided to go to the restroom, so Hae-soo explained where it was. The guy decided to take a little breather before returning to the table. In the toilet, he noticed something strange. It turned out that Yi-sam needed blood, so she was biting herself. The girl was surprised by the appearance of the young man and shouted at him to come to her. She explained that it was all because of her vampire instincts, and she just needed some time. Young-woo decided that he needed to write to the professor and ask what to do in such cases. In-na saw these messages and immediately understood everything because she noticed that Yi-sam did not look well. Hae-soo asked what was wrong, and the woman explained that Yi-sam wasn't feeling well, so she and Young-woo would take her to their place. The girl was worried about her, but In-na assured her that she would take care of Yi-sam, so there was nothing to worry about. In the end, In-na decided to praise Hae-soo because she had improved so much. And then the professor scared her by saying that if she poked her nose in the wrong place, she could get seriously hurt. The woman decided to pay the bill and thank the girl for her time. Hae-soo only now realized that she had never been able to have a normal conversation with Young-woo, but what bothered her the most was Yi-sam. Meanwhile, the protagonist from In-na took the girl to the professor's house, where the woman gave her a bag of blood. Yi-sam opened it and pounced greedily. The professor asked how long it had been since she had drunk blood, and the girl explained that it was after the incident at the clinic. Only then did Yi-sam realize that she had shown Young-woo something he shouldn't have seen, but he assured her that everything was okay. In-na asked again why the girl had come, and she explained that she was there looking for help. She rolled up her sleeve to show her mutilated arm. Yi-sam begged In-na to help her get rid of this suffering. The girl explained that she bites herself every time her vampire instincts start to take over. She had heard that one became weaker if one was completely immersed in hell, but Yi-sam was just a vampire. The woman asked what she wanted from them personally, and the girl only wanted the torment to stop. Yi-sam asked to either return her to human form or complete her transformation into Hela. The main character began to get nervous from such requests. In-na heard the girl's request, but did not understand why she needed help, since she had recently tried to kill Chan-woo. The guy said that he wants to help Yi-sam, although he doesn't know how yet, but he doesn't consider her bad. He explained that if she were a thief, she would attack the first person she met and suck out all his blood. Yi-sam was touched that this guy protected her. The daughter's professor wanted to find out the limits of Young-woo's kindness. The woman decided to help only for the man's sake, but added that she had never encountered such a situation before, and besides, the Valdemar clan was involved, so she needed to be careful. She warned that everything would not be resolved in an instant, but agreed to provide blood for Yi-sam. The girl asked if similar incidents had happened before. She said that there are people who have the blood of hell in their blood, but they themselves are not hell. The woman ordered Yi-sam to stop immediately, but she didn't listen and said that Seo Young-woo was one of those people. At first, the boy didn't understand what they were saying about him. In-na was irritated that the guy found out everything. The protagonist asked if there was really blood flowing through Heli. He asked the professor if it was true, but she remained silent. She finally explained that she wanted to keep it a secret from the guy, but now she needed to tell him everything. She confirmed the fact that Hal's blood was flowing through Jong-woo's vessels. Moreover, she, like In-na, comes from the highest mountain region of Heli. Yi-sam suggested that Young-woo's blood might dull her desires, but the professor assured her that it was unlikely to have any direct effect. In-na explained that this guy's blood could suppress the effects of hell. It seemed that Yi-sam didn't know about this fact, so she was surprised. Jong-woo didn't catch the meaning of the conversation, so he didn't understand at all what was being discussed. The protagonist was confused by the fact that he had just been told that he was Hela, although before that he had led a rather ordinary life. Inna decided to go on a date with the guy and talk to him alone. She wondered if Young-woo was at a loss when he heard this news. The professor admitted that she wanted to tell the guy about this, but she didn't think it would happen today. She then asked him if he knew anything about his father, but the boy hardly knew him because his father died when the boy was still a child. Young-woo admitted that his father might have belonged to the superior Hell race, but the young man didn't even understand who they were, and In-na explained that they were the founders of the Hell race. The professor said that the protagonist's father belonged to a noble family of High Hell. From the very beginning, such Hells controlled all the forces of the race. Today, the only people with this blood are Chung-woo and In-na. The protagonist considered himself an ordinary person because he did not have any abilities, and the professor explained this by saying that the blood of the Nam clan suppressed the blood of Hela in his body. However, there was plenty of evidence that Young-woo had Hell's blood in his body. Firstly, the doctor's conclusion about the unusualness of this person, and secondly, the fear of women and resistance to the Hell's clan and the Nam clan. Suddenly, the professor interrupted him unexpectedly. She extended her hand to the protagonist and kissed him. The final proof was In-na's body's reaction to Young-woo's touch, as after the kiss, the woman received a divine sign. The professor explained that the higher Jellas can recognize each other by the seals on their bodies. The guy understood everything, so he asked In-na to straighten her blouse and remove the protrusion on her chest. The main character was most interested in the phrase about suppressing Hell with his blood. The woman explained that this was not obvious due to the mixing of Nam and Hell blood, although in any case, all of this man's powers came from the higher Hell. She noted that if his power disappeared, then all the Hells would lose their abilities. The most important thing is that when the two higher forces of Hell unite, the energy is not transmitted further and simply disappears. Inna admitted that this was the price of everyone wanting to build powerful dynasties. She remembered that they were the last representatives of a rare blood. The professor explained that if they gave birth to a child, they would forever disrupt the existence of the higher Hell. At the same time, normal Hellas will begin to lose their abilities. Now the protagonist more or less understood everything, but asked why In-na wanted to destroy Hell. She explained that since the appearance of this race, it has caused too many tragedies. The first to be hit were In-na's mother and father, due to the usual disagreements, as they belonged to the highest branch of Hell. Young-woo couldn't believe that something like this had ever happened in the past. The professor said that because of the terrible life, the higher Hells tried to get rid of their powers by any means possible. As a result, there are only two of them left in the whole world. In-na wanted to put an end to all Hells with her own hands. She thanked the guy for listening to her long story and thought he might be disappointed. The professor assured him that she wouldn't argue if the boy said he was scared, but Young-woo was only too happy. The woman was surprised by the young man's emotions. He explained this by saying that he always knew that In-na was hiding something, and therefore always thought that he was just a tool in the hands of a woman. After what was said, the guy came to a certain conclusion. Now Young-woo realized that the woman had always seen him as her equal, and he was glad that they had finally found a common language. She saw in the main character a more mature man. The only way out of this situation was to have a child for Young-woo and In-na. Suddenly, Valdemar's men burst into the corridor. For came in and said that she didn't want to meet under these circumstances anymore. It turned out she had heard everything and asked if they were really going to get rid of Hell. Lady Valdemar did not want to allow this because she insisted that their family had a right to exist. In-na immediately stood up for the guy. She thought Fur was going to kill him. The young woman had no such ideas. She simply did not want to allow them to have a child. Fur didn't understand why In-na wanted to destroy the Hell clan. The woman explained that this birth brings only pain and grief, which even Waldemar, Fur himself, can confirm. The girl knew this very well, but did not consider it a reason to destroy the clan. The professor tried to prove her wrong because just recently, Young-woo was in danger because of a crazy doctor obsessed with their blood. Fur was also aware of this. She did not appear before him because she considered herself guilty of this incident. The girl couldn't imagine what expression she would have to make when they met. Fer personally understood that hell's existence brought misfortune and suffering. She burst into tears, not realizing what value she would have without hell's abilities. The girl believed that if she lost her strength, nothing would be left of her. The protagonist objected because it was completely wrong. All gun barrels were instantly pointed at Chan-woo. The guy explained that even without his abilities, Fur will remain forever and nothing will change. However, the girl still believed that without strength she was nothing. This guy admitted that he doesn't even know what kind of forces are inside him, and even if he did, his views would not change. He insisted that Fur would remain Fur, no matter what happened. The agents also acknowledged that they would continue to serve Madame Fear without superpowers, as they had sworn an oath. After such touching words, the young lady allowed Young-woo and In-na to do what they themselves decided. Although she worries about what might happen, change can solve any problem. Suddenly, Sunmi appeared from around the corner of the corridor, glad that they didn't have to shed any more blood. I still can't understand how Young-woo's older sister ended up here. It turned out that she had been following Yi-sam and became involved in this strange situation. Sunmi asked if everything Pai In-na said was true, and the professor confirmed it. The sister decided to help them in their mission. She explained that she knew about the origin of Young-woo's blood even before that. Sunmi wanted to free the boy from the flow of hell's blood, so she was ready to help in any way. But the older sister considered the feelings of Young-woo himself to be the most important. Everyone looked at the protagonist with anticipation, waiting for him to finish his speech. This guy said he didn't understand all these complicated things and what they could lead to. The only thing he was sure of was his feelings for the professor. The events shift to Sunmi and Mina, who were driving in a car and discussing how the feud between the Nam and Halami clans unexpectedly led to the appearance of such an unusual limb, and the girl was outraged by this because she had trained to fight all her life. Even her older sister understood her feelings. The woman explained that all this was being done for Young-woo, and that it was the best thing that could happen. Meanwhile, in the main house of the clan, Namfur was talking with the elder about Hell's thoughts on some matter. These mysterious events plunged the young girl's life into complete chaos. The girl felt Hella's blood begin to evaporate. Grandfather Nam decided to laugh at the fact that such problems were too difficult for the Valdemar clan, and Fur thought she was being provoked. The elder stated that the Nam clan would help Valdemar with his problems. She couldn't believe that the old man from Namu himself had offered to help her. Grandpa wanted to argue about his age and Fur's age, but she told him to quickly get ready and get on the helicopter. Young-woo's school friends were surprised that they hadn't seen each other for so long, and then he suddenly announced the wedding. It seemed like Hae-soo noticed someone familiar among the guests. It was Yi-sam, and the girl immediately asked if everything was okay in her life. Husei was very happy to see her, and Yi-sam felt more or less well. The girl didn't have time to thank Hae-soo for saving her, so she decided to do it now. Guy, sometimes you wonder if these kids are related because they look so much alike. Suddenly, Hae-soo decided to look for a partner for Yi-sam and suggested Young Min as an example, but the girl didn't even understand what they wanted from her. Yi-sam admitted that she was a little upset by Young-woo's wedding. Meanwhile, the main character was incredibly nervous and did not understand whether he was dressed correctly. Ina called him into her room so that her lover could appreciate how she looked. The woman was incredibly beautiful, and the main character almost lost consciousness. Young-woo was a little nervous, as it hadn't even been a month since their engagement, but Ina assured him that they needed to act decisively in this situation. The prepared couple prepared to approach the others. Their family members and close friends were waiting for the newlyweds in the hall. At the altar, the priest announced that the lovers could now kiss. Pai and Na and Seo Young-woo once again confessed their love to each other. After this, they sealed their marriage with a long kiss.